Chapter 41. The young man didn't seem to know what white robes wreaking havoc was. He could only stare at Xiao Yan in confusion. Suddenly, he let out a loud "ah." It turned out that Xiao Yan had unknowingly grabbed his shoulder and gripped it too tightly. Xiao Yan came back to his senses when he called out to him. He quickly let go. "I'm sorry," Hua Qing said solemnly, "you're too tired. Let's rest first." Just as he finished speaking, two girls gracefully walked in from a small door at the side of the main hall. He brought the youth away. He kept looking back. Xiao Yan replied, "It's all right, I'll come find you later." Hua Qing turned towards him. "Sit down and rest first. Don't see him for the time being. If he wants to ask anything, I'll pry his mouth open." Pry his mouth open was a dreadful phrase. Xiao Yan hurriedly said, "No need. If he couldn't say anything, then so be it. Take your time." Hua Qing sat next to him. "What do you plan to do with this youth?" Xiao Yan thought for a moment and said, "Keep him by my side for now. We'll talk about it later." Hua Qing said, "He's a ghost, not a human. You might as well leave him in the ghost city. I don't need another mouth to feed him." Xiao Yan said, "San Lang, thank you very much. But, when I said I wanted to take him with me, I didn't just want to raise him." The ghost city was indeed Hua Cheng's territory. If he was willing to protect him, no one would be able to hurt that young man, and he wouldn't starve either. But the most important thing was to slowly guide this youth, to sort out his mind and speech so that he could have a normal appearance. Although the ghost city is bustling, it's a place where demons dance in disorder, good and bad people mingle together. Other than himself, Xiao Yan really couldn't think of anyone else who would be willing to spend so much patience to guide this youth. He said, "I am already very grateful that you helped me find this youngster. I can't trouble you with the following matters." Hua Qing didn't seem to agree, but he didn't say anything more. He said, "It's no trouble at all. If you need anything, just let me know. You can go wherever you want." Suddenly, Xiao Yan felt a strange movement. The scimitar at Hua Cheng's waist seemed to have changed. He lowered his head and was immediately surprised. It turned out that there was a silver eye carved on the hilt of the scimitar. The patterns on the eyes were formed by a few silver lines, but even though they were simple, they were extremely vivid, as if they were alive. He didn't see it at first because the eye was originally closed and had fused into a line. At this moment, however, it opened its eyes, revealing its ruby-like pupils that rolled around in a circle. Hua Qing also noticed it. He said in a low voice, "Big brother, I'm leaving for a while. I'll be back soon." Xiao Yan asked, "A warning? Could it be that the Wind Master and Qian Qiu's Dharma bodies had appeared in the ghost city?" He also wanted to get up. "I'll go take a look as well." Hua Qing pushed him back and said, "Don't worry. It is not Prince Tai Hua. Big brother can just sit here, there's no need to go." Since he said so, Xiao Yan couldn't insist on going. Hua Qing turned around and walked out of the main hall. He waved his hand from afar, and the bead curtain automatically parted. After he left, the curtain of pearls and jades closed again, producing a series of crisp and clear sounds. Xiao Yan sat on the black jade couch for a while. He remembered the purpose of his trip and stood up. He passed through the small door that the two girls had left through and saw a flower bed. Vermilion corridors crisscrossed through the flower bed, but there was no one in sight. Xiao Yan was just thinking about where to go when he saw a black silhouette hurriedly flash by. That silhouette was the Crescent Moon envoy. Xiao Yan thought of the curse on his wrist and was still quite concerned. Thinking back to the person's actions, it seemed that he was afraid of being discovered. Thus, Xiao Yan silently followed him. Circling around the corner that the person disappeared from, Xiao Yan stuck to the corner of the wall and quietly watched. Sure enough, that person's movements were extremely fast. Moreover, he paid attention to his surroundings. It seemed that he was very vigilant, afraid of being discovered. Xiao Yan thought to himself, this Crescent Moon envoy should be San Lang's subordinate, so why was he acting so sneakily in San Lang's territory? He suspected that this person might have bad intentions, so he also hid his body and followed him. The Crescent Moon emissary made 7 or 8 turns, while Xiao Yan held his breath and focused his attention as he followed behind him about 30-40 feet behind him. They turned into a long corridor, and at the end of the corridor was a magnificent door. Xiao Yan thought to himself, if he turned around now, there would be no place to hide. Who knew that just as he was thinking this, he saw the Crescent Moon envoy stop in his tracks and look back. When that person stopped, Xiao Yan felt that something was wrong. In a moment of desperation, Wuxia flew out and circled around the wooden beam several times, hanging him high up and sticking to the top. The Crescent Moon envoy turned around and didn't see anyone. He didn't think to raise his head to take a closer look, so he finally turned around and continued forward. However, Xiao Yan still didn't dare to put himself down so quickly. Maintaining his posture of sticking to the ceiling, he nimbly and silently moved forward. As he moved, he felt that he was like a lizard. Luckily, the other person didn't walk for too long before he stopped in front of the magnificent door. He didn't move anymore and quietly observed the situation. In front of the door of this small building, there was a stone statue of a woman, graceful and beautiful. Of course, from Xiao Yan's angle, he could clearly see her round head and the round jade plate in her hands. The Crescent Moon envoy didn't open the door first. Instead, he turned towards the statue and threw something into the jade plate. Hearing 2 ding-dang sounds, Xiao Yan secretly guessed, dice. He had heard this sound many times today, and he was afraid that he wouldn't forget it for a long time. As expected, when the Crescent Moon envoy moved his hand away, there were 2 dice on the jade plate. Both of them were bright red SXS. Only then did the Crescent Moon envoy put away the dice and open the door. The door was actually not locked. After he entered, he closed the door behind him. Xiao Yan didn't hear the sound of the door being locked or bolted. After waiting for a while, he floated to the ground like a piece of paper. He hugged his arms and examined the door. Logically speaking, this room didn't look big, and whatever he was doing inside, there should be some sound coming out. However, after the Crescent Moon envoy closed the door and entered, there wasn't a single sound coming from the room. Xiao Yan decisively raised his hand and pushed. Indeed, after opening the door, there was no one in the room. Looking at it, it was an ordinary but gorgeous little room. The furnishings in the room could be seen at a glance, so there was no possibility of a secret passage being hidden. Xiao Yan closed the door and thoughtfully looked at the maid statue beside him, as well as the jade plate in her hands. It seemed that the mystery lay in the 2 dice on the jade plate. This room was locked, but it wasn't a real lock. Instead, it was a magic lock. In order to open this lock, he needed a key or a password. He needed to use the dice to throw 2 success on the plate. Only after opening the door would he be able to see the real destination. However, for him to throw out 2 success on the spot, this was absolutely impossible. Xiao Yan could only look at the room and sigh. After walking around the door for a while, he pulled himself out and walked back. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Walking towards him was a tall man dressed in red with a slender silver scimitar hanging from his waist. It was Hua Cheng. He hugged his arms and said as he walked, "Gidge, you really made it hard for me to find you." Just like when he went out, he came back the same way. However, the scimitar hanging from his waist had already been unsheathed. Together with the scabbard, it hung from the hem of his bright red clothes. When he walked, the scimitar jingled, making him look extremely arrogant. Furthermore, the silver eye on the hilt of the misfortune blade had already closed. Xiao Yan calmly said, "I originally wanted to go see that child, but who knew that your room was too big, so I took a wrong turn." He originally wanted to tell Hua Cheng about what happened just now, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he changed his mind and swallowed them back down. The reason he came to the ghost city this time was to investigate the whereabouts of the missing heavenly official. He couldn't let go of any strange clues. Perhaps the missing heavenly official was locked in this room. It was better to first think of a way to enter this door and take a look. If these two matters were unrelated, then he should immediately inform Hua Cheng of his subordinate's strange movements. But if they were related. As Hua Cheng led him back, he said, "If you still want to see him, I will send someone to send him over. There's no need to personally look for him." Probably because he had a guilty conscience, Xiao Lian's tone towards Hua Cheng involuntarily softened. He said, "MHM. You finished dealing with the matter so quickly?" Hua Cheng said, "I finished dealing with it. It's just another group of trash making a fool of themselves." When he heard him say, "trash," in a very familiar tone, Xiao Lian guessed, is it Green Ghost Qi Rong who came to cause trouble? Hua Cheng smiled and said, "That's right. Didn't I say it before? Who else is thinking about this place of mine? That trash has wanted to go to the ghost city for more than a year or two, but the most he can do is think about it. He's extremely jealous, so he often sends some trash that's even worse than him to cause trouble. I'm already used to it. Don't mind it, it just so happens that I have a place I want to show brother." "Brother, are you willing to give me face and come with me?" Xiao Lian happily said, "Naturally." The two of them passed through several long corridors before Hua Cheng led him to the front of a majestic main hall. The main hall's door seems to be made of fine steel, carved with ferocious and evil beasts, making people tremble in fear. Hua Cheng walked in, and the beasts automatically parted to open the door. Xiao Lian hadn't even entered when he felt a murderous aura hitting him in the face. Blue veins popped on the back of his hand, Ruo Xia was ready to go. However, after seeing the situation inside the room, he blinked and instantly dropped his defensive stance. His legs automatically brought him inside. Inside the main hall, all kinds of weapons were displayed on the four walls. There were sabers, swords, spears, shields, whips, hammers. It was actually an armory. No matter who it was, as long as they were a man, being in such an armory, surrounded by all kinds of weapons on all sides, they would certainly feel as if they were in heaven, their blood boiling. Xiao Lian was no exception. His eyes widened, his face shining. The last time he showed such an expression was in Jun Wu's armory. His face was as calm as before, but his heart was already surging to the point that he choked on his words. Can I touch it?" Hua Cheng smiled and said, "Brother, feel free." Xiao Lian's hand touched it, lingering between the various weapons and treasures. As if intoxicated, he said, "These are all treasures. This sword is good. In a battle against many, it will definitely be able to display a godly skill. This sword is also good. Wait, this saber is also very." Hua Cheng leaned against the door and stared at his flushed face, unable to let go of the weapons. He said, "Brother, what do you think?" Xiao Lian looked at those weapons and was reluctant to turn his head. He asked, "What do you think?" Hua Cheng asked, "Do you like it?" Xiao Lian replied, "I like it." Hua Cheng asked, "Do you like it a lot?" Xiao Lian replied, "I like it a lot." Hua Cheng seemed to be snickering, but Xiao Lian didn't notice. His entire heartbeat sped up as he pulled out a 4-foot-long sword from its scabbard, endlessly exclaiming in admiration. Hua Cheng asked, "Brother, is there anything that catches your eye?" Xiao Lian's face glowed as he praised without end, "I like it, I like it. I like all of them." Hua Cheng said, "I originally wanted to say that brother doesn't have any suitable weapons on hand. If there's anything here that catches your eye, you can pick one to play with. But since brother said so, how about I give them all to you?" Xiao Lian hurriedly said, No, there's no need. I don't need any suitable weapons." Hua Cheng said, "Is that so?" But from what I see, brother, you clearly like swords. Xiao Yan said, liking doesn't mean you have to get your hands on it. I haven't used it for many years. Just looking at it makes me happy. Besides, if you give them all to me, I won't have anywhere to put them. Hua Qing said, that's simple. Wouldn't it be better if I give this house to you as well? Xiao Yan only thought he was joking. He smiled and said, I can't take such a big house. Hua Qing said, you don't need to take it. I'll also give you the land. When you have time, come and see them. Xiao Yan said, forget it, forget it. The armory still needs people to frequently clean and take care of it. I'm afraid I'll mistreat them. He carefully put the swords back on the shelf and said with nostalgia, I used to have an armory like this, but it was later burned down. These weapons are all rare treasures. San Lang, you have to cherish them. Hua Qing said, that's simple. When I have time, I'll come and help brother clean the armory. Isn't that enough? Xiao Yan smiled and said, then I can't afford to invite you. How could I dare let your excellency Ghost King do odd jobs for me? Suddenly, he remembered the warning Jun Wu gave him before he left. The demon blade misfortune, the blade of curse, the blade of misfortune. This kind of demonic weapon definitely required extremely cruel sacrifices and bloody determination to be refined. Don't touch it, and don't get hurt by it. Otherwise, the consequences will be unpredictable. After thinking for a bit, Xiao Yan still said, however, San Lang, these weapons shouldn't be comparable to your curved blade misfortune, right? Hua Qing raised his left eyebrow and said, oh. Brother has heard of it. I have this blade. Xiao Yan said, I've heard a little about it. Hua Qing chuckled and said, I'm guessing it's not a good rumor. Did someone tell you that this saber of mine was refined using an evil method of blood sacrifice, using living people as sacrifices? As always, he was extremely sharp. Xiao Yan said, it's all right. Everyone has some bad rumors. However, not everyone will believe them. I wonder if I have the fortune to see the legendary curved blade misfortune. Hua Qing said, brother, actually, you've already seen it. He walked a few steps in front of Xiao Yan and said in a low voice, look. Brother, this is misfortune. Chapter 42. Thus, he bent down and said to it, hello. Hearing his greeting, the eye narrowed even more. Its entire eye curved into an arc, as if it was smiling. The big eyeball turned left and right. It was very lively, as if it wasn't a pattern carved on the hilt of a knife but an eye that really grew on a person's body. Seeing this, the corner of Hua Qing's lips curled up and he said, brother, it likes you. Xiao Yan raised his head and asked, really? Hua Qing raised his eyebrows and said, yes. Really? It doesn't like you, it doesn't even bother to look at you. It's very rare for an evil spirit to like someone. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled at the evil spirit and said, then thank you very much. He then turned to Hua Qing and said, I quite like it too. Hearing this, the eye blinked a few times in a row. Hanging on Hua Qing's waist, it suddenly trembled. Hua Qing righteously said, no. Xiao Yan asked, what's no? Hua Qing said again, no. The evil spirit trembled again as if it couldn't wait to jump out of the scabbard. Xiao Yan asked curiously, are you telling it that it can't? With a deadpan expression, Hua Qing said to Xiao Yan, yes. It wants you to touch it. I said no. Xiao Yan smiled and said, why not? What's wrong with that? As he said that, he stretched out a hand. The evil spirit suddenly opened its eyes wide, as if it was looking forward to it. Xiao Yan thought, I can't touch here, it hurts my eyes. So he lowered his hand. He lowered his hand and gently touched the curve of the scabbard. That eye completely narrowed into a slit and trembled even more violently, as if it was extremely satisfied and enjoying it very much. Xiao Yan felt very strange when he touched it. His physique could be considered to be liked by animals. In the past, when he touched some furry cats and dogs, they would feel comfortable. They would squint their eyes and burrow into his arms, humming and huffing. He didn't expect that now, touching a cold silver scimitar, the legendary cursed blade, would actually feel the same as touching a puppy. How was this a blood-sucking demon blade? An ominous blade? Xiao Yan originally didn't believe it. After seeing it with his own eyes, he directly threw these evil words into the untrustworthy pile of waste paper. With such a cruel evil method like blood sacrifice, it was impossible to refine such an obedient and lovely spiritual consciousness. The two of them appraised the famous swords and sabers in the arsenal for a while before Xiao Yan came out in high spirits. He even took the initiative to hold Hua Cheng's hand as they returned to the blissful place together. The youngster was also sent over after washing up and tidying himself up. He changed into clean clothes and had snow-white bandages wrapped around his face. Although the bandages were still tightly wrapped around his head and face, he looked brand new. His limbs were clearly slender, and his bones were delicate. He should have been an extremely good seedling, but now, he had a cowardly appearance of bending over and not daring to raise his head. It was truly a pity. Xiao Yan pulled the young man to sit down and said, "Before Miss Littling died, she entrusted you to me, and I promised her. However, I still have to ask you yourself. From today onwards, are you willing to cultivate with me?" The young man stared at him blankly, as if he couldn't believe that someone was willing to guide him in cultivation. He was both hesitant and expectant. Xiao Yan continued, "Although the conditions on my side aren't that good, I can guarantee that you won't have to hide from place to place anymore. It's not a problem for you to steal food and get beaten." As he spoke, he didn't notice that Hua Cheng was staring coldly at the young man. His gaze was filled with judgment. Xiao Yan warmly said, "Since you can't remember your own name, then give it a new one." The young man thought for a moment and said, "Ing." Xiao Yan guessed that it was to commemorate Miss Littling, so he nodded and said, "Okay. That was a good name. You are from Yong'an country, the surname of Yong'an country is Lang, why don't you get a new name from now on, call yourself Lang Ying?" The youth finally nodded slowly. Xiao Yan understood that this meant that he was willing to follow Xiao Yan. The banquet began. This was a small banquet that Hua Cheng had specially prepared for Xiao Yan. However, the extravagance of this banquet wasn't any worse than a large banquet that would host dozens of people. Dozens of graceful maidens each held a jade plate in their hands, and the plate was filled with all kinds of delicacies, fine wine, fresh fruits, and snacks. Their delicate steps were like a horse lantern as they leisurely walked around the main hall, and every time they passed by the black jade couch, they would offer up the jade plate in their hands. Lang Ying only watched, but did not move. Xiao Yan pushed a few plates in front of him, and only then did he slowly pick them up and eat. Looking at this youth, a scene appeared in Xiao Yan's mind. It was also a youth whose face was covered in bandages. His entire body was filthy, and he was squatting on the ground with an offering plate in his hands. His head was lowered as he wolfed down the fruits on the plate. At this moment, a graceful maiden wearing a purple muslin dress brought up a cup of wine. Hua Cheng raised his hand and poured a cup for him. He said, "Gidge, drink a cup." Xiao Yan had something on his mind just now, so he was distracted. He casually took the cup and put it in his mouth. As soon as it entered his mouth, he knew it was wine, so he turned his gaze back. Who knew that when he turned around, he just happened to see the maiden behind Hua Cheng giving him a flirtatious look. He immediately spurted it out. Pooh! Fortunately, he had already swallowed that mouthful of wine, so he didn't spurt anything out. He only choked on it and coughed incessantly. Lang Ying was also startled by him, and the pastries in his hands fell onto the table. Xiao Yan coughed as he said to him, "It's nothing. It's nothing." Hua Cheng gently patted his back and said, "What's the matter? Is this wine not to Gidge's taste?" Xiao Yan hurriedly said, "No. The wine is very good. It's just that I suddenly remembered that in order to cultivate my Tao, one must abstain from alcohol." Hua Qing said, "Oh. Then it's my fault. I didn't think about this and caused Gij to break the precepts." Xiao Yan said, "It's not your fault. It was me who forgot." He rubbed the space between his eyebrows and turned around. Without leaving a trace, he glanced towards the center of the main hall. The maiden who brought up the wine had her back facing him as she gracefully walked forward. Her posture and gait were truly amorous. Hua Qing only cared about the matter at hand or was completely focused on Xiao Yan. He didn't even spare a glance at these beautiful maidens. Naturally, he also didn't pay attention to the faces of these maidens. However, Xiao Yan's unintentional glance just now allowed him to see them clearly. That graceful maiden who brought up the wine, wasn't she the Wind Master, Qing Xian? In order to sneak into the Extreme Happiness Workshop, the Wind Master actually didn't hesitate to disguise himself as a woman and sneak in. Xiao Yan was really quite startled by that charming glance. In his heart, he wanted to say, "You should bring the wine so I can suppress my shock." At this moment, he heard Hua Qing casually say a few words. He said, "Cultivating the Tao, I used to think that it was about seeking freedom and happiness. If you want to abstain from this and that, then it's better not to cultivate. What did you think?" Xiao Yan quickly regained his composure. Acting as if nothing had happened, he said, "That depends on what Tao you cultivate. Some sects don't pay attention to these things. However, when cultivating my Tao, the convention is to abstain from alcohol and sex. Alcohol can be used occasionally, but the latter must absolutely not be violated." When he said the two words, "abstain from sex," Hua Cheng's right eyebrow slightly raised. It couldn't be said whether it was a happy expression, or an expression of feeling that it was a bit troublesome. Xiao Yan continued, "Actually, there's another thing to abstain from anger. For example, when one is in a casino, it's extremely easy to get angry, so one should also abstain from it. However, if one can control their mind and not worry about winning or losing, then there's no need to deliberately abstain from gambling." When Hua Qing heard this, he laughed out loud. No wonder Gij is still interested in going to the casino to play. After going around and around, Xiao Yan finally naturally brought up the topic of the word gambling. He said, "Speaking of which, San Lang's gambling skills are truly godly." Hua Qing said, "There's no other reason. I was just lucky." Compared to himself, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel sad. He said, "I'm really curious. San Lang, don't tease me. Is there really a secret method to throwing dice?" If there wasn't, Hua Qing wouldn't be able to throw as many dice as he wanted in the casino. That Xian Yusher definitely wouldn't be able to throw 2 sixes in one go. However, Hua Qing laughed and said, "How could I dare to tease Gij? Naturally, there are secret methods. However, it's not something that can be learned in a day. Even if there's merit, not everyone can learn it." Xiao Yan had more or less expected this answer. However, he heard Hua Qing say, "However, I can tell you a quick method. Gij Bao will be able to do it with ease and win every battle." "What method?" Hua Qing raised his right hand. The third finger that was tied with the red thread was this right hand. That red thread was tied into a small butterfly knot on the back of the hand. It was extremely bright. He said to Xiao Yan, "Give me your hand." Xiao Yan didn't understand, but since Hua Qing said to give it to him, then he gave it to him. Hua Cheng's hand didn't have any warmth, but it wasn't ice cold. He held Xiao Yan's hand for a while. After a moment, he faintly smiled. With a flip of his hand, he threw out 2 dice and said, "Try it." Xiao Yan silently said, 2 sixes. He picked up the dice and threw them. As expected, there were 2 bright red sixes. Curious, he asked, "What method is this?" Hua Qing replied, "It's not a method. I just lent a bit of luck to Gage. Curious, Xiao Yan asked, so luck is the same as mana? It can also be borrowed? Hua Qing smiled and said, naturally. Next time Gage wants to gamble with someone, come find me first. However much you want, I'll lend you. I guarantee that my opponent won't be able to turn the tables for 100 years. The two of them faced each other and randomly played a few dozen rounds. After Xiao Yan confirmed that this was indeed the case, he said that he was a bit tired. Hua Qing first ordered someone to help Lang Ying settle down before he personally brought Xiao Yan to rest. After watching the figure in red slowly walk away, Xiao Yan closed the door and sat at the table, holding his forehead. The more considerate Hua Qing was, the more Xiao Yan felt guilty. He thought, San Lang really treats me impeccably. I hope this matter really has nothing to do with San Lang. After I find out the truth, I'll immediately apologize to him. After sitting for a while, he heard someone calling faintly from outside the door, Your Highness. Your Highness. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Hearing this voice, Xiao Yan immediately went to open the door. The person outside the door suddenly jumped in. Sure enough, it was Shi Qingxian with a female appearance. She was still dressed in the Ghost World girl's attire. She wore a light but not vulgar gauze dress, and her waist was very slender. As soon as she came in, she rolled on the ground and turned back into a man. She covered her chest and said, Suffocation. Suffocation. My God, I'm going to be strangled to death by this thing. Xiao Yan closed the door behind him. When he turned around, he saw a man wearing a bewitching purple gauze dress lying on the ground and tearing his chest and waist. He couldn't look straight at him, so he covered his eyes and said, Master Feng. Master Feng. Can't you change back to your original white Taoist robe? Shi Qingxian said, Am I stupid? Wearing a bright white Taoist robe in the middle of the night, to be a target for others to hit? Xiao Yan thought, no. You're dressed like this, in a sense, you're an even more eye-catching target that people want to hit. He squatted down and asked, Master Feng, how did you sneak in? Didn't we agree to gather in 3 days? Shi Qingxian said, What can I do? I asked around on the way, and everyone said that Your Highness the Crown Prince was sent to the paradise. Isn't this paradise the nest of the Ghost King? When I heard this name, I felt that this place was definitely a den of debauchery. I was worried about your safety, so I spent a lot of effort to sneak in. I was really unlucky along the way. I was either dragged by aunties and little sisters to make faces, or I had to endure humiliation and dress like this. I've never made such a huge sacrifice before. Xiao Yan thought, Master, you're obviously enjoying it. He said, Where's His Highness Tai Hua? Master, leave him alone outside, don't let anything happen to him. Shi Qingxian tore off his chest and finally caught his breath. Paralyzed on the ground, he said, Don't worry. I ordered him not to move as a senior, so there shouldn't be any more accidents. Speaking of which, Your Highness the Crown Prince, you're really lucky. Huh? Xiao Yan said, Me? I'm lucky. Shi Qingxian said, Yeah, Qianqiu and I are so miserable in the Ghost City. Either we're hung up and humiliated, or we're wandering outside like dogs and can't find a place that's willing to take us in. You eat, drink, and live well. You even have Blood Rain Tanhua as a companion. Compared to this, it was quite miserable. Shi Qingxian finally got up and said, So, Your Highness the Crown Prince, do you still remember our mission in the Ghost City this time? Xiao Yan sternly said, Of course I remember. Just now in the Bliss Palace, I was preparing for our mission. Shi Qingxian doubtfully said, Really? What did you prepare in the Paradise Palace? I only remember that you and Blood Rain Tanhua were playing dice. Wasn't it fun? One moment you were touching his hand, the next moment he was touching yours. What kind of new game is this? Xiao Yan said, Wind Master, don't make it sound so strange. We were just comparing notes. I found a little clue in the Paradise Palace and am investigating it. If you want to continue investigating, you still need a little luck. He raised his right hand and tightly clenched it as if he could catch something in his hand. Frowning, he said, I borrowed it. The two of them quietly left the door. After the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, they successfully found that room. Xiao Yan arrived in front of the portrait of the court lady and took out the 2 dice that Hua Cheng had given him. He held his breath for a moment, then gently threw them. Only a light, thump-thump sound could be heard. Sure enough, there were 2 bright red 6s in one throw. Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief. However, when he thought about how this luck was previously lent to him by Hua Cheng in the Paradise Palace, he felt even more upset in his heart. Seeing his guilty expression, Shi Qingxian patted his shoulder and said, now that things have come to this, let's get over it. However, if I were you, I wouldn't have accepted even if the emperor begged me this time, so as to avoid making things difficult for myself. Xiao Yan shook his head. In his heart, Shi Qingxian didn't really understand Jun Wu. Xiao Yan was indeed in a difficult position regarding this matter, and Jun Wu also knew that he was in a difficult position. According to Xiao Yan's understanding of Jun Wu, in this kind of situation, Jun Wu wouldn't mention this matter to him at all. Instead, he would directly send another heavenly official to carry out the task. However, Jun Wu clearly knew that he was in a difficult position, yet he still asked for his opinion. This could only mean one thing: Jun Wu could no longer find another suitable candidate to make this trip. He only came to ask him as a last resort. Moreover, the missing heavenly official had sent out a distress signal 7 days ago, and Hua Cheng had also left 7 days ago. This coincidence was very noteworthy. Sighing, Xiao Yan put away the dice and pushed open the door. Behind the door, it was no longer that ordinary and unremarkable small room from before. Instead, it was a pitch-black hole. A flight of stairs led to the depths of the ground, and a cold wind blew from the bottom to the top. Xiao Yan and Shi Qingxian looked at each other and nodded. The two of them, one in front and one behind, walked towards the depths of the hole. Shi Qingxian walked in front. With a snap of his fingers, he held up a palm flame, illuminating the steps under his feet. Xiao Yan gently closed the door and brought up the rear. While walking down the steps, Xiao Yan inquired about something from Shi Qingxian. Lord Wind Master, in recent years, has any heavenly official been demoted? I mean, other than me. Shi Qingxian said, there is, but why are you asking this? Xiao Yan said, because I saw that the Ghost City's Crescent Moon envoy had a cursed shackle on his hand. This can only be a heavenly official from the heavenly courts. Shi Qingxian was shocked. What? Cursed shackle. Blood Rain Tanhua took a heavenly official who was originally from the heavenly courts as his subordinate. So arrogant? Xiao Yan said, it can't be considered arrogant. Since they no longer belong to the heavenly realm, then where they go is their personal choice. Originally, there was no need to ask too much. It's just that the Ghost Envoy's movements were strange and unsettling, so I wanted to ask Lord Wind Master, do you have any thoughts on this person's identity? Shi Qingxian thought about it and said, in recent years, there was indeed a Western martial god who was demoted. At that time, it was quite a big commotion. Western martial god? Wasn't the Western martial god that Quanesian? Shi Qingxian continued, however, I don't think that His Highness will come to the ghost realm to be a ghost envoy. Because his background is very orthodox, his temperament is also not the erratic kind. Since that was the case, why was he demoted? Xiao Yan wanted to ask again, but at this time, the two of them walked down more than 60 stone steps and finally stepped on flat ground. This was a one-way tunnel that could accommodate 5 to 6 people side by side. There was only one path. The front was pitch black, and the back was a staircase that led to the ground. On the left and right sides were thick walls. Therefore, there was no need to worry about how to walk, they just needed to walk forward. Chapter 43. Shi Qingxian said, "There's no way. That's impossible." He held the flame in one hand, the other hand groped on the wall as if he wanted to find out if there was any mechanism on it. He used a few techniques to break the illusion, but the wall did not move. He was at his wit's end and said, "Should I penetrate it?" Xiao Yan said, "That would cause too much of a commotion, the entire Paradise Workshop would be alarmed." Shi Qingxian placed his hand on the stone wall, he sent out a wave of spiritual energy. After a long while he stopped. He said, "Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to penetrate it. This wall is probably at least 10 feet thick." However, Xiao Yan had clearly seen the Crescent Moon emissary enter this place with his own eyes. It couldn't be that he was sneaky, just to enter a dead end like this to meditate. There must be other methods inside, so the two of them looked around carefully. Not long after, Xiao Yan said, "Lord Wind Master, look at the ground, there seems to be something there." He pointed to the ground, and Shi Qingxian immediately lowered his palm. The two of them squatted down together. The ground of this tunnel was paved with countless square bricks. Each square brick was the size of a small door. And in front of this stone wall, the square brick they were stepping on had a picture drawn on it. The picture was not big, it was a small person, throwing dice. Shi Qingxian raised his head and said, "Could it be that this is the same as the method to open the door above, that we have to throw the correct number to open this stone wall?" Xiao Yan nodded slightly and said, "It seems like that's the case. However, I didn't come in with the Crescent Moon emissary, so I don't know how many points are needed to clear this place." Shi Qingxian said, "We're already here, it's not practical to go back and investigate. Let's just randomly throw one to see." Xiao Yan also agreed and said, "Lord Wind Master, you can try. I don't know how many times this luck I borrowed can last." Shi Qingxian did not decline. He took the dice and threw it on the ground, saying, "How is it?" He threw a 2 and a 5. The two of them waited for a moment, but the stone wall did not open. Xiao Yan kept the dice and said, "As expected, it won't work." Shi Qingxian suddenly said, "Your Highness, look at your feet, the pattern has changed." Xiao Yan immediately lowered his head. Sure enough, the pattern on the square brick on the ground was originally a small person playing dice. At this time, the color gradually faded, and gradually deepened, turning into another picture. It looked like a round, fat, black worm. Shi Qingxian said, "What is this thing?" Xiao Yan guessed, "Earth dragon. Leeches. They look very similar. There are many of them in the fields. I've seen many of them." Shi Qingxian said, "What exactly did you do to see so many?" As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Not only him, but Xiao Yan had also disappeared. Just now, when they said the word toy, both of them felt the ground beneath their feet become empty. The next moment, they fell into a hole in the ground. It turned out that the stone wall was not a door at all. It was a real stone wall, and the square brick they were stepping on was the real door. After throwing the dice, the door suddenly opened and immediately closed. Xiao Yan and Shi Qingxian fell from the air for a moment before landing heavily on the ground. Fortunately, the ground was extremely soft. Although two deep human-shaped pits were formed, the two of them did not feel much pain from the fall and were about to stand up immediately. Who knew that when they stood there, their heads would bump into each other, and both of them let out an "ah." Xiao Yan covered his head with one hand and groped above with the other. He only touched the soil that was as soft and wet as the ground under his feet. There was no stone slab. The stone door had long since disappeared. When they fell just now, the palm flame in Shi Qingxian's hand extinguished. At this time, he reignited it and illuminated the surroundings. Only then did the two of them realize that they were actually in an earth path cave. This cave was circular, and the walls were all soil. It did not seem like there were any traces of artificial excavation. Shi Qingxian rubbed his forehead and said, "What is this place? Is it because I threw the wrong number that we were thrown here?" After pondering for a moment, Xia Lian said, "It's very possible. The stone door has already disappeared, which means that we are not given a chance to go back. Let's think of a way to get out first." The two of them discussed for a moment before moving forward along the cave. This cave was winding. If an adult wanted to stand up straight in this cave, it would be a little difficult. They could only walk with their waist bent or crawl in the cave. Their speed was slow and it was quite tiring. Moreover, the air in this cave was humid and warm. The soil was also difficult to deal with. With every step they took, their feet would sink. Occasionally, they would even step on the corpses of some small animals and plants that were rotting in the soil. Xia Lian's expression did not change, but Shi Qingxian had goosebumps all over his body. The more Xia Lian walked, the more he felt that something was wrong. He said, "Wind Master, I'm afraid we have to hurry up. This place." Right at this moment, a series of strange rumbling noises rang out. The loud sound was heard, and the entire cave trembled slightly. The scattered soil above was shaken until it fell to the ground. The two of them looked at each other. Without saying a word, they quickly ran in the opposite direction of the loud sound. However, the loud sound and the tremors were rampaging. Their speed was much faster than theirs, and they kept getting closer. The two of them rolled and crawled in the winding cave, but they could not see the exit of the cave. There was not even a trace of light. Not only that, in the direction they were running, there was actually a loud sound and tremor that was similar to the one behind them. Both the front and back paths were blocked, so the two of them could only stop. Accompanied by the rumbling sound of a heavy and huge body being dragged through the soil, two giant worms wriggled and appeared in front of the two of them. These two giant worms were incomparably huge and bloated. Their bodies were purplish-black in color, and their skin was slightly transparent. The worm's body was segmented, and they had no eyes or feet. Their two heads were just two meat tips. If they were not two extremely long earth dragons, what else could they be? The stone door opened and actually threw them into the nest of an earth dragon monster. Xia Lian raised his hand to block in front of him. Ruo Xia was ready to attack. Shi Qingxian, on the other hand, took out the Wind Master fan from somewhere. Unfortunately, he could not bring up a strong wind in this narrow underground. If he brought up a strong wind, he might even faint. Such a high-grade magic treasure would probably not be able to be of use. At this moment, Xia Lian remembered that the earth dragons were afraid of light and heat. He said, "Wind Master, please lend me some magic power to make the flame in my palm bigger." Shi Qingxian followed his words. His left hand hit him, and the flame in his right hand rose a few inches. Xia Lian also quickly lit up a bright flame in his palm. Sure enough, the two earth dragons felt the scorching heat and shrank back, putting a distance of 10 feet between them. Thus, the two of them used the power of the flame to continue to walk slowly while forcing the two earth dragons to maintain a distance from them, hoping to find an exit. However, the cave was narrow, and with the fire burning, not only were the two earth dragons afraid of the heat, after a long time, Xia Lian and Shi Qingxian were also sweating profusely, as if they were in an oven, and it was rather uncomfortable. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that although Shi Qingxian tried his best to use magic power to support the flame in his palm seemed to be getting smaller and smaller. When the two earth dragons realized this, when they retreated, they were no longer able to avoid it. Xia Lian took a few more steps and felt that his breathing was slightly sluggish. He said, "Wind Master, I'm afraid this palm flame won't be able to last for long. Although the soil is moist and loose, it is still deep underground. Not long after, the air flow might be blocked, the fire will be extinguished, and people will also faint." Shi Qingxian clenched his teeth and said, "Then I can only use 1,000 miles shrinking." Although the two of them could not free their hands to draw the formation and the terrain was extremely unfavorable, there was no other way. Xiao Yan said, "I'll find a flat area." Just at this moment, he felt that he was stepping on a piece of ground that was not so wet. It seemed to be a stone slab. Xiao Yan's heart moved, and he immediately bent down to check. Sure enough, it was another stone door. This stone door also had a drawing of a small person throwing a die. Shi Qingxian also stepped on it and was overjoyed. He said, "Quick, quick, quick, quickly throw the die to open it." Xiao Yan was about to throw it when he suddenly thought, "Don't let me throw an even more ridiculous number and open the door to an even scarier place." He handed the die to him and said, "You do it." Shi Qingxian did not say anything and grabbed it and threw it. Twirl. This time, it was a 3 and a 4. Xiao Yan immediately put away the die, and the two of them stood on the door. The palm flame in Shi Qingxuan's hand had already become smaller, and the two earth dragons were ready to move. Xiao Yan carefully stared at the drawing on the door. It gradually faded, and gradually turned into another drawing. It was a forest, and a few strangely dressed little people seemed to be dancing around a person in the middle. At this time, an earth dragon seemed to finally be unable to hold back. Its mouth slightly opened, and dragging its heavy body, it rushed over. Fortunately, when it was only 3 feet away from the two of them, the stone door suddenly opened. This time, the two of them fell into a narrow hole. However, this time, the ground was hard, narrow, and dry. The two of them fell in pain and collided into each other. Xiao Yan was used to enduring the pain and did not make a sound, but Shi Qingxian roared. Xiao Yan's ears hurt from his shouting, and he was worried that something had happened to him. He said, "Wind Master, are you okay?" Shi Qingxuan's head was down, and his feet were up, and he said, "I don't know if I'm okay, I've never fallen like this before." "Your Highness the Crown Prince, working with you is really exciting." Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but laugh. Only then did he realize that the two of them had fallen into a tree hole. He first stepped out of the hole with difficulty, and then handed his hand to Shi Qingxian, saying, "This is really hard on you." Shi Qingxian said, "You're welcome." He pulled Xiao Yan's hand and crawled out of the tree hole. His face was covered in dirt, and his clothes were already tattered. When he came out, he was dazzled by the sunlight outside, and he put up a shelf to shade his eyebrows. He said, "Where is this?" Xiao Yan said, "As you can see, it's a deep mountain forest." He looked around, and then said, "I think this stone door is actually equivalent to a magic tool that specializes in casting the shrinking 1,000 miles technique. When different points are cast, they will be sent to different places. I don't know if the points we cast just now were correct." Shi Qingxuan's arms were bare, and he crossed his arms, and said seriously, "Casting the shrinking 1,000 miles technique once consumes a large amount of magic power. In order to prevent others from prying into his secrets, that Blood Rain Tanhua actually made such a stone door magic tool. It can be seen that his magic power is strong, and his scheming is deep." Although his expression was serious, with such a barefooted and battered appearance, he really could not be serious. On the contrary, it was funny. Xiao Yan held back his laughter with difficulty, but in his heart, the expression of Hua Cheng's slightly curled lips appeared. He shook his head, and thought, rather than saying that he's scheming, it's better to say that, he's just mischievous. The two of them walked out of the tree hole, and just as they walked a few steps, a group of naked people suddenly jumped out from the bushes around them. They jumped around them, and as they jumped, they shouted, "Oh, oh, 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 oh." The two of them were extremely shocked. Shi Qingxian said, "What is it this time?" Xiao Yan raised his hand and said, "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Let's take a look first." He took a closer look. This group of people were not really naked, they were only wearing animal skins and leaves, looking like they ate raw meat and drank blood. They held tree branch spears in their hands, and the spearheads were pierced with sharp stones. They smiled at the two of them, and their mouths were full of sharp teeth, all of which were jagged teeth. Without saying a word, the two of them broke into a run. Shi Qingxian said as he ran, "My brother used to tell me. In the deep mountains in the south, there are many savages who eat people for a living. He told me not to come to this kind of place alone. Could it be that what we're meeting now is one of them?" Xiao Yan was already familiar with escaping, his posture and demeanor were much calmer than Shi Qingxuan's. He said calmly, "It's very possible. In short, let's find the door first, let's see if there are any more stone doors." The group of savages shouted behind them and chased relentlessly. Originally, Xiao Yan and Shi Qingxian could only escape and could not fight back. This was because the heavens had heavenly rules. If the god priests descended to the mortal world, they were not allowed to use their magic power to suppress mortals. This rule was to prevent the god priests from bullying others and using their power to cause trouble. However, from time to time, they would throw some sharp stones and branches at the two of them. Suddenly, a branch brushed past Shi Qingxuan's cheek. This time, he was really unlucky. Shi Qingxian touched his face and touched an extremely faint trace of blood. He was furious on the spot. He snorted and stopped in his tracks. He turned around and said, "You bunch of mountain savages who have never seen the world, not only did you not submit when you saw me, the Wind Master, you actually dared to mess up my appearance. How preposterous." After he finished shouting, he suddenly shook out the Wind Master's fan and opened it. With a whoosh, the group of savages immediately flew up from the ground and were fanned several feet away. They hung on the tree and cried out loudly. The two of them were finally able to stop and gasp for breath. While gasping for breath, Xiao Yan's thought appeared again, being a god priest is really hard. Humans, ghosts, gods, no one has it easier than anyone else. Shi Qingxian spat out a breath of resentment and said to Xiao Yan, "Your Highness, you saw it. They asked for it. It's not that I'm relying on the law to bully others." Xiao Yan said, "That's right, I saw it." Shi Qingxian touched his face again and muttered a few words like, "Even my brother doesn't dare." He turned around and said, "Let's go find the stone door." Xiao Yan silently nodded. He saw Shi Qingxian straighten his clothes and tidy his hair. He really had a natural and unrestrained appearance. Unfortunately, he was wearing a tattered purple muslin robe. This natural and unrestrained appearance was inevitably mixed with a very strange flavor. It was truly unforgettable. Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Thinking back to when he first met the Wind Master at Banyu Pass, he thought that this person was definitely an unfathomable person. If he wasn't a peerless demon, then he was an expert of a generation. Who knew that only after they became familiar with each other did he realize that this was his illusion? The two of them wandered aimlessly in the forest for a few rounds. Finally, they found a stone door beside another tree hole. This time, Shi Qingxian refused to throw the dice again. He scratched his head and said, "I don't know what's going on. In the past, even if my luck wasn't good every time, it wasn't bad every time. But today, my luck seems to be bad. I've lost 2 dice. One was when I arrived at the Earth Dragon Cave, and the other was when I encountered the savage spirit. I don't know what I'll encounter next time." Xiao Yan coughed lightly and said apologetically, "Maybe it's because I'm next to you that I brought bad luck to you." Shi Qingxian said, "What are you talking about? How can this Wind Master's luck be brought down by others? But it's better if you do it. Maybe that San Lang of yours still has some luck left." For some reason, when Xiao Yan heard the word San Lang of yours, he felt a little embarrassed. He wanted to explain something, but when he thought about it again, what was there to explain? If he had to explain, it would be weird. So he didn't say much. He picked up the dice and gently rolled it. 2 6s. Holding his breath for a moment, Xiao Yan paid attention to the changes in the pattern on the stone door so that he could be mentally prepared for what he was going to encounter next. But this time, the pattern didn't change at all. The stone door creaked open. Behind the door, there was another pitch-black stone staircase that led deep into the ground. It was giving off cold air. The two of them looked at each other and thought, could it be that after making such a big fuss, we've circled back to the same place? Even if they circled back to the same place, it was still better than encountering more strange dangers. They had already had enough. Thus, the two of them decisively walked down the stone steps. The stone door closed heavily behind them. When they reached out to push it, they touched a smooth stone wall. Xiao Yan said, "We can only continue walking down." Shi Qingxian also said, "Sigh, all right, let's take a breather for a moment and continue playing with that hateful blood rain Tanhua." Once again, the two of them walked along the square underground stone path. Unexpectedly, after walking more than 200 steps, Xiao Yan gradually became aware of something and said, "Good news, Wind Master, this isn't the first time we've walked through that tunnel. Although it looks very similar." Shi Qingxian also noticed, "That's right. At that time, we encountered a stone wall after walking 200 steps. But now, we haven't encountered it." Xiao Yan said softly, "It seems that this time, we went the right way." As soon as he said that, the two of them stopped at the same time. In the darkness in front of them, there was a smell of blood. Accompanying it was the sound of a man's heavy breathing. The two of them didn't move and didn't say a word. There was no light or fire, but the other party had already sensed their arrival. Because after they stopped walking, a cold sentence was thrown over from the other side. A man said in a deep voice, "No comment." Chapter 44. Xiao Yan did not expect him to suddenly light a fire, there was no time to stop him. The fire was extremely bright, it reflected the figure of a man in black. The man in black lowered his head and leaned against the stone wall at the end of the road. His face was as pale as paper, and his black hair was messy. However, the eyes in his messy hair were deep and spirited, like two burning icicles. Although he was sitting cross-legged, there was a strong smell of blood in the air, but it meant that he was seriously injured, he was obviously imprisoned here. When he said, "No comment," just now, it was he probably treated them as people who had come to interrogate him. Shi Qingxian saw the man's face clearly and said, "It's you." The man did not seem to have expected someone to come, he paused for a moment, it was as if he wanted to say, "It's you," but in the end, he held back. Xiao Yan put away Wuxia, who was secretly accumulating power, he said, "So the two of you know each other." After a few twists and turns, he finally found the person here. Shi Qingxian revealed a gratified expression and was about to answer, who knew that the man said firmly, "I don't know you." Shi Qingxian was furious when he heard this. He pointed at him with his folding fan and said, "Is knowing me something shameful? Brother Ming, you're really not nice to say that. I'm your best friend." The man flatly refused, "I don't have a friend who runs around dressed like this." Shi Qingxian was still wearing that tattered purple muslin robe. It was really unsightly. Xiao Yan wanted to laugh when he heard this, he thought that there would really be people who would use someone's best friend to define themselves, this was probably Shi Qingxuan's characteristic. On second thought, Brother Ming. He vaguely remembered that among the 5 teachers, that Geomaster's name was Ming Yi, so Xiao Yan said, "Could it be that this is Lord Geomaster?" Shi Qingxian said, "It's him. You've seen him before." Xiao Yan sized up Ming Yi and said, "Have I seen him before?" He did not seem to remember such a person. Shi Qingxian said, "Yes." However, Ming Yi said, "I've never seen him before." Shi Qingxian chuckled, "I've clearly seen him before. Did you forget so quickly at Banyu Pass last time?" Seeing Ming Yi's pale face turn ashen, Xiao Yan finally remembered. The last time they met at the Banyu Pass, wasn't there a girl in black by Shi Qingxuan's side? At that time, Hua Cheng told him that this person was not a naval master, but was definitely one of the 5 masters of wind, water, rain, earth and thunder. Sure enough, Shi Qingxian was not only keen on transforming into a female appearance, but he was also keen on dragging others to transform into a female appearance with him. It was no wonder that the black-clothed girl's expression was so terrible, as if she was disgusted. Recalling that before entering the ghost city this time, Shi Qingxian had also instigated him in every possible way to have fun together, Xia Lian thought to himself, what a close shave, what a close shave. Fortunately, I managed to control myself. He said, Lord Geomaster, were you the one who sent the fire dragon's cry for help? Mingyi said, it's me. He had found the right person. Xia Lian nodded his head and said, I'm afraid that Lord Geomaster's injuries are not light. Let's leave quickly. We can talk later. Shi Qingxian did not say a word. He squatted down and carried Mingyi on his back, saying, all right, let's go. The 3 of them returned the way they came. As they walked, Shi Qingxian said, my brother, didn't you say that you were very good at fighting? When we separated at Ban Yu Pass, you were still fine. How did you end up like this in just a few days? How did you provoke the blood rain Tanhua? His tone had a hint of schadenfreude. Xia Lian thought to himself, this way of talking that's not afraid of being beaten, as expected of a good friend. However, Mingyi seemed to be unable to bear listening to Shi Qingxian speak anymore. 3 words burst out, you shut up. However, Xia Lian also wanted to know the answer to this question. Thus, he asked in a different way, Lord Geomaster, why did Hua Cheng make things difficult for you? Mingyi did not tell him to shut up, but he did not answer either. Xia Lian turned his head to look. Shi Qingxian had actually closed his eyes. It seemed that after being trapped underground for several days, his injuries were rather heavy. Suddenly seeing reinforcements, he felt relieved and could finally rest for a moment. Since he was not in a hurry, he did not wake him up. The 3 of them ran up the stairs. Xia Lian took out his die and threw it again. In the darkness, he did not know how many he had thrown. Then, he heard a light, "ka" sound in front of him. A crack opened, and light shone through this crack. Xia Lian pushed the door open. In his heart, he was thinking, I wonder if I can make it in time to bring Lang Ying away. Unexpectedly, when he stepped out, he stepped on empty air. When his foot stepped on empty air, Xia Lian immediately said, don't come out. He somersaulted in the air and landed on something hard. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, he thought that fortunately, he did not fall into some mountain of blades or sea of flames. When he raised his head again, he felt that a mountain of blades or sea of flames might be a little better. He saw Hua Cheng's abnormally handsome face right in front of him. His eyebrows were raised as he looked at him. This time, when the stone door opened and he stepped on empty air, he actually fell directly onto Hua Cheng's body. The place where they landed was actually that armory. At this moment, Hua Cheng was sitting on the main seat of this armory. He was leisurely wiping his curved blade, misfortune. Even if someone suddenly fell from the sky and landed on his leg, he only moved his hand away and stopped wiping. He was not very surprised. He looked at Xia Lian calmly, as if waiting for him to give an explanation. Of course, Xia Lian could not give an explanation. He could only lie on his leg and bite the bullet to look at him. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he saw someone at the side. He turned around and saw that it was Lang Ying. The bandaged youth was sitting on the ground. He was extremely terrified. He even held his head with both hands and stared at the 2 of them. Why was Lang Ying here too? From the looks of it, Hua Cheng seemed to be interrogating him about something. In the blink of an eye, Xia Lian saw Fang Shiqingxuan's white boot step out halfway. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed Hua Cheng's shoulders and said, sorry for the offense. With that said, he pounced on Hua Cheng. With this pounce, he pushed Hua Cheng 10 feet away. He even rolled a few times on the ground. After rolling, he suddenly stood up. Shi Qingxian had already jumped down with Mingyi on his back. He landed safely at the place where Hua Cheng was originally sitting. Xiao Yan braced himself and turned his face. Hua Cheng was still looking at him. He did not express anything, but one of his eyebrows was raised even higher. Xiao Yan immediately jumped up and retreated a few feet. As he retreated, he said, "Sorry, sorry." Lang Ying looked at Hua Cheng as if she was extremely afraid. She pounced behind Xiao Yan and hid. Xiao Yan protected him and said, "San Lang, let me explain." Hua Cheng said, "Yes, I'm waiting." Shi Qingxian said, "Wait, it's the opposite, right? He should be the one explaining to you." The disappearance of the heavenly officials this time was all his doing. "Your Highness, be careful." This was the situation that Xiao Yan did not want to face the most. He stared at Hua Cheng and said, "San Lang, I don't know what kind of misunderstanding Master Geomaster has with you. Why don't we settle this peacefully?" The best situation would be for Hua Cheng to let them leave safely now. Although the Geomaster was injured, his life was not in danger. He did not lose an arm or a leg. If he stopped here, it would not worsen the situation. If Hua Cheng let them go now, when he returned to the heavenly court to report, Xiao Yan wanted to try to beg Jun Wu to let them go. Unexpectedly, Hua Cheng said, "Geomaster." "What Geomaster?" He paused and said, "Oh, are you talking about the one on Master Feng's back? That's just a useless subordinate of mine." Hearing this, Xiao Yan and Shi Qingxian were both startled. Shi Qingxian said, "This is clearly the heavenly officials that I sent to the heavenly court. Why do you insist on calling a deer a horse?" Hua Cheng smiled and said, "Then, I don't know why the esteemed heavenly officials of the heavenly court would hide their identity and condescend to be a ghost emissary here." Following the arc of the misfortune, Hua Cheng continued, "If that person is really the Geomaster, then he is really patient. He acted for 10 years. In these 10 years, although I occasionally felt that something was wrong with him, I never had any evidence. If I didn't go to the Banyu Pass and bump into him traveling with Master Feng, I really wouldn't have full confidence." In that instant, Xiao Yan's mind raced. So that's how it is. It turned out that the reason why the Geomaster disappeared and was trapped was because he had concealed his true identity since 10 years ago and became a ghost emissary under Hua Cheng. To put it bluntly, he was a spy. Although Hua Cheng occasionally felt that this subordinate was strange, because there was no evidence, he still kept him for observation. And not long ago, the Geomaster's identity as a spy was exposed by Hua Cheng. A few days ago, during the trip to Banyu Pass, Hua Cheng saw the Geomaster who traveled with Master Feng. Although the Geomaster was instigated by Master Feng to change into a woman's appearance, Hua Cheng still saw through this fake skin and discovered that this girl in black was the ghost emissary he suspected. He locked her identity as one of the 5 masters. After the matter of Banyu Pass, Hua Cheng left Pu Chi Temple, probably to find him to settle the score. It was probably when she was being chased by Hua Cheng that Mingyi cast a spell to ask for help in an extremely critical situation. Then, Jun Wu found Xiao Yan and asked him to make this trip. The heavenly officials were not good at working in the heavenly court, but they disguised themselves and hid in the ghost realm for decades. This was really a scandal. Regardless of these schemes, if Mingyi was left here to continue to be imprisoned and tortured, and he was really beaten to death, the grudge between the heavens and the earth would be huge. At that time, wouldn't the situation become even more chaotic? When that day came, no one would be able to remain unscathed. After thinking about it, Xiao Yan could only say, "I understand. This matter is our fault. However, San Lang, I still hope that you can give us a way out today." Hua Cheng stared at him for a moment, then said in a calm voice, "Your Highness, actually, it's better if you don't get too involved in some things." Suddenly, at the side, Shi Qingxian said, "Wind, come." As soon as he waved his fan, a gust of wind immediately blew in the armory. The many weapons on the 4 shelves faintly trembled, buzzing non-stop. Xiao Yan said, Master Feng. We haven't made a move yet. Shi Qingxian said, from what I see, none of you will take the initiative to make a move. Why don't I be the bad guy? Wind, 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 come. With a loud caw-caw sound, Xiao Yan felt dust falling from the top of his head. Looking up, he saw that the roof had actually been pushed up by the wind, creating a huge crack. There were no doors or windows in the armory, so Shi Qingxian didn't intend to attack. He actually wanted to directly pry open the roof and fly out. In the gust of wind, Hua Cheng's black hair and red clothes also fluttered in the wind, but he didn't move. He smiled and said, You have a fan. What a coincidence, I also have one. As he said this, he casually took a fan from the weapon compartment at the side. The fan was small and exquisite. The fan's ribs and surface were all made of pure gold. The color was beautiful and quiet. Hua Cheng spun it a few times in his hand, then unfolded it. He smiled without saying a word, and amidst his murderous aura, there was an inexplicable elegance. With a flip of his hand, a strong gust of wind carrying several specks of silver light attacked. The 3 of them dodged, only to hear a dong-dong sound like a storm. When they turned around to look, there were actually rows and rows of gold leaf nailed to the ground. These gold leaf pieces were slender, nailed into the ground by about an inch. It could be seen how sharp they were and how fierce their strength was. Every weapon in this armory was a magic weapon. Just casually taking one out had such a strong destructive power. Hua Cheng flipped his hand again, and another gust of gold powder appeared. The wind from Shi Qingxuan's fan was strong, but the stronger it was, the more dangerous the situation was. This armory was just a hall, and the area was limited. A portion of the strong wind brought about by the wind master's fan would bounce back and fly around the room. Hundreds and thousands of pieces of gold leaf were carried by the wind and flew around them. Xiao Yan was worried that the gold leaf would hurt people, so he protected Lang Ying and said, Wind Master, please stop first. The gold leaf had already brushed past Shi Qingxian and Ming Yi several times. Shi Qingxian also wanted to stop, but the roof was pushed up by the wind, revealing a gap. If he stopped now, the roof would fall down, and all his previous efforts would be wasted. Right at this moment, the gold leaf that was dancing around them suddenly flew upwards. With a series of clanking sounds, a person broke the roof and jumped down from above, accompanied by waves of broken wood and falling rocks. As soon as he landed, that person said in a clear voice, Wind Master, I'm sorry, I still can't stay still. Shi Qingxian was overjoyed and said, Qianqiu, you came at the right time. This young man carried a heavy sword on his shoulder, the blade of the sword was as wide as an adult man's palm, it was Lang Qianqiu. His heavy sword was golden, but upon closer inspection, it was not a golden sword. It was just that because the body of the sword had absorbed the sharp and thin gold leaf, with such a dense layer, it seemed as if the huge sword was made of gold. The iron used to forge Lang Qianqiu's heavy sword was very rare. It was taken from the heart of a magnetic mountain, and it had a strange ability to absorb metal. As long as the magic power contained in the magic tool did not exceed a certain limit, he could hold the hilt of the sword and activate his mind, and he could absorb all the metal magic tools of others, melting and absorbing them. Sure enough, not long after, the layer of gold leaf was completely absorbed by the heavy sword, and the layer of gold disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Hua Cheng laughed out loud, kept the gold leaf fan, and casually threw it to the back, saying, The Heaven Realm's god official is actually so poor and has no vision, unwilling to let go of gold after seeing it. If he was talking about Xiao Yan, he would only pretend not to hear it. But he was talking about Lang Qianqiu, he was a royal noble, and he treated money and treasures like dirt. Hearing the enemy ridicule him like this, even though he knew it was malicious, he was still very angry. He raised the heavy sword and slashed towards Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng held the curved blade in his hand, and with one hand holding a few silver flowers, he calmly raised the blade to meet the attack. Lang Qianxiu used all his strength in this slash. He was a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers, but Xie Lian had long seen the difference in strength between the two of them. If this sword of his really slashed down, he would definitely die. Even if Shi Qingxian, who did not use a sword, could not see the specific difference, he was still shocked, and shouted, "Qianxiu, don't take it head on." But, the arrow was on the bowstring, it was a matter of life and death, how could it be stopped with a shout? Who knew, just as the blade and the sword were about to collide, an extremely dazzling white light exploded in the arsenal. The white light was extremely huge, it almost covered the entire arsenal, and everyone's vision was temporarily blurred. What they could see was only a dazzling white. But because Xie Lian was already prepared, he could barely see, his right hand condensed all the mana that he borrowed from Shi Qingxian, turned it into a flame, and struck out in one direction. An empty corner of the armory suddenly burst into flames. Immediately after, Xie Lian threw out Ruo Xia, and tied himself, Shi Qingxian, Ming Yi, Lang Qianxiu, and Lang Ying together, and shouted, "Wind Master, raise the wind and go up." Although Shi Qingxian still could not open his eyes, he still did as he was told. He raised his fan and waved it fiercely, a tornado rose from the ground, and finally broke through the roof that was on the verge of collapsing. Ruo Xia tied up the 5 of them and flew straight up into the sky. In mid-air, the few of them finally regained their vision. Shi Qingxian saw that there was a fire surging into the sky tens of feet below, thick smoke billowed, it was actually the arsenal that was on fire. He was afraid that Hua Cheng would catch up again, so he fanned with a backhand. This time, he was really fanning the flames, the violent wind brought about a huge increase in the fire in an instant, the flames leaping to the other houses, and more than half of the Extreme Happiness Square was burned red. With great difficulty, Xie Lian caught Shi Qingxian who was fanning with all his might, and said, "Wind Master, don't fan anymore. If you fan anymore, it'll all be burned." Shi Qingxian was caught by him, and said, all right, I won't fan anymore, Your Highness Crown Prince, let go of me. Your hand strength is too strong. Only after Wind Master stopped the wind did Xie Lian let go of him, and look down. In this sea of red flames, Xie Lian still saw that scarlet figure. He flew too high, so he couldn't see clearly, but his intuition told him that at this very moment, Hua Cheng was standing there, looking up at him. He did not chase after them, nor did he go to extinguish the flames, he just stood there, letting the raging flames wreak havoc. On the streets of the ghost market outside of the Extreme Happiness Square, screams rang out everywhere, and the ghosts fled. Xie Lian found it difficult to breathe. His voice was hoarse as he muttered, "I just wanted to start a little fire, to drag it out a little. How did it become like this?" He recalled that not long ago, Hua Cheng had leaned against the door of the armory and half-jokingly said that he would give him the armory and all the weapons inside. But now, they had all fallen into a sea of fire. It was true that many magic treasures were not afraid of fire, but there were also many magic treasures that were born with a taboo that couldn't be touched by fire. In this way, they would probably be burned to ashes. Moreover, he never expected that the fire would burn so fiercely that it even burned the entire Bliss Square. Even if Hua Cheng didn't consider this place to be his home, it was still his residence. Seeing him break down like this, Shi Qingxian also felt embarrassed and said, Sorry, Your Highness. I didn't think too much about it, I just wanted to run away quickly. This matter was my fault. Originally, it was just a small fire. If Blood Rain Tanhua comes looking for you to compensate him next time, you can just blame it on me. Don't worry, I'll pay for it. There's nothing to be afraid of except not having money. How was this a matter of money? Xie Lian closed his eyes, unable to say a word. Shi Qingxian patted his shoulder and suddenly felt that his hand was wet. There was also an abnormally pungent smell of blood. Turning his head to look, he turned pale with fright. "Your Highness, what happened to your hand?" Xiao Lian's right hand was actually covered in blood. His entire arm was soaked in this blood. That trembling could no longer be described as slightly. However, his hands were still firmly holding onto that white silk, preventing everyone from being blown away by the strong wind. Shi Qingxian said, "What's going on with you?" Xiao Lian came back to his senses and reluctantly regained his composure. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Just a small injury. I'll be fine once I go up." Shi Qingxian remembered and said, "That white light just now was you. Your Highness, you separated the two of them." Xiao Lian said, "I'm a sword user after all." Shi Qingxian guessed correctly. Just now, just before Hua Cheng and Lang Qianqiu's sword and knife were about to collide, Xiao Lian's body flashed forward. He casually took a sword from the weapon rack at the side and inserted it into the space between the sword and knife. He made a total of 2 moves. The first move was to knock Lang Qianqiu's heavy sword back. The second move was to block the curved blade misfortune. The strength of these 2 moves was not only strong, but they were also controlled to an extremely subtle degree. Therefore, although the sword and knife were blocked by Xiao Lian, they did not rebound back to the attacker. This was because Xiao Lian, who was sandwiched in the middle, had already used that sword and one of his arms to completely withstand these 2 attacks. Lang Qianqiu's heavy sword was still alright, but Hua Cheng's blade wind was truly unstoppable. Since the sword that Xiao Lian casually pulled out was stored in the arsenal by Hua Cheng, it was naturally a treasured blade. Therefore, when the 2 weapons collided, a huge burst of white light burst out. After these 2 moves, the first hit against Lang Qianqiu's heavy sword caused cracks to appear on Xiao Lian's sword. The second hit against the curved blade misfortune, it was directly smashed into pieces. All of these movements were completed in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. It was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. When Shi Qingxian saw the miserable state of his right hand, he felt that this arm was probably already badly mutilated. He said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you are too fierce. You actually dared to use one hand to receive these 2 attacks." The Corolla martial god held a sword in one hand and a flower in the other. He originally only remembered to hold the flower, but he forgot that Xiao Lian ascended because he held a sword. Thinking back to the close call just now, Shi Qingxian said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, Your Highness the Crown Prince came twice. Otherwise, I don't know how many pieces Qianqiu would have been cut by the blood rain Tanhua." The strange thing was that although Lang Qianqiu looked fine, he was in a daze, as if his soul had flown away. Shi Qingxian said, "Qianqiu. Qianqiu. What's wrong with you? Wake up. What's going on? Your eyes were blinded by that light and you still haven't recovered." The group of people rode this gust of wind and finally flew up to the immortal capital. They rushed through the Ascension Gate and headed straight for the Divine Martial Palace. Lang Ying couldn't enter the palace and was placed in a side hall by Xiao Lian. At the moment, no one was on duty, so he shouted inside the spirit communication array, "May I ask which immortal guest is here? I'll have to trouble everyone to hurry to the Divine Martial Palace. The situation is urgent, a heavenly official here is injured." As he shouted, Shi Qingxian snapped his fingers and finally changed back to his white Daoist robe. With a wave of his hand, he scattered 100,000 merit points and said, "It's 2 heavenly officials." Xiao Lian hurriedly said, "Lord Wind Master, don't be agitated. Speak properly and don't scatter merit points. Everyone will naturally come when they hear it." However, Shi Qingxian said, "No, Your Highness the Crown Prince, you have to know that scattering merit points is 100 times faster than speaking properly." Not long after, a voice sounded from afar, "Who's injured?" When that voice said, "Who," it was still far away, but when it said the last word, the person had already appeared. It was Feng Xian. He entered the palace, looked at Xiao Yan, then looked at Lang Qianxiu, and his expression froze. Xiao Yan said, "I'm fine. Lord Earth Master's injuries aren't light." After a moment of silence, Feng Xian asked, "What's wrong with your right hand?" At this time, another voice said, "So what if I'm injured? There are so many heavenly officials in the heavenly court, which time didn't they get injured?" This voice was extremely refined and gentle, but the words weren't very pleasant to listen to. Naturally, it was Mu Qing. When he entered the divine martial palace, he first looked at Xiao Yan, then looked at Lang Qianxiu. However, his expression was completely different from Feng Xian's. He slightly raised his eyebrows, as if he wanted to watch a good show. Seeing that Feng Xian had gone to look at Xiao Yan's arm, he bent over to look at Ming Yi and said, "This is Lord Earth Master." During this time, many other heavenly officials arrived one after another. Earth Master Ming Yi had always been elusive. Most of the people present were seeing him for the first time, so they couldn't help but stare intensely. Everyone was confused and didn't know why they were suddenly summoned here. However, since they received Master Win's merit points, they couldn't help but come and take a look. Xiao Yan said to Feng Xian, "Many thanks. However, it's no problem, it'll be fine if I leave it." Feng Xian also didn't say much and said, "Take care of yourself." Xiao Yan once again gave his thanks in a low voice. When he turned around, he saw Lang Qianxiu staring at him in a daze. He asked, "Your Highness Tai Hua, what's wrong?" Feng Xian also noticed that Lang Qianxiu's expression wasn't right. He said, "Is your Highness Tai Hua also injured somewhere?" Xiao Yan said, "I don't think so. Let me see." As he said this, he extended his hand and probed the space between Lang Qianxiu's eyebrows. Who knew that Lang Qianxiu's eyes and hands were sharp, and he grabbed his wrist. Although Lang Qianxiu's expression was still somewhat hesitant, as if he had discovered something, but he couldn't confirm it, there was already a flame burning in his eyes. Xiao Yan felt a wave of anger tremble from Lang Qianxiu's arm to his own. This time, the surrounding heavenly officials all felt that the situation was abnormal, and they started whispering to each other. Shiqing Xian and Mu Qing both stood up. Feng Xian said, "Your Highness Tai Hua, what are you doing?" Lang Qianxiu finally opened his mouth. He only said 2 words, but when he heard them, Xiao Yan's heart sank to the bottom. He clenched his teeth and said, "State teacher." Xiao Yan's pupils slightly contracted. Some of the surrounding heavenly officials were confused, and they quietly asked around, "What state teacher? Who is the state teacher?" Some of the more meticulous ones immediately figured it out. Lang Qianxiu was the crown prince of Yong and country, and the state teacher of Yong and country from the same generation as him was the other of the demon Dao dual teachers, state teacher Feng Xian. No one knew what this person's identity was or where she came from. And at this moment, Lang Qianxiu grabbed Xiao Yan and called him state teacher. Didn't this mean that Xiao Yan was the demon Dao that brought disaster to the country? State teacher Feng Xian. However, Xiao Yan was the crown prince of Xianlu country, and Xianlu country was destroyed by Yong and country. How could he become the state teacher of Yong and country? His Highness Tai Hua was famous for being cheerful in the heavenly court. He always had no schemes, and he never made things difficult for others. Moreover, he had never shown this kind of expression before, one that seemed sad and angry, one that seemed like hatred and hatred. Lang Qianxiu firmly grabbed onto Xiao Yan, his chest rapidly rising and falling. With great difficulty, he said, "You. I clearly personally killed you, personally sealed you into the coffin, you. State teacher, you really have remarkable abilities." Chapter 45. Feng Xian stood closest to the two of them. He looked at Xiao Yan, the shock on his face could not be hidden. Mu Qing's gaze trembled, and there was a faint excitement in his suppressed shock. Shi Qingxian put down Mingyi and said, "Qianqiu, do you have some misunderstanding? If His Highness the Crown Prince is that Grand Preceptor Fong Xian, why did you only recognize him now?" At this moment, a man at the side said, "Qingxian, this is what you don't know. That legendary Grand Preceptor Fong Xian has always been aloof, mysterious and cold. He has never shown his true appearance to others and has always worn a silver mask. His Highness Tai Hua should have never seen his true appearance before." The person who spoke crossed his arms, standing far away at the side. It was Pei Ming. Shi Qingxian was unhappy when he saw him. He flicked his horsetail whisk and said, "Since that's the case, it means that no one has ever seen what Grand Preceptor Fong Xian looks like. Why does General Pei have to sound like you're already sure that Her Highness Xian Lu is Grand Preceptor Fong Xian?" When he and Xiao Lian moved, they were full of strangeness. It made people laugh, and once they arrived at the heavenly court they changed their appearance and were very proud. Their every move was very attention to their image. At this moment, a snow-white figure walked out from the back of the hall. The moment he arrived, everyone felt at ease. The few priests who were originally chatting in the hall hurriedly stood in their positions. They bowed and said, "Emperor." Jun Wu raised his hand slightly, and everyone straightened their backs again. Jun Wu walked by himself and brushed past Xiao Lian. He patted his right arm. Just now, blood was still dripping down Xiao Lian's sleeve, but after this pat, it immediately stopped. After examining Mingyi for a moment, Jun Wu said, "It's not a big deal. Settle down the Earth Master first." Thus, four medicine gods came up to help Mingyi up and brought her away. Shi Qingxian seemed to want to follow them down to take a look, but when he saw the situation in the Divine Martial Palace, he was still worried and did not leave. Jun Wu returned to the throne with his hands behind his back and said, "Tell me, what's wrong? Why is Tai Hua not letting go of Xianle? And why is Xianle lowering her head?" Lang Qianqiu once again glanced at Xiao Lian. Seeing that he still hadn't uttered a single word, and now that they were surrounded by heavenly officials on all sides, he wasn't afraid that Xiao Lian would escape. Lang Qianqiu loosened his grip and turned towards Jun Wu. Bowing, he said, "Di Jun, several hundred years ago, this person changed her name to Fong Xian. She killed my family and brought disaster to my country. I want to have a decisive battle with him. Emperor, please be my witness today." In the Divine Martial Palace, even those who hadn't heard of State Preceptor Fangxin hurriedly went to investigate. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't checked, but the moment he did, he was shocked. Coincidentally, Ling Wen answered everyone's question. State Preceptor Fong Xian is Yong'an Kingdom's Crown Prince Lang Qianqiu's benefactor and teacher. The reason why he was listed as one of the Demon Dao Dual Masters is because of the famous deed of massacring the Yong'an imperial family during the Gilded Banquet. Shi Qingxian asked, "What is the Gilded Banquet?" Ling Wen said, "Esteemed Wind Master, this Gilded Banquet was originally a kind of banquet that was popular among Xianle's aristocrats. Because the wine utensils, food utensils, and musical instruments used at the banquet were all made of extremely exquisite gold, it was incomparably luxurious, hence the name. After Yong'an Kingdom was founded, it was announced to the world at first. They vowed in all sincerity that they would put an end to the extravagant atmosphere of the previous dynasty, that they would never make the same mistake again, and that they would wholeheartedly share the worries and difficulties of the people. However, after a few decades, they had learned everything, but it was still the same old thing." Ling Wen continued, "On the night of Yong'an Crown Prince's 17th birthday, a gilded banquet was held in the imperial palace. And State Preceptor Fong Xian, it was during this gilded banquet that she wielded a sword and killed all the members of the Yong'an royal family present. The golden cup was overturned, blood red like wine. Only Yong'an Crown Prince Lang Qianqiu, who arrived late, managed to escape, but he was also almost silenced. This shocking change was undoubtedly a heavy blow to Yong'an royal family. If it wasn't for Lang Qianqiu's consistent popularity in his efforts, chaos would definitely have broken out. After stabilizing the situation with great difficulty, the Yong and royal family summoned all the eccentric people in the world to pursue and kill the fleeing murderer. In the end, they finally captured him. Lang Qianxiu personally killed the demonic state preceptor Fang Xian and sealed her corpse into a 3-layered coffin, burying her into the earth. However, the Yong and royal family's vitality was still greatly damaged. From then on, it was inevitable that they would gradually decline and be replaced by the next dynasty. Lang Qianxiu unwaveringly stared at Xia Lian and said, "Why did you do that? I never understood. You said that you couldn't bear to see us sitting in this position, but I never believed it. I also didn't feel that you wanted to usurp the throne. Now I finally know why." All the heavenly officials were flabbergasted, muttering one after another. "This is revenge. Isn't it revenge? Xianlu country was destroyed, so he wants to destroy Yong'an country as well. The people of Yong'an killed his father and mother, so he also wants to kill the Yong'an crown prince's father and mother, a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye." But it wasn't Lang Qianxiu's generation that destroyed Xianlu country. His anger is too unreasonable. I thought that the laughingstock of the 3 realms was born stupid, but it turns out that he's a ruthless character. He ran to an enemy country to become the state preceptor, stirring up trouble in the dark, and slaughtering the entire royal family in one move. Amazing, Xia Lian sensed Jun Wu's gaze and closed his eyes. In a flash, he heard Jun Wu say, "Tai Hua, what basis do you have for believing that Xianlu country is Fang Xian?" Lang Qianxiu said, "The person who taught me swordsmanship is the state preceptor Fang Xian. How could I not recognize him when he made his move?" The undercurrent surged even more. Stirring up trouble is fine, but why did he go so far as to teach the enemy country's crown prince swordsmanship? No wonder I haven't seen him touch a sword after his 3rd ascension. He's afraid of exposing himself. Lang Qianxiu said, "This time, I went to the ghost city and fought with Blood Rain Tanhua." Hearing him mention the ghost market and the city of flowers, quite a few of the heavenly officials shivered again. Lang Qianxiu continued, "When I was 12 years old, I went out on a trip and was captured by a group of thieves. Those thieves grabbed me and fled to the streets. Some imperial bodyguards chased after them and fought with all their might. After fighting for a while, a street performer with a bloody nose and a swollen face suddenly stretched out a tree branch and used it to repel 2 swords, saving me. That group of thieves and the imperial guards fought until both sides suffered heavy injuries. That street performer escaped with me and sent me back to the imperial palace. Out of gratitude, my imperial father and imperial mother cordially invited him to stay. They discovered that he was very capable and even invited him to become the state preceptor, teaching me swordsmanship for 5 years. I couldn't be more familiar with his sword moves, so how could I mistake it?" Mu Qing said softly, "Your Highness Tai Hua, you said that you saw an afterimage, but other than you, it seems that no one else saw this afterimage. That's only your side of the story." His words at this moment seemed to be defending Xia Lian, but in reality, it was rather subtle. Because he was certain that it was already a done deal. The more he doubted it, the more Lang Qianxiu would try to prove it, and it wouldn't help Xia Lian's situation at all. As expected, Lang Qianxiu said, "All right. Can I trouble you to bring the sword over?" Many martial gods in the hall carried swords with them. Hearing his shout, someone immediately unsheathed his sword and threw it over. Lang Qianxiu held the sword and placed it in front of Xia Lian, saying, "For you. Let's have a match now. Don't hide anything and fight with all your might. Let's see if our swordsmanship is the same, let's see if I was taught by you." Everyone felt that he was being too reckless by wanting to compete in the divine martial hall. However, thinking of the bloodbath at the gilded banquet, His Highness the Crown Prince's entire family was killed, they could understand his excitement. Shi Qingxian was still worried about Xia Lian's injury, and said, "Qianxiu, His Highness the Crown Prince's right hand became like this to help you block Hua Cheng's blade. How can he compete with you?" Hearing this, Lang Qianxiu suddenly stretched out his left palm and heavily struck his right arm. With a cracking sound, his right arm instantly burst into a mist of blood. It became dripping with blood and drooped down softly. There was no need to check to know that this injury was definitely serious. All the god officials were shocked. Xiao Yan was also stunned, and he raised his eyes to say, "What are you doing?" Lang Qinxiu said, "Wind Master is right. You did injure an arm to save me just now, and I'm returning your arm now. However, saving me is saving me, and killing my entire family is also a fact. I know that you can use the sword with both hands, and your swordsmanship has reached the acme of perfection. Let's compete with our left hands. If you're a man, then pick up the sword." Xiao Yan looked at the sword, and then looked at him. In the end, he slowly shook his head and said, "I swore many years ago that I would never use the sword to kill again." Hearing this, Lang Qinxiu remembered that when he rushed to the scene that night, he just happened to see the black-robed man pulling the sword out of his father and mother's body. His eyes instantly turned frighteningly red, and the left hand that was holding the sword let out a rattling sound. Shi Qingxian flung a horsetail whisk in, sweeping up that sword and suppressing it. He said, "I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding in between. Since that state preceptor Fang Xian has always been wearing a mask, maybe someone impersonated him to harm people. What do you think, Di Jun?" Everyone turned to look at the jade seat above. Jun Wu said, "Xian Lu." Xiao Yan bowed and said, "Yes." Jun Wu said, "What Taihua said, do you admit it?" Xiao Yan said, "I do." This word "admit" was cold and completely different from his usual tone. When Feng Xian, Mu Qing, and Shi Qingxian heard it, their expressions all changed. Jun Wu nodded and said, "The state preceptor Feng Xian who bathed the gilded banquet in blood, was it you?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head and said, "That's right. It was me." With this sonorous sentence, there was no more room for negotiation. Lang Qinxiu said, "You admit it. That's good. It was said long ago that in the heavenly court, there were countless heavenly officials whose hands were stained with the blood of mortals. But to be honest, there really weren't many who were like this because of these old blood debts. It was probably because those mortals didn't have a worthy descendant like Lang Qinxiu who could fly to the sky and hold the murderer accountable with the dignity of a heavenly official. Previously, Pei Su had General Pei's protection, but in the end, he couldn't escape being exiled to the mortal world. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, didn't have any backing. Now, it probably depended on whether Jun Wu still remembered their old friendship and whether he had the heart to protect him. However, the heavenly officials still couldn't figure out what Jun Wu's attitude towards Xiao Yan was. When the Xianlu crown prince first ascended, he naturally favored Xiao Yan a lot. However, during the second ascension, the two of them fought, and Xiao Yan had to stab Jun Wu a few times before he was subdued. During the third ascension, the two of them got along rather peacefully, as if they had forgotten about the previous incident. Jun Wu even gave Xiao Yan the approval to build a new monastery in the best location in the immortal capital, which was really hard to understand. Therefore, several pairs of ears perked up, waiting to hear how the person above would deal with it. Who knew, without waiting for Jun Wu to deal with it, Xiao Yan would speak first. He said, "Xianlu has a presumptuous request." Jun Wu said, "Speak." Xiao Yan said, "I ask Di Jun to remove my immortal record and demote me to the mortal world." Some of the heavenly officials were startled, but on the contrary, they felt admiration. After all, no one wanted to be demoted. How difficult was ascending? After painstakingly climbing to such a high place, and then suddenly falling down, they regretted it to death. They dared to directly ask Jun Wu to demote them, but in any case, they couldn't do it. But there were also some heavenly officials who didn't care. After all, they had already caused trouble to this point. Advancing as retreating might be better than refusing to admit it to death. Moreover, Xiao Yan had already been demoted twice, so demoting him a third time wasn't a big deal to him. After being demoted a few times, he should have gotten used to it. Lang Qinshu said, "You don't need to demote yourself. You ascended because of your ability. I just want to have a decisive battle with you." Xia Lian said, "I don't want to fight with you." Lang Qinshu said, "Why? It's not like you haven't fought with me before. Regardless of life or death, this battle will end here." Chapter 46. His words were light and casual. But it caused a slight gasp in the surroundings. Many priests thought to themselves, "You are a lousy god who doesn't even have any magic power. How can you have the nerve to tell Lang Qinshu, a dignified Eastern martial god, that you will definitely die if you fight me? Isn't that too arrogant?" He made it sound as if he was demoted so that Lang Qinshu would not lower himself to his level. He was really bragging. However, Lang Qinshu did not feel that his words were exaggerated at all. He said, "I said, life and death don't matter. I don't need you to let me." Xia Lian ignored him and said to Junwu, "Please demote me to the lower realms, Emperor." Shi Qingxian suddenly raised his hand and said, "Wait. I still have something to say." Junwu said, "Master Feng, speak." Shi Qingxian said, "Everyone seems to think that His Highness Xian Lu changed his name for revenge to wash the Yong and royal family in blood. But if he wants revenge, why did he let His Highness Tai Hua, the Crown Prince of Yongnan, go? Logically speaking, shouldn't the person an avenger wants to kill the most be this Crown Prince?" It was not that no one had thought of this, but they felt that there was no need to take the initiative to speak. Now that Master Feng took the lead and spoke, a few people nodded. Shi Qingxian continued, "Although I haven't known His Highness for long, I saw with my own eyes that he faced the scimitar head-on to save His Highness Tai Hua. Qinshu, if he hates your Yongnan royal family, why would he take the risk to block the knife for you?" When they heard that he faced the scimitar head-on, Feng Xian and Mu Qing's expressions turned cold. A small voice muttered, "Maybe it's because he feels guilty." Shi Qingxian immediately added loudly, "That's an ominous evil weapon, the blade of curse. So, I think this matter is suspicious." Pei Ming said, "I really envy His Highness Crown Prince for being able to get Master Feng to vouch for him. He speaks righteously. Our little Pei doesn't have this blessing." Shi Qingxian said, "General Pei, don't confuse me. How can little Pei's matter be the same? I saw his evil deeds with my own eyes. I also heard him admit it with my own ears." Pei Ming said, "Isn't it the same today? His Highness Tai Hua saw his evil deeds with his own eyes and heard His Highness Xian Lu admit it with his own ears. What's the difference?" Shi Qingxian was furious. Just as he was about to argue with him again, Xia Lian grabbed him and said, "Wind Master, thank you very much, I owe you a favor." "But there's no need." Shi Qingxian did not know how to refute Pei Ming. He pointed at him and held his breath. At this time, Junwu finally spoke. He calmly said, "Everyone, please calm down." His voice wasn't very loud and clear, it was very calm. However, every divine martial hall official heard it clearly and hurriedly stood up straight. After the hall quietened down, Junwu said, "Tai Hua, you have always been somewhat impulsive. You can't just rush in when you encounter a problem. You have to listen calmly and figure out the ins and outs before making a decision." Lang Qinshu lowered his head and accepted the lesson. Junwu continued, "Xian Lu isn't willing to reveal everything, so it's useless to plead for self-abasement. First, put him under house arrest in Xian Lu Palace. Afterwards, I will personally interrogate him. Before that, the two of you shouldn't see each other." This result was unexpected. Junwu actually protected Xia Lian, the laughingstock of the three realms who had no incense, no believers, and no merit. Lang Qinshu was the martial god who oversaw the East. He might be dissatisfied because of this, and that would really be a losing deal. But even so, he still wanted to protect him. Could it be that Xia Lian was very appreciated by Junwu? Many of the divine martial officials saw the signs and secretly decided not to mention the words, Three Realms Laughingstock, in any public occasions in the future. Shi Qingxian heaved a sigh of relief and praised the emperor for being wise. Lang Qinxiu stared at Xia Lian and said, whatever the emperor wants to ask, feel free to interrogate him. But no matter what the final result is, I will still have to fight with him. After saying that, he bowed to Jun Wu and turned to leave the hall. Jun Wu waved his hand and a few divine martial officials gathered and brought Xia Lian away. When passing by Shi Qingxian, Xia Lian said to him in a low voice, Wind Master, thank you very much. But if you really want to help me, you don't have to speak up for me anymore. Can I ask you for two things? Shi Qingxian was quite embarrassed because he fanned the flames and burned the extreme happiness workshop. Now, he wished that Xia Lian could get rid of him for 100 things. He said, say it. Xia Lian said, the youngster I brought up is in the side hall. I'll have to trouble you to take care of him. Shi Qingxian said, it's a small matter. What's the second thing? Xia Lian said, if General Pei still wants to find trouble with Half Moon in the future, I hope that Wind Master can lend a helping hand. Shi Qingxian said, that's for sure. I won't let Pei Ming succeed. Where is she? Xia Lian said, I hid her in a pickle jar in Pu Chi Temple. If you have time, please take her out and blow on her. Xia Lian said goodbye to Wind Master and the two divine martial officials brought him to the front of Xian Lu Palace. They respectfully said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, please. Xia Lian nodded and said, thank you. He lifted his foot and stepped in, closing the door behind him. Xia Lian looked around. Sure enough, not only the appearance, but even the facilities inside the hall were exactly the same as his previous Xian Lu Palace. The last time he passed by this place, he didn't come in. He didn't expect that the first time he came in, he would be grounded. This wasn't a good omen. These past few days of ups and downs had made him very tired. Xia Lian fell asleep. In his dreams, he dreamed of many things. He seemed to be meditating with his eyes closed. When he opened his eyes, he found himself sitting upright in front of a desk. His black robe was layered on the ground, and his face seemed to be wearing an ice, cold and heavy mask. Looking down, a youngster lying on the desk came into view. That youngster was 14 or 15 years old. His clothes were luxurious, and his body was full of vitality. He was sleeping soundly. He shook his head and walked over. Slightly bending over, he knocked on the desk with his knuckles and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince. He didn't know if it was because of the layer of ice-cold mask, but even his voice was a bit colder. That youngster finally woke up. When he raised his eyes and saw him, he was so frightened that he jumped up and sat up straight. Your Highness the State Preceptor. He said, You fell asleep again. As punishment, copy the Tao Te Ching 10 times. The Crown Prince was shocked. No need, Master. How about you punish me by running 10 laps around the Imperial City? He said, 20 times. Copy it now. Write your words well. The Crown Prince seemed to be a little afraid of him. He sat up obediently and began to copy. He then sat back down and continued to meditate quietly. In fact, everyone in the Imperial Palace was a little afraid of him. This was caused by the sense of alienation and oppression that he deliberately created. But perhaps because this Crown Prince was too young, his reverence for him didn't last long. After copying for a while, he said again, Master. He put down the book and said, What? The Crown Prince said, I've learned the sword techniques that you taught me last time. Is it time to teach me new sword techniques? He said, Yes. What do you want to learn? The Crown Prince said, I want to learn the move that you used to save me. He thought for a while and said, That move? No need. The Crown Prince said, Why? He said, That move isn't practical. At least, it isn't suitable for you. The Crown Prince didn't understand. Isn't it very useful? One sword to reduce the strength of two swords. You used that move to save me. It was normal that the Crown Prince didn't understand. He said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, let me ask you a question. Ask. He said, in the past, there were two people who were so hungry that their eyes were bloodshot. They wanted to steal each other's food, so they fought each other. At this time, a third person came. He wanted the two of them to stop fighting. Do you think it's useful to persuade them at this time? It's useless. They want food, right? Yes. Because the root of the problem hasn't been solved, no one will listen to your persuasion. So, if the third person wants them to stop fighting, there's only one way, and that is to give them what they want. Open your pockets and give them your own food. The Crown Prince seemed to understand. He said, the principle is the same. You have to know that once the sword is drawn, someone will definitely be injured. Once the power is released, something must take it. So, you said that I reduced the strength of the two swords. It's wrong. I didn't reduce it, I just took their attack. It's a very stupid move to stop a fight and take the injury. If there's no other choice, I won't use it. You're the Crown Prince, there's no need to learn that. The Crown Prince continued to copy the scripture, but after a while, he was still thinking. He said, Do you have any other questions? After hesitating for a moment, the Crown Prince said, A little. Master, if the third person doesn't have enough food, what should we do? The Crown Prince said, If the two of them have food, but want more, and because of greed, they fight even more fiercely, asking for food from him, what should we do? He said, What do you think? The Crown Prince thought for a moment and said, I don't know. Maybe, we shouldn't have interfered from the beginning. The main hall was golden. Everything was golden, but at this moment, it had turned red. Every golden banquet table had a person lying on it. A sword slit the throat, and it was a miserable death. His hand holding the sword couldn't help but tremble. The handsome monarch was covered in blood, his eyes were bright red, and he was in pain and hatred. On his legs was the Empress's corpse. He held the sword and walked over step by step. The monarch raised his head and saw him. He was shocked, Imperial Preceptor. You. He thrust his sword forward in a merciless manner. At the same time, he sensed something and suddenly turned his head. The young Crown Prince was standing in the middle of the guards' corpses at the door. The young boy's eyes were blank, as if he was doubting whether what he saw was reality or a dream. He took a step forward and almost tripped on the doorstep. He was in a daze. He pulled out the sword, and blood splattered on his black clothes. The Crown Prince didn't trip on the doorstep, but he tripped on the corpses on the ground. He threw himself on the monarch and was finally able to call out, Father. Mother. But the monarch couldn't speak anymore. The Crown Prince couldn't wake him up. He suddenly raised his head and rushed over, his eyes wide open, Master. What are you doing? What did you do? Imperial Preceptor. After a long time, he finally heard his own dull voice. You deserve it. Xiao Lian didn't sleep well and woke up with a roll. He rubbed his eyes drowsily and found that he didn't sleep for long. Moreover, he had a bad dream. Fortunately, something in his chest woke him up. After sitting for a while, he took out something from his chest and opened his hand. There were 2 dice in his palm. They were the 2 he brought out from the blissful workshop. A fiery red image appeared in his mind. The image was blurry, but a figure in red was very clear, staring at him in the sea of fire. Xiao Lian sighed and thought, I don't know how much of San Lang's blissful workshop is left. If I get demoted again this time, I don't know if I can afford it even if I sell everything I have. It'll be decades or centuries. At worst, I'll just lose my life to him. After looking at them for a while, Xiao Yan put his palms together and shook the 2 dice in his hands for a while before throwing them on the ground. The dice rolled a few times, and then came to a stop. As expected, the luck that Hua Cheng lent him had been used up. This time, he wanted to roll another 2 sixes, but when the die landed, it turned out to be 2 ones. Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. He stopped moving and put away the smile on his face along with the 2 dice. The footsteps weren't Jun Wu's. Jun Wu's footsteps were steady and unhurried. Although Hua Cheng's footsteps were a bit careless and sloppy, the aura of confidence in these 2 people's footsteps was completely the same. The sound of these footsteps was a bit light. Xiao Yan turned around and was startled. "It's you." The person who came was dressed in black. His face was fair, his lips were thin, and his expression was also indifferent. He looked incomparably cold. He was clearly a martial god, but he looked like a civil official. If it wasn't Mu Qing, who else could it be? He saw Xiao Yan's surprised expression and raised his eyebrows. "Who did you think it was?" "Feng Xin." Without waiting for an answer, he lifted the hem of his black robe and stepped over the threshold. "Feng Xin. He probably won't come." Xiao Yan asked, "What are you doing here?" Mu Qing replied, "Di Jun only restricted your footsteps and didn't let His Highness Tai Hua come. He didn't say I couldn't come." He didn't answer Xiao Yan's question. If he didn't answer, then he didn't answer. Originally, Xiao Yan wasn't curious, so he didn't pursue the matter. Mu Qing looked around this brand new Xian Lo palace before his gaze fell on Xiao Yan. After sizing him up for a moment, he suddenly tossed something to him. A cyan shadow flashed through the air. Xiao Yan caught it with his left hand. When he grasped it, he saw that it was actually a small celadone bottle. It was a medicine bottle. Mu Qing indifferently said, "Your right hand is always dripping with blood. It looks pretty ugly." Xiao Yan held the medicine bottle without moving. Instead, he looked at him. Ever since he ascended for the 3rd time, Mu Qing's treatment towards him could only be described with one word: sarcastic. It was as if he was waiting for Xiao Yan to be kicked down for the 3rd time so that he could make sarcastic remarks. However, at this moment, when Xiao Yan was really about to be kicked down for the 3rd time, Mu Qing suddenly became amiable and even specially gave him medicine. This sudden change in attitude made Xiao Yan feel unaccustomed. Seeing that Xiao Yan didn't move, Mu Qing faintly smiled and said, "If you want to use it, then don't use it. In any case, no one will give it to you anymore." This smile wasn't a fake one. Xiao Yan could see that Mu Qing was in a really good mood at this moment. Although Xiao Yan didn't feel any pain in his right hand, there was no need to keep it injured like this. Jun Wu had previously patted his right hand as an emergency treatment, so it was better to have medicine. Thus, he opened the small celadone bottle and absent-mindedly poured the medicine onto his right arm. What poured out of the bottle wasn't medicinal powder or pills, but a burst of light cyan smoke. This smoke slowly flowed and wrapped around his right arm. The smell was fragrant and cool. It was really a good thing. Mu Qing suddenly asked, "Is what Lang Qinqiu said true? Did you really kill the royal family of Yong'an country?" Xiao Yan looked up at him. Even though Mu Qing had been very patient, Xiao Yan could still see a trace of uncontrollable excitement in the depths of his eyes. He seemed to be very interested in the details of Xiao Yan's bloodbath at the gilded banquet. He asked again, "How did you kill them?" At this time, heavy footsteps came from behind them. The 2 of them turned their heads. This time, the visitor was unexpectedly Feng Xin. As soon as he entered, he saw Mu Qing standing in the main hall with a smile on his face beside Xiao Yan. He frowned and vigilantly asked, "What are you doing here?" Xiao Yan raised the small celadone bottle in his hand. Mu Qing restrained his smile. He had just told Xiao Yan that Feng Xian wouldn't come, but Feng Xian had come immediately. Of course it wasn't funny. He said, "This isn't your hall. If you can come, why can't I?" Feng Xian ignored him and turned to Xiao Yan. Before he could open his mouth, Xiao Yan said, "If the two of you are here to ask the same question, then I will answer both. There's no need to doubt me. Everything I said in the Divine Martial Hall today was not false." Feng Xian's face paled slightly. Mu Qin couldn't bear to see him like this. He said, "All right, keep it to yourself. Now that things have come to this, who are you putting on such a pained face for?" Feng Xian's sharp gaze swept over him. He said, "I'm not putting on a show for you. Get out." Mu Qin said, "You have the qualifications to tell me to get out. You talk about how loyal you are, but how many years have you endured? Didn't you still run away by yourself?" The veins on Feng Xian's forehead bulged. Xiao Yan had a premonition that the conversation was developing in a bad direction. He raised his hand and said, "Stop. Stop." How could Mu Qin have the temperament to stop? He sneered and said, "If word gets out, everyone will say that you're a righteous person who can't bear to see your old master degenerate. You just have to find a nice-sounding excuse to whitewash it. To put it bluntly, aren't you just unwilling to waste your time with a cripple?" Feng Xian swung his fist and said, "What the hell do you know?" With a bang, Mu Qin's fist landed squarely on his face. He was a standard pretty boy. After being greeted by such a thunderous punch, it was as if a persimmon had been smashed in his face. Blood flowed profusely. However, he was very strong-willed. He didn't even grunt. Without another word, he also returned a punch. After the two of them ascended, they both had their own talismans and weapons. However, when they were angered, they had to fight each other with their fists and legs. Feng Xian and Mu Qin's martial prowess was on par 800 years ago. Even after 800 years, they were still evenly matched. Every punch landed on flesh, creating a cacophony of sounds. Feng Xian said angrily, "Do you think everyone doesn't know about your filthy thoughts? You can't wait for him to do bad things, and you'll be happy." Mu Qin said, "I know you've always looked down on me. I'm dying of laughter. Look at yourself. What right do you have to look down on me?" The pot calling the kettle black. Lang Qinxiu and Xiao Yan hadn't started fighting yet, but Feng Xian and Mu Qin had already started fighting. The two of them had accumulated grievances for a long time. They fought each other, cursing each other. They didn't even listen to each other's curses, so who would listen to Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan still remembered that when the three of them were young, Mu Qin spoke softly and didn't even yell at anyone. If Feng Xian wanted to hit someone, it would be Xiao Yan who told him to. He would hit when he told him to. Now, it was no longer the case. Xiao Yan dragged his arm and rushed to the door. He wanted to call a few heavenly officials to stop the fight. Unexpectedly, before he could step out of the main hall, he heard a loud bang in front of him. Feng Xian and Mu Qin were also startled by this loud bang. They both stopped fighting and focused their attention in the direction of the sound. The main door of the Celestial Music Palace had been kicked open. Outside the main door wasn't the wide and open divine martial street of the celestial capital. Instead, it was a stretch of deathly darkness. Chapter 47. Silver light flashed chaotically. Without time to think, Xiao Yan's first reaction was to use his hand to block. Wuxia was wrapped around his wrist. In a critical situation, it would automatically face the attack. However, those silver butterflies didn't attack him at all. Instead, they went around him. They pounced towards the two people who were wrestling behind him. Feng Xian and Mu Qin had already suffered greatly from these dead spirit butterflies. They knew how powerful they were. How could they be careless? Almost instantly, they raised their hands and shouted, shield, open. Tens of thousands of silver butterflies pounced towards them. They flapped their wings like a gust of wind. In front of the two of them, they were blocked by an invisible wall. Like a torrential rain, they hit each other. An intense white light appeared. It was as if sparks were shooting everywhere. As it turned out, they had opened up two magic shields in front of them. However, even if these dead spirit butterflies were blocked by the magic shields, they were unstoppable and endless. Like moths flying into a flame, they were crazy to the extreme. Even if they opened their magic shields, the two of them were faintly pushed back by this rain of butterflies. A moment of carelessness gave them the upper hand. If they didn't open their shields, the dead spirit butterflies would get close. If they opened their shields, they wouldn't be able to take out their weapons. Feng Xian and Mu Qing both secretly complained. They clenched their teeth and endured. Feng Xian glanced at Xia Lian standing in front with his head lowered. He immediately shouted, "Your Highness, be careful. Don't stand there. Quickly go behind the shields." Unexpectedly, when Xia Lian turned around, he was completely unharmed. He frowned and said, "Ah." The two of them stared at him. They almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. They saw Xia Lian holding a dead spirit butterfly in his palm. His expression was still a bit confused. Just now, when that violent gust of butterfly wind blew past, one of them flew especially slowly. It couldn't keep up with the large group and floated a few times in front of Xia Lian. Xia Lian saw that it seemed to be working extra hard. He kept feeling that this small silver butterfly would soon be unable to fly anymore. Thus, he couldn't help but reach out his palm and support it. The silver butterfly danced merrily on his palm and did not want to leave. Seeing this, the veins on Feng Xian's forehead bulged. He said, "Don't touch that thing with your hands." At this moment, Xia Lian's wrist suddenly tightened. Unexpectedly, someone had grabbed him and forcefully pulled. His entire body was pulled into the darkness behind the door. However, although he was in the dark, he did not feel the slightest bit uneasy or vigilant. This darkness seemed to be a layer of gentle armor. Not only was there no danger, but it also inexplicably made people feel at ease. Although the person behind the darkness had yet to appear, the silver butterfly had already arrived. How could he not know who it was? Mu Qing said in disbelief, "How dare you? You actually dare to come to the immortal capital and cause trouble. You're too arrogant." A voice laughed and said, "Likewise, isn't your heavenly court quite arrogant in my territory as well?" Even though Xia Lian had already guessed who the person who had grabbed him was, he was still shocked when he heard this familiar voice. Immediately after, Feng Xian heard, "Hua Cheng, the celestial emperor is in the celestial capital. Put him down." Hua Cheng scoffed, "That depends on whether you have the ability or not." As soon as he finished speaking, the door slammed shut. Xia Lian felt Hua Cheng's hand gripping tightly onto him as he brought him along. His surroundings were pitch black, and he could only hear the tinkling of the silver chains on the black boots. The ground beneath his feet was uneven. Indeed, this wasn't the broad and bright main street of the immortal capital. Instead, it was a desolate valley. Hua Cheng must have used thousandly shrinking to connect the main gate of Xian Lu Palace to this valley. However, it wasn't an easy task to connect a place in the immortal capital to another place using thousandly shrinking. At the very least, it was impossible for non-heavenly realm heavenly officials to do it. How did he do it? Xia Lian was about to speak when he suddenly heard a loud shout explode beside his ear, "Your Highness! Where are you?" This angry shout came from Feng Xian. Although the voice was beside his ear, the person wasn't in front of him. This shout came from within the spirit communication array. Xia Lian's eardrums began to ache from his shout. Many heavenly officials were also blasted out. Trembling with fear, they asked, "What's wrong, General Nan Yang? Did something happen?" Mu Qing also entered the spirit communication array and said, "Something happened. Where is Ling Wen? Quickly report to the Celestial Emperor that Xiao Yan has escaped." He usually spoke in a gentle and refined manner, but at this moment, there was a trace of fluster and exasperation in his voice. Ling Wen said, "What? I'm going to Xianlu Palace to take a look." A heavenly official said in shock, "Third. His Highness the Crown Prince escaped. Wasn't he grounded in Xianlu Palace?" Shiqing Xian also entered the spirit communication array and said, "Just now, I clearly saw a large group of little martial gods from the central celestial court watching outside Xianlu Palace. One can only enter but not leave, so how could he have escaped?" Feng Xian said again, "He didn't escape, he was kidnapped by someone." "Your Highness, can you still hear what we're saying? Where are you right now?" When they heard that he was kidnapped, everyone was even more shocked. This is the immortal capital, who is so arrogant. For a moment, everyone wanted to speak loudly, and everyone wanted an answer. The matter between Imperial Preceptor Feng Xian and Lang Qianxiu hadn't been cleared up yet. Lang Qianxiu had grounded Xiao Yan's feet, yet he was gone. Wasn't this creating more trouble for no reason and stirring up more gossip? No matter what, they had to quickly find him before anything else. Hence, Ling Wen went to check out the situation and check Xiao Yan's current location. Feng Xian and Mu Qing shouted loudly inside the array, looking for martial god officials who could free themselves to come out and chase after him. Shiqing Xian scattered a few more waves of merit. Inside the spirit communication array, everyone was in a mess, and everyone was talking at once. It was so chaotic that Xiao Yan couldn't get involved at all. He took a deep breath and was about to shout to ask everyone to calm down when Hua Cheng suddenly turned around and stretched out 2 fingers. That ice-cold finger gently placed on his temple. Hua Cheng laughed and said, "Long time no see, how are you, everyone?" His 2 fingers gently touched, and through Xiao Yan, he touched the spirit communication array of the celestial court. This calm and composed sentence was not only heard by Xiao Yan beside him, but also by all the heavenly officials in the celestial court spirit communication array. After they heard it, they instantly fell into a deathly silence. In everyone's heart, there was a silent roar. No wonder he was so arrogant, I was wondering who it was, so it was this person. Hua Qing said again, "I don't know if you guys missed me, but I didn't miss you guys at all." There were indeed many heavenly officials in the heaven realm who secretly missed him every day, but when they heard him say that he didn't miss them, they all silently chanted the heavenly official's blessing, thank you, please don't miss us in the future." At this time, Hua Cheng laughed and said, "However, I've been very free lately. If there's someone who's also very free and wants to exchange pointers with me, I'll welcome that person." In this situation, the meaning of his words couldn't be more obvious. If any of you have the guts to chase after me, I'll go find this person next time and challenge him. If they accepted this challenge, they would lose without a doubt. If they didn't accept, they would lose all face. Wasn't this an undisguised threat? Just now, when they heard that Xiao Yan actually ran away or was kidnapped, the spirit communication array was practically boiling. After all, it was a rare occurrence, so everyone was extremely concerned. There were even a few martial god officials who had taken the initiative to respond and were prepared to join in the chase. In the end, after Hua Cheng said those 3 sentences, he instantly disappeared. If Jun Wu had sent down an order to send someone to chase after him, then there was nothing they could do. But right now, the matter had just happened, and it was a mess. Naturally, no one wanted to get involved. No one wanted to be remembered by Hua Cheng. Thus, while pretending that they weren't there, they pricked up their ears and paid close attention to the development of the situation. At the same time, their hearts were in constant turmoil. This blood rain Tanhua was too unscrupulous. He actually came to the heavenly court to kidnap someone, and the person he kidnapped was the laughingstock of the 3 realms. Was there some deep hatred or something? The other side fell into silence. Only Feng Xian's angry shouts could be heard. On this side, Hua Cheng removed those 2 fingers and said to Xiao Yan, "Ignore them." Xiao Yan blurted out, "San Lang." However, Hua Cheng let go of his hand and said, "This place isn't far from the immortal capital. Let's go quickly." His voice was low, and no emotion could be heard. His action of letting go of Xiao Yan's wrist was extremely fast, almost as if he had flung it away. Xiao Yan suddenly remembered the first time they met. When he tried to touch him, his hand was flung away. He was stunned on the spot. He originally wanted to ask Hua Cheng why he suddenly appeared. Although he didn't think about it in detail, he had a vague feeling that maybe Hua Cheng was here to save him. So when he shouted, "San Lang," just now, he felt a little happy. However, when Hua Cheng flung his hand away, Xiao Yan suddenly reacted. Why did he feel that Hua Cheng was here to save him? Let's not talk about whether or not Hua Cheng would pay close attention to his movements. He had just recently burned down the blissful workshop and escaped from the ghost city. Wasn't it more likely that Hua Cheng would come to hold him accountable and demand a debt? It was true that the Geomaster went undercover in the ghost realm and was captured by Hua Cheng, imprisoned and interrogated. However, in this matter, the person who went undercover was in the wrong. As for Hua Cheng, he snuck into the ghost city, dug 3 feet deep into the extreme happiness workshop, and even set the place on fire. Although in the end, most of the extreme happiness workshop was set on fire because Shi Qingxian brought wind and added fuel to the fire, he was still the one who started the fire in the armory. Otherwise, others might not even think of starting the fire. No matter what, he still had to bear the main responsibility. The 2 of them walked, one in front and one behind. The more Xiao Yan thought about it, the more apologetic he felt. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. He couldn't help but say, "San Lang, I'm sorry." However, Hua Cheng suddenly stopped in his tracks and said, "Why are you saying you're sorry?" Xiao Yan also paused and said, "I originally went to the ghost city to investigate the disappearance of the Geomaster. I didn't tell you the truth before. You treated me with great hospitality, but I burned down your extreme happiness workshop. I really feel very apologetic in my heart." Hua Cheng didn't say anything. Xiao Yan also knew that his "very apologetic" really didn't have much weight, so he felt even more ashamed. He coughed lightly and said, "However, I reckon that I'll be demoted soon. After I come down, I'll definitely think of a way to apologize and see how I can." However, Hua Cheng said, "Why do you want to apologize to me?" His tone was a bit stiff, as if he couldn't bear to listen anymore. He suddenly turned around and said, "Did you forget that I injured your arm with my knife? I was the one who injured you, not you who injured me. Why do you want to apologize to me?" Xiao Yan didn't feel any pain in his right hand at all. Now, he had almost completely forgotten that his hand had been injured. He stared blankly for a while before he remembered and said, "You said my right hand?" "My right hand is fine, it will heal very soon. Furthermore, it was me who went up to face the attack that caused it to become like this. I can't blame you in the first place, right?" Hua Cheng fixed his gaze on him, the light in his left eye was unusually bright. And Xiao Yan suddenly felt that he seemed to be trembling. After a while, he discovered that it wasn't Hua Cheng who was trembling, but the curved blade misfortune at Hua Cheng's waist was trembling. Chapter 48. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but stretch out his hand. He wanted to touch it and said, "What's wrong?" However, Hua Cheng turned his body slightly and avoided his hand. He even slapped the hilt of the saber fiercely and said, "Nothing. Ignore it." The blade of curse, the scimitar that caused the immortals and gods to tremble in fear, was hit by his palm. It trembled even more. At this moment, Xiao Yan heard Feng Xian say in the spirit communication array, "Why can Hua Cheng use the 1,000 miles shrink in the immortal capital? How can this door be opened?" Shi Qingxian said, "General Nanyang. Me, me. I roughly know how to open it. Previously, when I was on official business with the Crown Prince, I suffered a lot from Hua Cheng's trick. First, take 2 dice and throw them at the door. Open the door again and try. Xia Lian remembered. Just now, didn't he accidentally throw 2 dice in the main hall for fun? The sorry state of him and Shi Qingxian running for their lives in front of the Earth Dragon Cave and the savage spirit was still vivid in his mind. If they really opened the door. He did not know how many dangers they would encounter. He hurriedly said, "Wait. Don't. Be careful." However, his voice did not enter the spirit communication array. It was probably because he did not have time to replenish his magic power in time in the immortal capital. Now, his magic power was exhausted. He could only listen and not say anything. And even if he could say it, it was probably too late. Feng Xian seemed to have done as Shi Qingxian said without saying a word. How did he know? Because in the next moment, Feng Xian broke through in the spirit communication array and started cursing. When he was agitated, he would curse. When he cursed, it was especially unpleasant to hear. In order to clear his ears, he would not repeat it here. All the priests were paying close attention to this matter. They hurriedly asked, "General, what's wrong?" Mu Qing's voice was heard. He was also extremely stunned. What is this place? It seemed that he had also entered the door with Feng Xian. Shi Qingxian said, "Be careful. The number of points you throw is different, so the place you go to is different." How many did you throw? Mu Qing said, "He threw 4. From Feng Xian's curses, Xia Lian could sense a trace of panic and fear that was difficult to detect. He was worried that they had encountered an extremely dangerous situation. His voice couldn't pass through the spirit communication array, but he remembered that the master of this spell was right in front of him. He couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly asked, "San Lang, what did you see when you opened the door after rolling 4? Hua Cheng replied, "Random. Whichever place the dice player thinks is the scariest will open the door and lead you to that place." Just as he finished speaking, he heard Mu Qing say coldly, "Who asked you to rush to throw it? Throw out a female bath. Let me do it." When he heard female bath, Xia Lian covered his face. Feng Xian was used to keeping a respectful distance from women. The mere mention of them was like a scourge or a ferocious beast. To him, the women's bathing hall was indeed the most terrifying place in the world. It was more unfathomable than any tiger's den or dragon's pool. Hearing that Mu Qing had successfully snatched the dice, Xia Lian let out a sigh of relief. However, not even a moment later, the two of them once again angrily shouted. Shi Qingxian broke down and said, "Generals, what did you see this time?" However, there was no response from the other side. Only a strange gudong sound could be heard, as if the two of them had sunk into the water. Everyone held their breaths in rapt attention. After a long time, Feng Xian suddenly spat out a few mouthfuls, as if he had broken through the water's surface and was spitting something out. He loudly shouted, "Black marsh giant crocodiles." It turned out that the two of them had just escaped from the steaming hot women's bathing hall when Mu Qing threw the dice and stepped into the maze of swamps. In an instant, the swamp was up to their waists. After they managed to rush out, they were surrounded by dozens of incomparably long crocodile spirits. These crocodile spirits were more than 4 meters long. They ate humans all year round and had already grown human hands and legs. When they moved, the scene was suffocating, making the two of them feel extremely disgusted. Half of their bodies were stuck in the swamp, and their bodies were covered in black mud as they madly attacked the crocodiles. Feng Xian couldn't bear it anymore and said, "Let me do it. Give me the dice." "You didn't throw it right either." However, Mu Qing was never willing to admit defeat. He blasted out a ray of white light and said, "Crocodiles are good. How can crocodiles be as indecent as the women's bathing hall? Who knows what else you will throw? Give it to me. Feng Xian said angrily, damn it, didn't I already give it to you just now? Where are the dice? The two of them had completely forgotten that their consciousness was still connected to the spirit communication formation. They both despised each other for having bad luck and started to fight each other again. Who knew where they had thrown the dice? The god officials listened to them scolding each other in the spirit communication formation. They didn't mind the commotion getting bigger. Splendid, splendid, too splendid. The two generals finally shed all pretenses of cordiality and couldn't hold back their laughter anymore. Some of them even started to pound on their thrones in their own shrines, wishing that they could personally come to the scene and cheer. Although Feng Xian and Mu Qing's luck didn't seem to be too good, they were both respected martial gods. At most, these wild monsters would only give them a bit of trouble, making it impossible for them to chase after them. Thus, they couldn't be considered a major crisis. Xiao Yan could only hope that they would give up sooner and be free from this predicament. At the same time, he was slightly glad that he had thrown the dice just now. He hadn't thrown any monsters, and he had thrown them out of Hua Cheng's sight. As he walked, he said, I threw a 2 on the dice just now. Does that mean that as long as I throw 2, I will be able to see you? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately realized that this question sounded a bit strange. It sounded as if he really wanted to see Hua Cheng, which made him feel slightly uncomfortable. However, Hua Cheng said, no. Xiao Yan felt a bit embarrassed. Scratching his cheek, he said, oh, so it wasn't. Then I made a mistake. Hua Cheng walked in front of him and said, if you want to see me, no matter how many dice you throw, you will still be able to see me. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's throat moved. He even forgot what he wanted to say. He didn't have the time to carefully ponder over the meaning of these words when he suddenly heard a deep voice from within the spirit communication array, I'll do it. After this person said this, not long after, a dazzling white light streaked across the horizon. An earth-shattering sound of metal and stone cracking rang out. Hua Cheng and Xiao Yan's path forward was blocked. When that white light gradually cooled down and faded away, Xiao Yan finally saw clearly that the thing that had flown in from beyond the heavens and blocked in front of them was a sword. This sword was slender and slender. It was inserted into the ground at an angle, and the body of the sword was still trembling. The sword looked as if it had been forged from black jade. It was deep and awe-inspiring, and its surface was as smooth as a mirror. If someone were to approach it, they would be able to clearly see their own reflection on the blade of the sword. Only at the heart of the sword was a thin silvery white line that ran through most of the sword's body. The name of this sword was Maiden Heart. A figure landed in front of this sword and said, this is your sword. After the death of the state preceptor Maiden Heart, her sword was kept by the crown prince of Yong'an country. The one who had thrown out this Maiden Heart sword and blocked their path was Lang Qianqiu. It looked like Feng Xian and Mu Qing had failed, but Lang Qianqiu had successfully rolled the correct number. He really didn't know whether this was his fortune or Xiao Yan's misfortune. The only thing that could be said was that although both of them were crown princes, Lang Qianqiu's luck had always been much better than Xiao Yan's. Hua Cheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression did not change, but his body moved slightly. The moment he moved, Xiao Yan immediately raised his hand to stop him. In a low voice, he said, let me. In the middle of the valley, Lang Qianqiu blocked the way, dragging his heavy sword as he said, I only want to fight you with all my strength. No matter what the result is, even if I kill you, I don't need you to repay anything. I don't need you to ask the emperor for a demotion. My swordsmanship was taught by you, so you might be able to defeat me. Why aren't you willing to fight me? Even without Lang Qianqiu saying it, Xiao Yan knew that he would naturally do his best. However, if he went all out, Xiao Yan would have no choice but to face him seriously. Xiao Yan didn't want to see any result like this. However, if Lang Qianqiu didn't fight him, he definitely wouldn't give up. After a long time, Xiaolian slowly nodded and said, "Fine." He walked a few steps and arrived in front of the sword. Pulling it out of the rubble, he softly said, "You asked for this." After several hundred years, the maiden's heart had finally returned to its master's hands. It let out a low hum on Xiaolian's hand. Not far away, Hua Cheng's eyes were also stimulated by the incessant hum of the sword. With the long sword in his hand, Xiaolian waved it, the tip of the sword slanting towards the ground. He coldly said, "No matter what the result of this battle is, don't regret it." Lang Qianqiu loudly said, "I definitely won't regret it." His scalp felt like it was about to explode. With both hands gripping the hilt of the heavy sword, he focused all his attention and held his breath. His gaze tightly locked onto the black jade-like edge of the maiden's heart. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Xiaolian shook the blade of the sword and rushed forward like an arrow. Lang Qianqiu's gaze sharpened. Just as he was about to face the attack, his four limbs suddenly stiffened. It was as if he had been tied up by something and fell heavily to the ground. When he looked down, he discovered that he really had been tied up. He didn't know when, but a snow-white piece of silk had already coiled around his body countless times like a poisonous snake. Lang Qianqiu had been taught swordsmanship by the state preceptor since he was young, so he held a deep reverence for the state preceptor. Even when blood flowed like a river during the gilded banquet, this reverence hadn't diminished in the slightest. Therefore, when Xiaolian gripped his sword, Lang Qianqiu had wholeheartedly focused on all of his opponent's movements. He didn't notice that there was actually a piece of white silk that had long since sneakily circled around behind him. Taking advantage of the moment he used all his strength to face the attack, it suddenly launched a sneak attack. How could there be such a shameful thing? Seeing Wuxia succeed, Xiaolian's tense expression and mood relaxed in an instant. He immediately threw away his maiden's heart and let out a long sigh of relief. In his heart, he thought, that was dangerous, that was really dangerous. Lang Qianqiu lay on the ground and struggled endlessly. Who would have thought that this white silk was extremely evil? The more he struggled, the tighter it became. He angrily said, "State preceptor, what are you doing? Quickly release me, we will fight to the death." Xiaolian wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Just a moment ago, we were fighting to the death. Right now, what's wrapped around your body is one of my transcendent artifacts. You have already lost." Lang Qianqiu said, "How can this be counted? When I said to fight to the death, it was obviously to use a sword to fight to the death. If you're a man, then use a sword. What's the point of using white silk to mount a sneak attack? How despicable." He truly felt that the sword was the ancestor of all weapons, so he didn't think too much about it. However, it sounded like he was discriminating against male heavenly officials who used white silk as a transcendent artifact. However, let alone scolding Xiaolian for not being a man, he had already worn women's clothing. Every time he opened his mouth, he would say that he was impotent, so why would he care about this? Xiaolian squatted down beside him and said, "This is because you didn't think things through in advance. You didn't say that you had to use a sword, so you let me take advantage of a loophole. Who are you going to complain to?" Pausing for a moment, he earnestly said, "Yes, I launched a sneak attack. So what if it was a sneak attack? I succeeded. Yes, I'm despicable. So what if I'm despicable? I won. If your opponent wasn't me, but someone else, you would already be dead by now." Standing not far away from the two of them, watching silently laughed. He crossed his arms and looked elsewhere. On the other hand, Lang Qianqiu was stunned. When this person was still the state preceptor of Yong'an Kingdom, his teachings had always been about being open and aboveboard, advancing courageously, and going all out. He never would have thought that one day, he would actually hear from his former teacher, "Yes, I launched a sneak attack. So what if it was a sneak attack? I succeeded. Yes, I'm despicable. So what if I'm despicable? I won." Chapter 49. Seeing that he was about to leave, Lang Qianxiu immediately said, "Stop right there." Xiao Yan really did stop. Lang Qianxiu gritted his teeth. "You have to give me an explanation." Xiao Yan asked, "What explanation do you want?" Lang Qianxiu said, "The gratitude and grudges of the previous generation, the hatred of the country and the enmity of the family. You hate Yong, and it's not that I can't understand. But..." He choked for a long time before he could speak again. His voice trembled as he said, "But the state preceptor. My father and mother, the empress and I, to the remnant citizens of Xianlu country. Isn't it good? I am good friends with many people from Xianlu. I did everything I could to protect them." Everything he said was true. After the destruction of Xianlu, many of the remnant citizens of the old country had never forgotten their identity. Even if Yong'an established a country and began to rule, this group of people and their descendants still called themselves the people of Xianlu. They often clashed with the citizens of Xian dynasty. The first few generations of the Eternal Peace royal family used strong policies to suppress them, brutally killing many of the Xianlu survivors who resisted stubbornly. On the other hand, there were also many Xianlu players who formed alliances. He planned to assassinate the nobles of Yangon city and succeeded several times. Just like that, the enmity grew deeper and deeper. But when it came to Lang Qianxiu and his parents' generation, they adopted a completely different and gentle attitude towards the remnant citizens of the previous dynasty. They had always strived to integrate the citizens of the new dynasty and the remnant citizens of the old dynasty. They had even considered making a descendant of the Xianlu imperial family a king, something as absurd as that. All of this was to show their sincerity and treat them with courtesy. Lang Qianxiu himself had never been prejudiced against the people of Xianlu because of the hatred of his predecessors. Back then, Grand Preceptor Fang Xian was extremely mysterious. She had never revealed her identity, so no one knew which side the murderer of the gilded banquet belonged to. However, the enmity between Yong'an and Xianlu was too deep. Regardless of which side was in trouble, they would firmly believe that the other side was the mastermind behind the scenes. The Yong'an royal family and the courtiers who had luckily escaped this calamity all believed that the power of Xianli's remnant citizens was manipulating this matter from behind the scenes. Thus, there were many people who proposed using this as a reason to completely wipe out the remnant citizens of Xianlu in Yong'an country. However, all these suggestions were vetoed by Lang Qianxiu. His determination had protected the lives of countless innocent Xianlu citizens, preventing them from suffering an unexpected calamity and being inexplicably massacred. However, now that he thought about it, he felt wronged because he had done well in the past. It wasn't that he didn't think it was worth it, but that he felt wronged. Doing the right thing would never be worth it. However, it was clear that one had shown kindness, but did not receive the corresponding kindness from others. It was inevitable that one would feel wronged. Lang Qianxiu's eyes were red as he questioned, "Imperial tutor, where did I not do well enough? What did my parents do wrong? Why must you treat me like this?" The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became. Under Wuxia's restraint, he struggled to raise his upper body and said, "Don't you think you should give us an explanation?" Xiao Yan said, "I can't give it to you." His answer was very straightforward, causing Lang Qianxiu to choke back his anger. "Imperial Preceptor, you've changed a lot. You weren't like this before." Xiao Yan's knuckles rubbed the tip of his eyebrows as he said, "I remember telling you a long time ago that you shouldn't arbitrarily erect a sacred and inviolable monument in your heart. I'm not who you think I am. In the end, you're the one who will be disappointed." Lang Qianxiu lay back on the ground and muttered. "The you of the past and the you now, which is the real you? I don't know anymore." Xiao Yan said, "It's all me. However, in the past, you were only 17 years old. Now that you've grown up, the things I've taught you are naturally different." Lang Qianxiu shut his mouth. Suddenly, he said, Is it because your 17 years old was a hurdle, so you want to turn my 17 years old into a hurdle as well? Xiao Lian didn't say anything. Seeing that he didn't answer, Lang Qianqiu's anger bubbled up. Holding his breath, he roared, "If that's what you have in mind, then I won't go along with your wishes." Hearing this, Xiao Lian's eyes slightly widened. Lang Qianqiu couldn't stand up, but his eyes were bright like stars. His voice was sonorous, as if there were white flames burning in his eyes. He seemed to be acting out of spite, but also like he was declaring war. In a stern voice, he said, "If you want me to be like you and become filled with resentment, then I won't. If you want me to be like you and abandon myself to despair, then I definitely won't. Definitely not. No matter how you treat me. I definitely won't become like you." These bold and visionary words caused Xiao Lian's entire person to be dumbfounded. After a long while, he finally let out a snort and laughed out loud. Lang Qianqiu's eyes were brimming with hot tears. Filled with hot blood, he was roaring at the top of his lungs, but this laughter had pierced through him. Immediately, he felt a burst of shock and anger. On the other hand, Xiao Lian laughed as he clapped. The more he laughed, the more unbridled he became. In a loud voice, he said, "Good." He already couldn't remember when was the last time he laughed so heartily. With great difficulty, he stopped laughing. Rubbing his eyes, he nodded and said, "Good. Remember what you've said today. You definitely won't become like me." All this time, Hua Cheng had his arms crossed as he coldly watched from the sidelines. Just as Xiao Lian finished speaking, a burst of red smoke suddenly exploded in front of him. Caught off guard by this explosion, Xiao Lian was startled. Thinking that Lang Qianqiu had used some strange move, he hastily dodged and focused his attention to guard against it. However, although this explosion was loud, it didn't seem to have any destructive power. It was just that when the smoke dispersed, the place where Lang Qianqiu was originally lying had disappeared without a trace. All that was left was a roly-poly doll that stood in its original spot, swaying left and right. This roly-poly doll's head and body were both smooth and round, like a large gourd. It had long eyebrows and black eyes, a tiger's head and tiger's brain, and a charmingly naive appearance. At this moment it was glaring angrily at Xiao Lian. On its back was a broad-bladed greatsword, and it looked extremely impressive. It was exactly the appearance of Lang Qianqiu, but it had turned into a big toy that a child couldn't bear to part with. Xiao Lian's smile disappeared and he said, "Qianqiu." Without the person tied up, Ruo Xia whizzed back around his wrist. Hua Cheng leisurely walked over and flicked the roly-poly doll. He sneered and said, "This person really looks stupid no matter what form he takes." Xiao Lian lifted the roly-poly doll up. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, This. San Lang, is this Qianqiu? How did he become like this? Don't play with him anymore. Hurry up and change him back." However, Hua Cheng said, "No need. Take him with you." Xiao Lian asked, "Go where?" At this time, the two of them had already arrived in front of a narrow cave. Hua Cheng didn't answer. He tossed out a die and it landed on Xiao Lian's palm. Lowering his head to glance at it, he took the lead and entered the cave. Turning a person into a roly-poly doll, this spell was truly very naughty. It was extremely in line with Hua Cheng's style, but it was also very difficult to dispel. In any case, Xiao Lian couldn't dispel it, and he didn't dare guarantee that the other heavenly officials would be able to dispel it. Thus, he could only take the Qianqiu roly-poly doll in his hand and chase after Hua Cheng. Suddenly, he remembered that he had tossed his heart onto the ground. He hurriedly turned back to retrieve his sword and slung it over his back. Then, he followed Hua Cheng inside. He wanted Hua Cheng to dispel the spell, but Hua Cheng declined to comment. The two of them walked in the cave for a short while. The narrow entrance of the cave grew wider and wider, and the sound of footsteps echoed throughout the spacious cave. In front of them, they could faintly hear the light of fire and singing. When Xiao Yan had been looking for the Extreme Happiness Workshop in the Ghost City, he had also heard a burst of singing. However, the singing of the eccentric girls from the Extreme Happiness Workshop was like a gentle whisper, enchanting people's hearts. However, this burst of singing was like a group of demons dancing chaotically. It was chaotic and unpleasant to listen to. The two couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask, "San Lang, what is this place?" Hua Qing softly said, "Shu." Originally, Xiao Yan's voice was already very soft when he asked the question, but when he heard this sound, he practically held his breath. Soon, he discovered why he needed to be quiet. In front of them, several balls of faint green flames floated over. When these balls of flames floated closer, he could clearly see that they were actually a few little demons dressed in green. Each of these little demons had a ball of light on top of their heads. From head to toe, they looked like big green candles. There was nowhere to hide in this cave passage, so it was a narrow path to meet. Xiao Yan turned his hand to grab the heart on his back. However, he immediately remembered that he should use Ruoxi, so he put his hand down. Unexpectedly, those few little demons only swept a glance at them and then ignored them. They continued to whisper to each other as they walked forward. It wasn't like they didn't see them. Rather, it was like they saw them, but didn't find it strange at all. Xiao Yan looked at Hua Qing. Standing beside him, where was that exceptionally handsome and charming red-clothed ghost king? It was clearly also a pale little demon with a green flame on top of his head. As it turned out, at some point, Hua Qing had already changed the two of them into fake skins. When Xiao Yan thought about how at this moment, he definitely also had a green lamp on top of his head, he couldn't help but rub his head and say, "Why bother? Why bother with such a strange appearance?" Although he didn't say it clearly, Hua Qing clearly understood what he meant. Green ghost Qi Rong. I've already said that his taste is low. All of the little demons under him have to dress up like this. He didn't expect that Hua Qing would actually bring him to Green Ghost Qi Rong's territory. In the past, when he heard Heaven Realm and Ghost Realm mention Green Ghost Qi Rong, they would always ridicule him for having low taste. Xiao Yan didn't really understand why, but now that he knew that all of the little demons under him had to dress up like this, he finally understood a little. Just listening to the sentence, "green lamp roaming in the night," there was a bit of treacherous elegance. However, if it was just this simple and crude literal meaning of "green" and "lamp" roaming in the night, then it was still a bit different from what he originally imagined. Xiao Yan asked, "Didn't you already clean out his immortal's cave a long time ago?" Hua Qing replied, "I did clean it out, but he escaped. After escaping, he spent 50 years building a new nest." Xiao Yan put Lang Qianxiu's roly-poly toy into his bosom. Looking around to make sure there was no one around, he whispered, "San Lang, did you come here to find Green Ghost? Why don't you first remove Qianxiu's spell and let him go first, then I'll accompany you." However, Hua Qing's tone didn't allow for refusal as he said, "No, you bring him along. I want Lang Qianxiu to see someone." Xiao Yan felt strange in his heart. Looking at Hua Qing's reaction, it was clear that he didn't think highly of Lang Qianxiu. Why would he specifically want him to see someone? Right now, he was stuck between a rock and a hard place, so he couldn't say much. After a while, the two of them finally walked out of the cave. Caves were dug out in all directions of this mountain. The caves were connected to the tunnels, and the tunnels were connected to the caves. At every cave entrance, there were demons and ghosts with green lamps on their heads going in and out. It was like a huge beehive of ants. If Xiao Yan walked alone, he definitely wouldn't be able to remember the way after walking for a while. However, Hua Qing acted as if he was in his own home. Without the slightest hesitation, he shuttled back and forth between the caves with extreme ease, as if he was very familiar with the route. The two of them were wearing the skin of the green flame little demon. Seeing that no one was blocking their way, Xiao Lian let out a sigh of relief. Hua Qing thought he was sighing and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Lian replied, "Nothing. I thought you would break into the mountain from the front. I didn't expect you to sneak in. I'm not too good at fighting, so I'm relieved." When he said, "not too good at fighting," he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Although fighting was good, dealing with the aftermath wasn't good. When Hua Qing heard this, he seemed to smile. Then, he said, "Last time, I broke into the mountain from the front, but Qi Rong ran away when he heard the news. This time, I want to find him personally. Naturally, I can't let him find out." Xiao Lian thought to himself, could it be that the person San Lang wants Qianqiu to see is green ghost? What's the relationship between these two? I don't know what he wants to do. In short, I'll accompany him on this trip first. Then, I'll slowly ask him to remove the curse on Qianqiu's body. Because he still remembered that he had burned down Hua Cheng's blissful square, it was inevitable that he would feel guilty. Just as he was thinking, he heard Hua Cheng speak again, "This trash can't do anything, but his vigilance is very high. The little demons can't get close to him, and it's not easy to disguise as his trusted aides. If you want to get close to him, there's only one way." At this moment, 4 little demons walked over, talking and laughing. Hua Cheng slowed down his pace, and Xiao Lian followed suit. Behind these 4 little demons in green, they were actually dragging a group of living people with ropes. In this group of living people, some were dressed in rags, while others were dressed in luxurious clothing. From the looks of it, they were all young men and women under the age of 30. There was also a child who was tightly holding onto the corner of a young man's clothes. They were probably a pair of father and son that had been captured. Both of their hands were tied, and as they walked in this devil's den, they all had frightened expressions on their faces. Hua Qing brushed past them, then turned around without leaving a trace, and followed at the back of this group. He only lightly nudged Xiao Lian with his elbow, and Xiao Lian maintained the same movement as him. When he looked at Hua Qing again, he had actually changed his appearance in an instant. This time, he was a young man with delicate features, and he was probably about the same type. This group of people made many turns, making their way through the cave. The few little demons in front of them seemed to be very satisfied with their task, and they always remembered to display their authority. They often ordered the group behind them, saying, "Behave yourselves, don't cry. Cry until your faces are full of snot and tears, and if you spoil our noble's appetite, we'll teach you what it means to live a life worse than death." Among the so-called 4 great pests in the world of spirits and souls, the other 3 had never been heard of eating humans. Only green demon Qi Rong could not bear to eat humans, so it was no wonder that he was ridiculed by his colleagues and enemies at the same time as not presentable and unable to broaden their horizons. Just now, Hua Qing said that there was only one way to get close to green demon Qi Rong without him noticing. It seemed like he had to blend in with the food ingredients. As Xiao Lian walked, he reached out to grab Hua Qing's hand. This was the first time he did so, and he felt Hua Qing stiffen, as if he wanted to pull his hand back. It wasn't that Xiao Lian didn't notice, but in this situation, he didn't have time to think too much. He tightly grasped Hua Qing's hand, and lightly wrote a word on his palm, "Save." Since he had seen it, then this group of people had to be saved. This was the action Xiao Lian wanted to take after telling him. After writing this word, Hua Qing gently closed his fingers and held his palm. A moment later, the group exited the tunnel and entered an extremely large cave. As soon as they entered the cave, a dark mass of things came into view. Xiao Lian squinted his eyes, but before he could see clearly, he felt Hua Qing grab his wrist and write a few words on the back of his hand, "Be careful of the top of your head. Don't touch." At first, Xiao Lian thought that there were a lot of rags hanging from the ceiling of the cave. Who knew that when he took a closer look, his pupils would suddenly shrink? What kind of rags were those? It was clearly a large mass of densely packed people. Their feet were facing up, and their heads were facing down as they hung in midair. A forest of hanging corpses. However, although there was a forest of hanging corpses, there wasn't a rain of blood. This was because these were all dried corpses, and they had long since stopped bleeding. The expressions of the dried corpses were extremely painful. Their mouths were wide open, and there was a layer of snow-like crystals on their faces and bodies. That was salt. In the deepest part of the cave, brightly lit, there was a huge chair, a long table, and golden cups and jade cups. The place was magnificent and majestic. It didn't seem like a deep mountain cave, but rather like a banquet hall in an imperial palace. A little distance away from the long table, there was a huge iron pot. It was big enough for dozens of people to swim in it. The red boiling water bubbled in the pot, and if anyone were to accidentally fall in, they would be scalded to a crisp in an instant. The four little ghosts herded a group of people towards the pot. When some people saw this, they were so scared that they knelt on the ground and didn't dare to get up. In the midst of beating, cursing, and pulling, Xia Lian suddenly felt Hua Cheng's arm stiffen beside him, causing him to stop in his tracks. He turned his head to look, and saw that although Hua Cheng still had the face of a handsome youth, his eyes were already burning with a monstrous fury. Although Hua Cheng was always smiling, Xia Lian was very clear that his emotions had always been hidden very well and deeply. Xia Lian had never seen his eyes reveal such violent anger. He followed Hua Cheng's line of sight, and in the next moment, his breathing seemed to stop. He saw that in front of that gorgeous huge chair, there was a person kneeling. At first glance, it was a person, but when he looked again, he knew that it was actually a stone statue that was the same size as a real person. This stone statue was extremely peculiar. It was carved into a kneeling position with its back facing him, and its head hung down in dejection. With a glance, it was a vivid portrayal of the word stray dog. It was obvious that the sole purpose of carving such a stone statue was to humiliate this person. Chapter 50. Logically speaking, people wouldn't know what their own back looked like. However, Xia Lian was different. He couldn't be more familiar with his own back. That year, after Xianlu was destroyed, people burned his 8,000 crown prince palace in order to vent their anger. They toppled all the crown prince statues. They stole the sword hilt gems. They scraped the gold off their clothes. But they still couldn't vent their anger. Thus, someone gradually came up with a new trick. That was to create these kneeling stone statues. They made the crown prince, who they had originally worshipped, into a kneeling position and put him in a place with many people. They advocated that when they walked over, they could get rid of bad luck by spitting at the wooden statue or whipping it twice. Or they took it one step further. They directly made it into a kneeling position to replace the doorsill. For thousands of people to step on it. In the 10 or 20 years after Xianlu was destroyed, many towns and villages could see these stone statues. How could Xia Lian not be familiar with what his back looked like after kneeling? At this moment, a young man's voice said, "Pei Su, this little dog, is holding on to Pei Zong Ma's dog leg. Does he really think he's worth something? Right now, he's just an exiled wild dog. He dares to ruin my business. I'll teach him that even if he's dried up, no one will dare to collect his corpse." Before the person arrived, the scolding came first. Xia Lian looked over. An elegant figure in a green robe walked in. For some reason, Xia Lian couldn't help but look at the top of his head. He saw that he was wearing a mask and there was no light above his head. He felt slightly disappointed. A group of little ghosts in green surrounded this man in green, like a circle of candles surrounding a person in the middle. Presumably, this was one of the four great scourges of the ghost world, Green Ghost Qi Rong. From the first time Nan Feng mentioned Qi Rong's name, Xia Lian had a trace of interest. He wondered if this Qi Rong was the Qi Rong he knew. However, because of the conventional belief that demons and ghosts would hide their real names and hide their past lives, he felt that it might not be the same person. It was just a fake name. However, now it seemed that he was 80 to 90% sure. Because, if it wasn't the Qi Rong he knew, how could there be another Qi Rong who was so obsessed with the kneeling crown prince statue? The moment he opened his mouth, why would his voice sound familiar? That group of green-clothed imps surrounded Qi Rong and loudly called him king. They were all talking at once, and Xiao Yan roughly understood what they were saying. It turned out that this Qi Rong had sent a few of his trusted subordinates to the Ghost City. They failed to cause trouble and were destroyed by the Flower City. Thus, he prepared to fight again. Who knew that before the second round was released, they would meet the exiled Pei Su? Although Pei Su had been banished to the mortal world, he was once a heavenly magistrate and had nothing better to do. When he met them, he casually cleaned them up. Then, he turned them into ashes. In such a short period of time, Qi Rong had lost 2 groups of his trusted subordinates. When he heard the news, he flew into a rage and cursed, like ancestor, like descendant. Pei Ming is a dog with ulcers on his lower body. We should chop off his and Pei Su's rotten ass and hang it in front of their temple. Whoever worships them will end up like them. As Xiao Yan listened, he really had the urge to cover his ears. They were both cursing people. When Feng Xian was agitated, he also cursed unbearably. But no matter how bad his curses were, it was obvious that he was just being hot-blooded and had no real intention of cursing. However, Qi Rong's curses were different. No one doubted that in his heart, he really hoped that the person he cursed would die as dirty and despicable as the way he cursed. He didn't hesitate to attack the person's lower body. It was simply despicable. The group of green-clothed imps echoed loudly. Qi Rong probably thought of the capable subordinates he had promoted and said, "It's a pity that such a strong and good woman like Xian Ji was caught by this shameless Pei family's second dog. She suffered great injustice and can't be rescued even now." When Xiao Yan heard this, he didn't dare to agree. Even if Xian Ji was pitiful, it wasn't like they were saying it as if it was all General Pei's fault. After all, she had taken the initiative to kidnap and kill the dozens of brides. It was true that she was strong, but good women were debatable. Previously, he scolded Xiao Pei for ascending by hugging General Pei's thigh. Xiao Yan didn't dare to agree with this. After so many years, there was one thing he dared to say: those with ability might not be able to ascend. But those who ascended definitely had their ability. If one didn't have the ability, no matter how much they begged others to help them, they wouldn't be able to pass the heavenly punishment. At most, they would be able to make do with a heavenly official. Although Xiao Yan and Pei Su didn't interact much, he could see that Xiao Pei's martial arts were slightly above Lang Qinxiu's. However, having great ability didn't equate to having a high status. Luck was also one of the factors. Otherwise, Pei Su would have built his own palace long ago. However, Qi Rong didn't consider these. He cursed loudly, as if there was no one in the world that he didn't want to curse to death. He scolded Pei Ming for being a rotten stud, Xiao Pei hugging his thigh, Jun Wu for being a hypocrite, Ling Wen for being a bitch, Lang Qianxiu for being an idiot, Quan Yizhen for being a piece of shit, Navy for being a black-hearted person, Wind for being a bitch. He probably didn't know that Shi Qingxian was actually a man. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, Xiao Yan simply couldn't imagine how a person could have so much resentment. In the end, he cursed Hua Cheng and that low-profile Blackwater's Chen Zhou for daring to look down on him. They were merely 2 peerless people. One day, he would make them kneel before him. Because he couldn't imagine such an unrealistic fantasy scene, Xiao Yan should have been angry, but unfortunately, he only felt that it was funny. He couldn't help but glance at Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng himself didn't have much of a reaction. His eyes were still fixed on the kneeling stone statue. Finally, thankfully, Qi Rong seemed to be satisfied with his scolding. He changed the topic and said, how's the matter I asked you guys to do? Did Quan Yizhen and Pei Zhongma start fighting? As he spoke, he slumped backwards and sat on the luxurious bench. He lifted his feet and placed his boots on the shoulders of the stone statue. He was actually using the stone statue as a stepping stone. Xiao Lian had been holding on to Hua Cheng's arm. When he felt Hua Cheng take a step forward, he quickly pulled him back. However, he felt that it wasn't enough to just pull him back, so he wrote another word on his palm, thank. Hua Cheng recognized this word. He first lowered his head and looked at Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian's eyes were filled with gratitude for his good intentions. Then, he lightly shook his head and wrote, listen, and Tian, on his palm. Listening to Qi Rong's words, it seemed that he had sent people to do something related to the two heavenly officials in the heavenly court. Moreover, it wasn't anything good. Xiao Lian had to listen to it. As for the statue being used as a stepping stone, Xiao Lian naturally didn't think much of it. In any case, it was just a piece of stone. It wasn't really him. Although he only wrote 3 short words, when their eyes met, Xiao Lian knew that Hua Cheng understood what he meant. Hua Cheng slowly clenched his hands and turned his head. His expression couldn't be seen. A green-clothed imp said, according to my king's words, we have already spread the news that Pei Ming wants to support Pei Su to become the Western martial god. Now that this matter is getting bigger and bigger, we can use this as an excuse to disguise ourselves as Qianying Palace's followers and smash more than 100 Mingguang temples in the north. Ha ha ha. You don't know, but many of our followers are really stupid. When they saw us smashing, they followed suit. Qi Rong praised, continue to add fuel to the fire. If Quan Yi can really endure, I don't believe that Pei Zhongma can. Regardless of whether what they spread was a rumor or not, spreading such a malicious rumor was already harboring evil intentions. Moreover, they disguised themselves as humans and did such immoral things that harmed people's merit. It was no wonder that when the heavenly officials in the heavenly court mentioned Qi Rong, they would say that he wasn't very capable, but he was very annoying. Xiao Lian secretly noted it down. If there's a chance, tell Jun Wu to be careful of the 2 heavenly officials trying to sow discord. After Qi Rong finished speaking, he leaned back and rested his long legs on the stone statue's shoulder. He changed his posture. The imps knew what to do. They came to the crowd and started to pick and choose. The child in the group wasn't even 10 years old yet, so he wasn't very sensible. He blinked his big eyes and kept pulling on the corner of his father's clothes. Because he was afraid, he kept pulling. That young man's face was ashen. He kept trembling as he said, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." However, he himself was scared to death. When one of the imps in green saw that there was a child, his face lit up with joy. He stretched out his arm, wanting to grab him. That young man cried out, "Ah," and jumped up. Xiao Lian didn't know what he was going to do. At this moment, he felt a shadow flash beside him. When he turned around to look, he saw Hua Qing standing there. Since he was here to look for the green demon, now that he saw Qi Rong, he should remove his disguise. Xiao Lian didn't doubt that with his strength alone, he would be able to kill everyone in this place. No one would be able to stop him. However, Hua Qing didn't change into his original form. He still wore the skin of an ordinary teenager as he slowly walked forward. One by one, the imps in green took out their weapons and vigilantly said, "Stop. What are you doing out here?" Qi Rong crossed his legs as he strangely said, "What's wrong with this brat? Take him down." Hua Qing smiled and said, "The Xianlu royal family is here. Don't you guys intend to show some respect?" Hearing this, not only Qi Rong, even Xiao Lian was stunned. In a flash, Qi Rong stood up abruptly and snorted under his mask, as if he was so angry that he laughed instead. "How dare you? Playing such a joke in front of me? Why don't you tell me, what kind of Xian music royal family are you?" "Which one?" Hua Qing said calmly, "Prince Anil." Suddenly, Xiao Yan felt Lang Qianqiu's roly-poly toy in his arms seem to struggle and tilt a little. Prince Enlu was of the same generation as Lang Qianqiu, a descendant of the Xianlu imperial family. Prince Enlu himself could be considered as Lang Qianqiu's friend. Qi Rong's hideous laughter came from under the mask. Prince Enlu, you're courting death. Who told you to come here looking for trouble? The person who called you here didn't fill up the history books for you. Prince Enlu was the only remaining bloodline of the Xianlu royal family, but this bloodline had already died out. Who do you think you are? How dare you pretend to be a member of the Xianlu royal family in front of me? Hua Qing raised an eyebrow. Oh. All dead. How did they die? Qi Rong shouted, seize him. Seize this strange brat. Under his command, dozens of little ghosts dressed in green rushed in from all directions of the cave, shouting incessantly. Amidst the chaotic dance of the demons, Hua Qing faintly smiled. A moment ago, his face still looked like a gentle breeze, but in the next moment, a layer of cold frost covered his expression. His figure didn't seem to move at all, but in an instant, he appeared behind Qi Rong. He single-handedly grabbed Qi Rong's head, and as if he was grabbing a ball a child was playing with, he slammed it down and said, "Who the fuck are you? You dare to seek death in front of me?" Only a loud bang could be heard. In a split second, in front of that gorgeous long seat, sand and stones flew everywhere, and smoke and dust billowed. Xiao Yan shielded the child behind him, blocking a few small stones. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Qi Rong had unexpectedly disappeared. Looking carefully again, he hadn't disappeared. It was just that his entire head had been deeply smashed into the ground by Hua Cheng's palm. Everyone in the cave screamed and scattered in all directions. Xiao Yan said, "Don't run around. If by any chance you startled the group of ghosts in the cave, they would kill anyone they saw." What good would that be? Of course, as usual, no one would listen to him. Xiao Yan withdrew his hand, feeling helpless. However, right now, he couldn't care about other people. On the other side, Hua Qing slowly squatted down. Grabbing Qi Rong's hair with one hand, he pulled out that bloody head from the large hole in the ground and lifted it up along with the body. After observing it for a moment, he seemed to find it extremely amusing and started laughing out loud. Although he was laughing, the expression in his eyes was extremely off, making one's hair stand on end. Wuxia flew out and whipped a few green lamp imps who were brandishing their blades at the fleeing living people. Xiao Yan turned his head and instinctively felt that something was wrong. San Lang. San Lang. A few cracks appeared on the mask on Qi Rong's face, and pieces of it fell off. He spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Someone come. Quickly stop him. Everyone come over and stop him for me." Just a moment ago, Hua Cheng was still violently beating him to death. Yet now, he seemed to be in a very leisurely and carefree mood as he chatted with him about all sorts of trivial things. Grinning, he said, "Don't you know? There are some things in this world that can't be stopped. For example, the sun sets in the west. For example, an elephant tramples an ant to death. For example, I want your dog life." When he said the last sentence, the malevolence on his face was completely revealed. Lifting Qi Rong's entire body in his hand, he suddenly smashed it down again. Another loud noise rang out. Qi Rong's body fell to the ground, turning into a puddle that was worse than mud. Then, with a light crack, the mask on his face shattered, revealing half of his face. No matter who looked at this half of his face, they would discover an astonishing fact. Chapter 52. Xiao Yan's gaze returned to him. They gazed at each other for a moment. Xiao Yan said, "Qi Rong. It seems like you've lived a wonderful life all these years." As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Cheng removed the disguise he had given him. Qi Rong's eyes widened when he saw the three intruders finally reveal their true appearances. Lang Qianxiu was stunned, cousin. Although he had heard Qi Rong say, our Xianlu, he had already guessed that Green Ghost was from Xianlu country. However, he didn't expect that he and Xiao Yan would have such a relationship. Qi Rong stared at Xiao Yan's face. Slowly sweeping his gaze up and down, it was a strange, novel, and greedy gaze. However, when his gaze fell on the fragrant heart sword on Xiao Yan's back, he suddenly stopped. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. I see, I see. My heart is yours, you are the heart. Ha 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 ha. She did not know why he was laughing. However, Lang Qianxiu felt extremely uncomfortable and said angrily, what's so funny? Qi Rong fiercely said, I am laughing at my good cousin. None of your business. I am sorry for saying that your Excellency's stupidity spanned 100 years. I apologize. You are a great teacher who produces a great disciple. Look at your master's behavior. How smart can you be? He turned towards Xiao Yan. You ran to Yongnan to become the state preceptor. In the end, you were stabbed to death by your disciple. Wasn't it exciting? Isn't it funny? You deserve it, don't you? You're really shameless. When he said the word offend, Hua Cheng's palm struck down like a thunderbolt. Qi Rong was originally very resistant to beatings, but when he saw Xiao Yan appear, he inexplicably became 10 times more excited. His face was smashed into the ground, but he still stubbornly shouted, bastard. Despicable. What a bitch. Every time he spoke, Hua Cheng would add another palm strike to the back of his head. The scene was extremely bloody. Xiao Yan intercepted Hua Cheng's hand before it could fall and said, San Lang, let it go. Hua Cheng snapped, why should I let it go? Xiao Yan said, it's nothing, you don't have to worry about it. This person is just sick. He's very difficult to deal with, so I'll handle him. Just ignore him. He gently patted Hua Cheng's shoulder. After a long time, Hua Cheng finally said in a low voice, all right. Qi Rong pulled his head out of the ground and rolled to the side with difficulty. He spat, why are you pretending to be kind? If you really didn't want him to hit me, you should have stopped him from the beginning. No one will praise you for your magnanimity if you pretend to ask him to let it go. Xiao Yan replied, I only stopped him because I didn't want to dirty his hands. Aren't you mistaken? Hearing this, a trace of anger flashed across Qi Rong's bloody face. Then, he laughed wickedly and said, Ioyo, cousin Crown Prince, your relationship with Hua Cheng isn't bad huh? I was wondering why none of the subordinates I sent to pay you a visit during the Hungry Ghost Festival came back. So it's because you've clung to Hua Cheng. Xiao Yan was completely unaware that Qi Rong had actually sent his subordinates to find him. On the night of the Hungry Ghost Festival, he happened to run into Hua Cheng and brought the youth back to Puqi Monastery. Presumably, Hua Cheng had taken care of all the subordinates sent by Qi Rong. At this thought, he couldn't help but glance at the person beside him. Qi Rong continued, you're even calling him San Lang. TSK, how familiar. Cousin, you're a high priest of the heavenly court. How could you hook up with this kind of demon? Aren't you afraid of disgracing your status? After all, you're so perfect, so pure and flawless. Your holy light illuminates the earth, ha 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 ha. The high priests of the heavenly court had more or less felt that Mu Qing's words were a bit strange. However, if they were to listen and compare them now, they would realize what was truly strange. In the past, they had truly wronged Mu Qing. Furthermore, Qi Rong didn't just say it, he also did it. He cupped his heart and said, Cousin Crown Prince, all these years, as your younger brother, I've been thinking about you all the time. Look at the stone statue I meticulously made for you. I keep it by my side so that I can see your heroic figure at all times. How about it? It's not bad, right? Do you like it? It doesn't matter. If you don't like it, that's even better. I'll make a few more for you, ha 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 ha. When he mentioned the stone statue, Hua Cheng's expression turned cold. If it weren't for Xiao Yan dissuading him just now, he probably would have already stepped on it. However, Xiao Yan was very clear about Qi Rong's temperament. This person was a bit sick. The more intense your reaction, the more excited he would get, and the higher he would jump. Thus, Xiao Yan smiled and casually said, "It's not bad, it's just that the taste isn't too good. It must have been hard on you." Sure enough, Qi Rong immediately pulled a long face and coldly said, "Be content with what you have. Only I gave you a statue out of respect in the past. Who else would be willing to worship you? This time, you were able to ascend again because you hugged Jun Wu's thigh and cried until your knees were rotten from kneeling. Go to the heavenly court and casually take a look. Which high priest isn't more glorious and dignified than you? Those who have flown for 200 years can still step on you. You're almost 800 years old, yet you're still like this. What a failure." Xiao Yan smiled and said, "Cousin is quite a failure. Unlike cousin, who's only 800 years old, you're already fierce." Xiao Yan was all too clear on how to deal with him. At the side, Hua Qing snorted and laughed. Qi Rong's face really turned green. He swept his eyes over the few people for a while before suddenly saying, "Looking at this posture, you wouldn't be begging Hua Qing to come and mess with me today and help you vent your anger, right?" Xiao Yan stared blankly. Thinking about this posture, he actually felt that he couldn't refute it. Qi Rong said, "Look at you guys. As soon as he heard me say that you're not good, wow, he's this angry. Could it be that he was touched by the holy light on top of your head and became blinded? Ioyo, I've discovered it. He seems to have been blind all along. Ha ha ha." Before he could finish speaking, his vision suddenly darkened. His cheeks were in severe pain and blood crazily sprayed out. He had actually been punched again. However, this punch wasn't from Hua Qing. It was from Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's attack was surprisingly fast. He coldly said, "I've never hit you before, but that doesn't mean I'll never hit you again." This punch was ruthless. After a long while, Qi Rong was finally able to speak. Lying on the ground like a mangy dog, he pounded the ground and laughed out loud. "Cousin Crown Prince, you hit me, you actually hit me. Heavens, our noble, kind, compassionate, helpful Crown Prince who can't even bear to trample an ant to death, gave me an expression. He even hit me, he actually hit me. This is bad, this is bad." He was unreasonably excited, to the point that he was acting like a lunatic. Lang Qianxiu had never seen a person with such strange words and actions. After watching his one-man show, he was completely stunned. He muttered, Is this person crazy?" Xiao Yan was used to this and didn't find it strange. He said, "You heard it. This person is crazy and his mind isn't normal. His words can't be trusted." At this moment, Qi Rong's laughter suddenly stopped. His expression suddenly became stern as he sneered, "Don't be in a hurry to tell others that I'm crazy. Let me ask you, how did Prince Enlil die?" This question was asked by Hua Qing just now, but now it was him asking Xiao Yan. Lang Qianxiu suddenly became concerned. Xiao Yan's heart tightened and he didn't answer immediately. Qi Rong slowly climbed up and sat against the kneeling statue. He said, "After Enlil died, I cut open his stomach to take a look. His internal organs were all shattered by the extremely sharp sword energy. That's why he didn't have any external injuries, but he kept coughing and vomiting blood. This kind of method is impossible for an ordinary swordsman. I originally thought that the thief Yong and hired some strange necromancer to disguise Enli's death. Now that I think about it, there's another person who would also do this kind of thing. This person, of course, is my fair and just good cousin. After all, our crown prince is a pure and holy peerless Tianshan snow lotus. Hua Cheng stomped down and Qi Rong screamed in pain. Lang Qianqiu only felt that his head was about to explode. He held his head with bloodshot eyes and said, "Shut up. What do you understand? Who is the murderer? What happened at the gilded banquet? What's going on with Prince and Lo? What's going on?" Qi Rong said, "Lang Qianqiu, why can't you understand? I can almost understand everything. It seems that you really don't understand your master's virtue at all. Come, let me dissect my good cousin for you. This former crown prince of Xian Lu country ran to your Yong'an to become the state preceptor and taught you sword techniques for 5 years. After he said a few words, Xia Lian's long sword shook. Before he could step forward, Lang Qianqiu's heavy sword blocked his way and said, 'Let him finish.' Xia Lian said, 'You already know he's a madman, yet you still listen to his nonsense.' Fang Xian swung her sword down. The blade of the sword was clearly extremely slender, yet it shook Lang Qianqiu so much that he almost couldn't hold on to that huge heavy sword. Who knew that at this moment, a curved silver blade would lightly and skillfully pick up the tip of his sword, deflecting it. Xia Lian was startled and said, "San Lang." Qi Rong saw that Xia Lian clearly didn't want him to say more. He didn't want Lang Qianqiu to listen more, so he purposely wanted to do the opposite. Seizing the opportunity, he said, "Prince An Lu is a good man of our Xian Lu country. He listens to my words and pretends to be on good terms with you." Then, he wiped out the dog lives of your Yong'an County's thieves at Gilded Palace. When your master saw this, An Lu escaped. Then, you rushed to Gilded Palace and ordered the entire country to arrest State Preceptor Fang Xian. This is what I said before, it's definitely true. Xia Lian wanted to block his mouth several times, but he was stopped by Hua Cheng. Xia Lian said, "San Lang." However, Hua Cheng didn't say a word and just didn't let him go. The more Xia Lian wanted to snatch it, the faster Qi Rong's mouth moved. But my cousin, the saint, saw An Lu kill people with his own eyes. He definitely thought, how can this be? This isn't right. Thus, he went to find Prince An Lu and wanted to teach him a lesson. But when he found him, he found out, oh my God, An Li's plan was huge. It wasn't just to assassinate a few thieves. Since he couldn't teach him a lesson, he hardened his heart and personally killed off the only remaining bloodline of the royal family. In the end, you caught your master and nailed him to death in his coffin. My cousin's magnificent career as a state preceptor finally ended. Cousin, am I right? He spat a mouthful of bloody saliva at the foot of the kneeling stone statue and said, "You think I don't understand you? You just love to do this kind of thing. Ancestors above, look at what kind of good grandson you've given birth to. Not only did you cause the Xian Luxia clan to lose everything, you even cut off their bloodline in this world. Xia Lian. You're a jinx, a god of plagues. Your birth is truly Xian Lu country's greatest misfortune. Why don't you die? Why do you still have the face to live in this world?" Lang Qianqiu said, "But I personally saw him use a sword to kill my imperial father." "How do you explain this?" Qi Rong said, "If it wasn't for the fact that you, old man, are blind and have seen wrongly, I can only think of one explanation. That is, An Lu really did stab your father, but he didn't stab him to death." Lang Qianqiu said, Did he stab him again?" Qi Rong cried out, "What are you saying? My good cousin is a kind person. How could he immediately stab him again? After he went up, he would definitely be too embarrassed to immediately stab him again. He would definitely try to be polite and save the person first. However, I'm afraid that it was your father who harmed himself." Lang Qianqiu said, "What do you mean by harmed himself?" Qi Rong said, "After a person who was almost killed was saved, what would be the next thing he would do immediately? After you saw so many people die in the Gilded Palace, what was the first thing you thought of doing?" Lang Qianqiu still hadn't completely figured it out. He said, "Apprehend the murderer." Qi Rong said, isn't that right? After my good cousin saved your father would definitely say, State Preceptor, quickly, it was Prince Enlo who did it. Quickly go and kill Prince Enlo for me. No, no, no. Not only that, he would definitely say something even more powerful. For example, State Preceptor. Call Qianqiu over. Call everyone over. Kill all the people of Xianlu country for me. I want them to accompany me in death. Chapter 53. Xiao Yan shouted, Qi Rong, shut up. Lang Qianqiu suddenly turned his head, why do you want him to shut up? So what he said was the truth. In the Gilded Palace, Yuan and Lu both made a move. One killed my entire family, the other stabbed my imperial father. You're both lying to me. Xiao Yan said, don't listen. Qi Rong interrupted, of course we're lying to you. You're so stupid, if we don't lie to you, who do we lie to? If it weren't for you interfering, the people of Xianlu would have taken your dog life when you were 12 years old. How could they allow you to live so big and ascend? Lang Qianqiu said, 12 years old. When he was 12 years old, a major event happened. He was kidnapped by a thief. He was saved by Xiao Yan. Lang Qianqiu said, the thief who broke into the palace that year was sent by the people of Xianlu. Qi Rong said, nonsense. Do you think an ordinary assassin could kidnap their crown prince in front of several hundred royal warriors? Wasn't it because I helped Enlo? Lang Qianqiu nodded, saying, help. Fine, I understand. So our friends are fake. You people of Xianlu don't care about our goodwill, your king and Lu, have bad intentions, they're here to kill us. He then turned to Xiao Yan and said, so what you said is also fake. Qi Rong pretended to be curious and said, come. Quickly let me hear what my saint cousin said to you. Lang Qianqiu didn't pay attention to him. He only said to Xiao Yan, you said that Yong'an and Xianlu were originally one country. The conflicts between the royal families have nothing to do with the common people. The common people on both sides were originally one family. In the hands of our generation, some changes can be made. As long as the common people are good, the surname of the royal family doesn't matter. The two sides can resolve their enmity and reunite, but it's all fake. It's all nonsense, bullshit, lies. Xiao Yan didn't want to hear these kinds of words the most. He immediately said, no. It's not fake. Think about it, in your hands, didn't it really change? Lang Qianqiu stopped talking, his chest rising and falling. Xiao Yan said, didn't you do very well? Later on, didn't Xian Li's people integrate well with Yong'an's people? There were fewer and fewer disputes in the future, so how could it be fake? After a moment of silence, Lang Qianqiu said tearfully, but what about my imperial father and imperial mother? The fusion of eternal peace and immortal music was originally their greatest wish, so they conferred the title of King of Peace and Happiness to the last member of your clan. Their wishes were fulfilled, but what happened to them? Qi Rong Roa said, you're just like my saint cousin back in the day when you cry when you encounter a problem. You're asking us for your parents, but I haven't even fucking asked your ancestors for my parents yet. What wish is a fusion of both sides, hence the title of Enlo. To put it nicely, Enlo is Enlo, Enlo is Enlo, Enlo is Enlo. Do you think I can't see that this is the meaning of your Yong'an dogs wanting to step on the heads of Xianlu people for a lifetime? Xiao Yan angrily said, Qi Rong, stop acting up. Lang Qianqiu, on the other hand, was crying as he glared at Qi Rong. Were you the one behind the killing of my kin? Are you also involved in the gilded banquet? Qi Rong giggled and said, yes, I have a part, Enlo has a part, your master also has a part, and the three of us from Xianlu all have a part. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought that halfway through his laughter, Lang Qianqiu's heavy sword would suddenly chop down. Qi Rong cried out as his entire body was cut into two halves. This scene was extremely bloody. The two halves of Qi Rong's body were rolling on the ground, but the upper half of his body said, "It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt at all. Compared to Crown Prince Cousin's palm, you're far inferior." Ha 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 ha. Lang Qianqiu didn't say anything. He grabbed Qi Rong's head and lifted it up. Qi Rong was still ridiculing him, but Xiao Yan saw that Lang Qianqiu's expression was a bit off. He said, "Qi Rong, if you still want to live, then quickly say a few words less." He had always treated people gently and politely, but Qi Rong couldn't be treated with common sense. Xiao Yan understood this principle very well, so every time he met him, Xiao Yan didn't want to be polite at all. He couldn't help but become rude. Lang Qianqiu dragged Qi Rong's upper body to the big pot that was bubbling with boiling water. He said, "Do you usually use this pot to eat people?" Qi Rong was dragged all the way, leaving a thick trail of blood on the ground. He said, "That's right. What do you want?" As soon as he finished answering, Lang Qianqiu let go. Ah ha 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 ha. It was unknown whether Qi Rong was screaming or laughing. He was thrown into that big pot and was immediately scalded to the point that his skin and flesh were split open. Xiao Yan didn't think that such a scene would really appear. His pupils suddenly contracted and he blurted out, "Qianqiu." Lang Qianqiu said sternly, "What? Green Ghost Qi Rong, how many living people have you eaten? Can't you teach him the taste of being cooked? He is the enemy that exterminated my clan, can't I also let him suffer?" Of course he could. Therefore, Xiao Yan couldn't say anything. He didn't have any position to say anything. However, whether it was the crown prince of a country in the mortal world or the eastern martial god of the celestial court, Lang Qianqiu had never done such a thing. He always killed if he wanted to and disdained to use such cruel methods. This was too different from the Lang Qianqiu that Xiao Yan knew. Qi Rong was thrown into the boiling water. After a while, when he fished him up again, he didn't look like a human anymore. He had been boiled into a lump as if his skin and flesh had melted. There were even some places where white bones could be seen. It was very frightening. However, he seemed to be very happy and was still laughing cruelly. He said, "Cousin, congratulations. Look at your good disciple. His wings have hardened and he knows how to use cruel methods. He knows how to torture people." Lang Qianqiu let go again and Qi Rong was thrown into the boiling water again. This time, it was as if even his bones had been melted by the soup. Qi Rong didn't float up again. Only a few pieces of his green robe were left floating on the water. Xiao Yan didn't see his figure for a long time and couldn't help but call out, "Qi Rong." This cousin of his used to call him Cousin Crown Prince, praising him for everything and incomparably worshipping him. However, after the fall of the Xianlu kingdom, he became a complete madman. He took the lead in burning down his temples and smashing his halls. He built kneeling statues and doorsteps of the crown prince everywhere. In order to make him suffer, he was willing to do anything at all costs. Xiao Yan had always been able to tolerate this kind of behavior. If it involved other people, he would try his best to stop it. In the end, he couldn't bear it anymore and could only hope that the two of them wouldn't meet. After that, the two of them didn't meet for many years. He thought that Qi Rong had already passed away. Who knew that after such a long time, he would suddenly meet an old friend in this world? Seeing that face that was 30% similar to his, he really couldn't say whether or not there was a trace of nostalgia in his heart. After all, the two of them were the only two of the Xianlu royal family left in this world. However, not long after they met, he suddenly saw him die in front of him. Moreover, he was killed by Lang Qianqiu, who wasn't even willing to use the cane. In such a short period of time, the ups and downs were too big. For a moment, he didn't know what to feel. His heart was in a mess. Lang Qianqiu stood beside the big pot and lowered his head in silence. At this time, Hua Qing said, "He's not dead. Lang Qianxiu raised his head and looked at him. Hua Qing said, "You can't be thinking that you've gotten your revenge just like that, right? At most, you've only killed one of his doppelgangers. If you really want to completely kill him, you'll have to go find Qi Rong's ashes." Lang Qianxiu coldly said, "Many thanks for your reminder. I will definitely capture him with my own hands and use his ashes to hold a memorial for my imperial father and empress mother. After that, I'll find you to settle things. State preceptor, don't even think about running away." After he finished speaking, he swung his sword down and split the big pot in half. Then, he immediately withdrew and left. Boiling water gushed out, and the broken bones inside the pot were washed to the ground. Xiao Yan wanted to chase after him, but in his heart, he understood that it was already useless. He stopped in his tracks and stood in place, speechless. Hua Qing walked over and said, "He just found out the truth. It's better to let him calm down." Xiao Yan was startled and asked, "Why must he know? Is the truth that important?" Hua Qing said, "It's very important. He needs to understand what you did, what you didn't, and why you did it." Xiao Yan suddenly turned around and coldly said, "What's the use of knowing so clearly? Don't tell me that if I kill a few less people, I'll have more difficulties." Hua Qing didn't say anything. In Xiao Yan's chest, a burst of anger suddenly welled up. He didn't know who this anger was directed at. He blurted out, "What dogfart difficulties do I have?" His imperial father wholeheartedly wanted to merge the two clans. Should I kill him? Prince Enlu is the last of my family's bloodline. Should I kill him? No matter what I suffer, I deserve it. Isn't it better to put it all on my head? What am I afraid of? Even if they all come at me, I won't die. Originally, it was only me who did the good deed. I was the scourge. Now, Prince Enlu is also included. Qi Rong is also included. Everyone in Xianlu is included. Isn't it better to hate one person than a group of people? Do I really have to let him discover that the things I taught him before were all fake, empty, and worthless nonsense? Hua Qing just quietly looked at him and didn't refute. The two people looked at each other for a moment. Then, Xiao Yan suddenly covered his face and said, "I'm sorry. San Lang, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I've gone crazy. I'm sorry." Hua Qing said, "It's nothing. It's my fault." Xiao Yan said, "No, you're not wrong. It's my problem." He sat down on the ground and hugged his head. "It's a mess. A mess." In a flash, Hua Qing also sat down beside him and said, "You're not wrong." Xiao Yan hugged his head and didn't say anything. Hua Qing said, "Kill Prince Yong'an, protect the survivors of Xianlu. Kill Prince Enlu, protect the two clans from conflict." In the end, he died in Lang Qianxiu's hands. 3 lives in exchange for several lifetimes of peace. It's the most worthwhile deal. I'll do the same. Listen to me. His tone was firm and unquestionable. You're not wrong. No one can do better than you. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan said, "I just feel that it shouldn't be." He slowly raised his head and said, "I just feel that when a person shows kindness, but doesn't receive a good result. I feel that it shouldn't be like this. Even if it's fake, I still want Qianxiu to remember that if he treats Xianlu well, Xianlu will also treat him well. Do the right thing and move forward courageously. Not like now. He feels that everything I told him, everything he believed before, was all fake, lies, deceitful. It's all fucking nonsense. He raised his right hand and looked at it. I've suffered enough, so I don't want others to suffer again." Hua Qing quietly listened. Xiao Yan felt that he had just said some vulgar words and said, "I'm sorry. But look at the things in this world, it's so funny. The previous generations of Yong'an didn't have a good death even if they did something wrong. But when it came to Lang Qianqiu's parents, they wholeheartedly wanted to do something good, do something big, but they ended up like this. The king of Yong'an respected him as the state teacher. For the past 5 years, he had always respected him. Even at the last moment of his life, he still carried with him the trust he had for Xia Lian. Xia Lian stared straight ahead and softly said, "I really can't forget the expression on his face when I stabbed him with my sword." Hua Qing calmly said, "Forget it. That's the fault of Qi Rong and Prince Anil." Xia Lian shook his head and buried his head between his knees. He wearily said, "Everything was fine. Lang Qianqiu's father ascended the throne and changed the trend of suppressing the remnant people of Xianlu. The people of Xianlu and the people of Yong'an had coexisted peacefully for several decades. Seeing that there was a turning point, a sign of integration, a hope to stay away from disputes, Prince Anil chose this time to wash the gilded banquet with blood. On the night he found Prince Anil during his escape, he originally wanted to warn him not to cause trouble in the future. Who knew that after learning his true identity, the only descendant of his family excitedly pulled him back and asked him to join in the great cause of revenge and restoration of the country. His eyes were fanatical, and his voice was impassioned, making people's hair stand on end. He vowed to wash the gilded banquet first, then destroy Lang Qianqiu, and turn Yong'an upside down. Even if this broke the two groups of people who had already begun to show goodwill to each other, even if all the remnant people of Xianlu were sacrificed, as long as they could drag the Yong'an royal family and the people of Yong'an to hell, they wouldn't hesitate. However, killing him was killing him. Even if he had a more dignified reason, even if he was forced to do so, the fact was that he had personally killed a wise monarch who sincerely wanted to accommodate dissidents, as well as the last bloodline of his family left in this world. Chapter 54. Xia Lian turned his head, looking at the dejected kneeling stone statue not far away. He said, "Qi Rong is right about one thing. I'm quite a failure." Hua Qing calmly said, "You even believe the words of trash like Qi Rong. Other than being unkillable and running fast, what else does he have? For more than 800 years, he can't even make it to the top. Even if I beat him, my hands would be dirty." The corner of Xia Lian's mouth twitched. He thought, unkillable and running fast, wasn't he the same? Didn't he also muddle along for more than 800 years, but he could only muddle along like this? Originally, when he saw Lang Qianqiu ascend as the Eastern martial god, he became a heavenly official in the heavenly court and was still the same as before. He still went straight to the point, he would still doze off during the boring meetings, and he was still quite gratified. However, from this moment onwards, he didn't know how Lang Qianqiu would change in the future. He went to chase after Qi Rong, and after he caught up, how would he settle things with him when he returned? Xia Lian stood up and slowly walked to the side of the stone statue. He turned to the front of the stone statue. That face was exactly the same as his, except that it was carved into a crying expression. Its face was full of tears, it cried until its facial features were distorted and extremely ugly. After staring for a while, Xia Lian sighed softly. He placed his hand on its head and poured a force down. When he removed his hand again, 2 cracks quietly climbed up the stone statue's cheeks. Then, this crying face shattered. The stone statue collapsed and turned into countless small stones that fell to the ground, unable to be pieced together again. When Xia Lian turned around again, he had already returned to his usual gentle and calm face. He rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, "I'm afraid there are still a lot of living people hidden in Qi Rong's lair. I'll go look for them and let them all out." Hua Qing also stood up and said, "Let's go." During the chaos just now, the green lamp imps in Qi Rong's lair fled in all directions. Those who didn't escape hid in the dark, not daring to come out. The 2 of them searched around and casually caught a few unlucky imps. They forced them to lead the way and found several caves used to store fresh ingredients. After a rough count, the number of living people that Qi Rong had caught to eat was no less than 300. They were either nearby villagers or passing travelers. As the two of them walked, they opened the prison doors and released the prisoners. While doing these things, Xia Lian's mood slightly calmed down. In addition, he also had some free time now, so he chatted with Hua Cheng for a bit. After thinking for a bit, he said, "Oh right, San Lang, there's something I still want to ask you." Hua Cheng asked, "What is it?" Xia Lian asked, "How did you know that Qi Rong was the one behind the Gilded Palace incident?" Even if he didn't know why Hua Cheng brought him and Lang Qianxiu to the Green Demon's lair, he knew now. Hua Cheng's objective was to let Lang Qianxiu personally hear Qi Rong reveal the truth about what had happened in the Gilded Hall. Xia Lian replied, "Qi Rong doesn't know about my affection. If he knew, he would have long since gone to pester me. Back then, although I discovered that Xian Li's old royal family had secretly made many moves, I didn't know that Qi Rong was controlling them from behind the scenes." "How did you know? How long ago did you learn about this?" "It's not early." Hua Cheng clasped his hands behind his back and walked shoulder to shoulder with him. "I've interacted with Qi Rong a few times, so I know his background. Qi Rong was from Xianlu when he was alive and extremely hated Yong'an. He was used to using methods to sow discord and fan the flames to create trouble. Yong'an country's numerous assassinations against the royal family were all controlled by him. However, he had always hidden it well." Xia Lian shook his head. "So it turns out he already had a criminal record. Fortunately, he hid it well. If he didn't hide it well, and the people in the heavenly court found out that he interfered with human affairs, they wouldn't have let him off." Hua Cheng said, "Washing the Gilded Palace in blood is very consistent with his usual style of doing things. Therefore, I always thought that he was the mastermind behind this incident and that Grand Preceptor Fang Xian was his person. However, Lang Qianxiu went to the heavenly court and said that Grand Preceptor Fang Xian was you. In that case, Fang Xian and Qi Rong couldn't be on the same side." Xia Lian's footsteps slightly slowed down. It seemed that Hua Cheng clearly wasn't in the heaven realm, yet he knew everything that had happened in the Divine Martial Palace. Moreover, not only that, he was also very clear about the history between Xia Lian and Qi Rong. Hua Cheng continued, "However, I'm still inclined to believe that the mastermind behind this incident was Qi Rong. At least, he was definitely the one who made the first move." After Lang Qianxiu's father ascended the throne, the situation of the ordinary Xianlu citizens improved greatly. They no longer thought about revenge and restoring their country like before. The only one who could possibly still want to rise up was the Xianlu royal family. At that time, the only descendant of the Xianlu royal family was Prince Enlu. If Qi Rong wanted to instigate someone to rise up, it would definitely be him. It just so happened that this person mysteriously died not long after the Gilded Banquet. Moreover, he didn't have any medical history. Isn't this obvious? Xia Lian nodded. Hua Cheng said, "Therefore, he was most likely killed, and the reason for his death was related to the Gilded Banquet. My initial guess is that it was done by the Yong'an royal family. However, if it was them, it doesn't make sense that the Xianlu citizens weren't implicated. After thinking about it, I can only deduce the current conclusion." Xia Lian smiled and sighed. "There are so few clues, yet you can deduce it so accurately." Hua Cheng said, "It's not difficult. I just wanted to have a good understanding of the people involved in this matter." Xia Lian said, "Indeed, I understand them very well. However, there is a very important premise in your deduction that I don't quite understand." Hua Cheng said, "Which one?" Xia Lian said, "Why do you believe that the Gilded Banquet was definitely done by Qi Rong first?" Hua Cheng said, "I don't believe that it was definitely done by him. I just believe that it definitely wasn't done by you." Hearing this, Xia Lian's smile disappeared. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Why?" Hua Cheng said, "If you admit that the Gilded Banquet was washed with blood and used other reasons, then it is possible that it was indeed done by you. However, the emperor of Yong'an Kingdom is diligent and has won the hearts of the people. However, Lang Qianqiu said that the reason you told him at that time was that you couldn't bear to see them sit in this position. He said, this is indeed a very standard declaration of a usurper. However, if it came from your mouth, then it is a clumsy self-defilement. Hearing the word self-defilement, Xia Lian laughed silently. Self-defilement? Have you ever thought that in my heart, I might really be thinking that way? Perhaps in the depths of my heart, there are a few traces of resentment hidden. Hua Qing said, so what if you think? You won't do that. Xia Lian shut his mouth tightly. After a while, he finally said, San Lang, actually, I'm not like what you think I am. You. He closed his eyes and shook his head, as if he didn't know whether he should say it or not. Hua Qing said, you can say it, there's no harm. After hesitating for a while, Xia Lian still said, I feel that in this world, people shouldn't have too much hope for anyone. Oh, Hua Qing said, what do you mean by having too much hope? Xia Lian said, don't imagine a certain person to be too beautiful. If they don't interact for a lifetime and only look at an illusory shadow from afar, then it's fine. However, if they get to know each other and gradually get to know each other, one day, they will eventually discover that this person is different from what they imagined. At that time, they will be very disappointed. However, Hua Qing said, not necessarily. I don't care if other people are disappointed or not. But for some people, the existence of a certain person in this world is in itself hope. Although his words didn't specify who some people was and who certain person was, and his tone was also flat, as if he was just casually refuting, Xia Lian's heart suddenly floated and floated. He stopped walking and couldn't say anything for a while. After a while, he suddenly said, San Lang, who exactly are you? Hua Qing also stopped walking and turned around to look at him. Xia Lian met his gaze and seriously said, you know who Qi Rong is and you know his ins and outs. You know who I am. I know how to draw the crown prince pleases the god. You know me like the back of your hand. You know a lot. Maybe even more. Hua Qing raised his eyebrows and said, don't I always know a lot? Xia Lian shook his head and said, it's not the same. His left hand propped up his right elbow and his right hand rubbed his chin. Slightly lost in thought, he said, I always had a feeling that you are an old friend of mine. You should have known me from a long time ago. Maybe it was when I first ascended. No, maybe even earlier. But I really don't remember when I have seen someone like you in the past. A person like Hua Qing, after seeing him once, would definitely never forget him. Xia Lian also didn't break his head and lose his memory. If he had seen him before, there was no reason for him not to remember. Xia Lian stared at him and said with slight confusion, who exactly are you? Have I seen you before? Hua Qing didn't answer and only smiled slightly. Xia Lian immediately reacted. This question was really extremely inappropriate. The real name of a ghost was usually a secret. Unless it was a patient like Qi Rong who couldn't be guessed with common sense, otherwise, how could it be casually told to others? He hurriedly said, I'm sorry, don't mind me. I was just asking casually. You don't need to answer me, it doesn't matter who you are. At this moment, Hua Qing's eyes slightly narrowed. Xia Lian sensed something and looked back. He only heard a commotion coming from a cave not far behind them. A clear female voice said, I told you, transforming into a female not only makes your mana stronger, even your luck is better. You still don't want to. How about it, did you see that? This time you bet correctly. It was Shi Qingxuan's voice. Xia Lian blurted out, Master Feng. Sure enough, a white-clothed female priest ran out of the cave. When she saw Xia Lian, her eyes lit up and she said, I found it, His Highness the Crown Prince is here. However, immediately after, she saw Hua Qing behind Xia Lian and her expression changed. She jumped back and held the Master Feng's fan horizontally in front of her. Xiao Yan didn't have time to speak. At this moment, a man's voice came from inside the cave. Did you find him? How is it? The sound of footsteps approached and a figure flashed out. It was actually Feng Xian. He held a black longbow in his left hand. When he saw Hua Cheng, he immediately pulled the silver-white bowstring and entered a vigilant stance. Hua Cheng sneered and didn't make any comments. Xiao Yan hurriedly said, "Let's talk, put away your weapon first." The four of them met in the green ghost's lair, facing each other. Feng Xian pulled the bowstring to the fullest. A wisp of spiritual light condensed into the shape of an arrow in his right hand and aimed at Hua Cheng. He took the lead and spoke in a deep voice, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, come over first." Feng Xian's bow was a gift from Jun Wu. It was called the Divine Wind Bow and was a magic weapon that gave people a headache. Xiao Yan was afraid that he would really shoot the arrow, so he moved in front of Hua Cheng. Who knew that Hua Cheng would pull him from behind and Xiao Yan was pulled back again. Chapter 55. Xiao Yan did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he was very grateful. "Master Feng, I'm afraid you have misunderstood." Actually, he wanted to explain that Hua Cheng did not go to find him for the sake of the Paradise Workshop, but Shi Qingxian secretly gave him a look, as if telling him not to speak. Hua Cheng did not refute and only said, "I haven't settled the matter of Junwu planting spies under me. What are you going to use to negotiate with me?" Xiao Yan understood. Shi Qingxian could already tell that Hua Cheng did not have any ill intentions. However, on the surface, he had to pretend that Hua Cheng had barged into the immortal capital to pursue responsibility. This way, if the heavens said it, it would prevent people from saying that he had fled with ill intentions. Hua Cheng also understood his intentions. He cooperated with him. However, Xiao Yan was unwilling to do so. He said, "All right. Stop acting. He came to the immortal capital to save me. San Lang has good intentions. Why hide it?" Shi Qingxian said, "I'm not acting anymore. I've already sent those 2 sentences to the spirit communication array. You don't understand. Good intentions will eventually turn into bad intentions. It's better to have bad intentions from the start." Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "You understand." Shi Qingxian said proudly, "That's right. Otherwise, how can I survive in the heavenly courts?" General Nanyang. Put down the bow. However, Feng Xian still pulled the bowstring 70% and held his breath without saying a word. Shi Qingxian patted him and said, "Put it down. I'm familiar with you. I don't have any ill intentions." Feng Xian said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, the person beside you is Ju." Seeing that his hostility did not decrease and his bow and arrow did not drop, Shi Qingxian suddenly made a bang sound and hit his elbow. At that moment, Feng Xian's expression was 10,000 times more terrifying than if he had seen a ghost. He shouted, and the half-condensed spiritual energy in his right hand dissipated. His face was pale as he cursed. In the end, he broke down and said, "Fuck. What are you trying to do?" It turned out that Shi Qingxian had used to hit the hand that he was holding the arrow with was his chest. From the looks of it, this collision had really frightened Feng Xian. As for Shi Qingxian, he flicked his horsetail whisk. His immortal bones were so elegant that it was impossible to tell what kind of improper thing he had just done. He said, "I haven't asked you what you want to do. I already said that the Blood Rain Tanhua is going to save His Highness the Crown Prince, yet you still pointed an arrow at him. If you want to fight so badly, this Wind Master will not accompany you." Feng Xian immediately retreated tens of thousands of miles away, as if he did not dare to approach her at all. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Don't do this kind of thing again. Don't do it again. Do you hear me?" Seeing that he was avoiding snakes and scorpions, Shi Qingxian, who was very confident in his own handsomeness, could not help but feel depressed and said, "All right, all right, all right. No, I won't do it anymore. You won't be at a disadvantage, right?" What kind of attitude is that? As if he felt that he had lost face, he turned back into a man and said, "Hey, where's Qianqiu?" Hearing this, Feng Xian finally regained some of his senses and looked around. Xiao Yan let out an, before asking, "He's not in the spirit communication array?" Shi Qingxian said, "Nope." After he threw the dice, he walked the right path, and after that, he did not utter a word. I asked him several times what the correct number was, but he did not answer me. In the past, he would quickly answer whoever spoke to Qianqiu. Even if it was a small heavenly official from the central heavens who asked him, he would never hesitate. It's really strange. Xiao Yan sighed lightly and said, "His Highness Tai Hua went to chase after Qi Rong." The two people who came were both startled. "Qi Rong?" Xiao Yan said, "That's right. This place is Qi Rong's lair. AI, in short." Feng Xian said, "Wait a minute. Why would His Highness Tai Hua go after Qi Rong? Didn't he come to chase after you?" At the side, Hua Qing said, "No reason. He was chasing the murderer who bathed the gilded banquet in blood, and His Highness the Crown Prince only helped the murderer clean up his mess. After Lang Qianqiu found out the truth, he went to chase after the real murderer. That's all." Feng Xian's expression turned cold as he said, "The real murderer? Really?" Xiao Yan only felt that he couldn't explain it one more time. He couldn't explain it clearly in a short amount of time, so he shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. I'll explain it in detail when we get back." Shi Qingxian didn't know the inside story, so he happily said, "Sure enough, there's a misunderstanding. This Master Feng's foresight is truly divine. This time, even if you go back, you won't need to be confined." Feng Xian then said, "All right." He looked as if he was greatly relieved and put away his bow. The vigilance he displayed just now had also decreased by quite a bit. Hua Cheng, on the other hand, sneered. Xiao Yan said to Feng Xian, "Do you know that Qi Rong is that Qi Rong?" Feng Xian said, "That Qi Rong? Which one?" He was stunned and asked, "The one we both know." Xiao Yan said, "Sure enough, you also didn't expect it to be him." Feng Xian's face darkened and he said, "No. I've never had any dealings with Qin Gui before, so I always thought it was a coincidence. How could there be a ghost with his real name swaggering through the streets? Isn't that sick?" Just as he finished speaking, he immediately thought that Qi Rong really was sick. Immediately, he and Xiao Yan looked at each other and remained silent. Long before the two of them had ascended, Feng Xian had already disliked Qi Rong. Qi Rong was the son of Xiao Yan's mother, the younger sister of Xian Li's last empress. He had been raised in the imperial family since he was a child, and he pestered Xiao Yan all day long. As Xiao Yan's bodyguard, Feng Xian naturally had to see him often. This person was young, insensible, and wouldn't listen to advice. He was full of energy, and his behavior was extreme. The worst part was that he was a relative of the imperial family, so no one dared to scold or discipline him. One could imagine how lawless he was. In the past, the words he used to say the most were, "Cousin Crown Prince is perfect," and, "How is my cousin, how is he, how is he?" If there was someone who disrespected Xiao Yan in the slightest, or brought the slightest bit of trouble to Xiao Yan, no matter who it was, Qi Rong would definitely put that person in a sack and beat the crap out of him. In his head, he never had any thoughts of respecting the elderly and loving the young. Xiao Yan had once rescued a child who wasn't even 10 years old from under his hands. That child was beaten until his entire body was covered in blood, and his appearance couldn't be seen anymore. It was extremely miserable. Xiao Yan knew about his background, and also felt that he was sincerely looking out for her, so she never made a move to teach him a lesson. However, if it was just verbal guidance or scolding, he wouldn't change despite repeated admonitions, which was extremely troublesome. Feng Xian had a straightforward personality, and his words were impulsive. He wasn't as patient as Xie Lian. He contradicted Qi Rong several times and disobeyed his orders, causing Qi Rong to be extremely disgusted with him. Qi Rong always found ways to make things difficult for him, and he was bossy and bossy. Moreover, after Xie Lian ascended, Qi Rong became even more severe. Sometimes, when the other party made an unintentional mistake, such as casually spitting in front of the crown prince's palace, he would stuff red-hot charcoal into the other party's mouth. In order to prevent him from going overboard, Feng Xian often had to go down to the lower realm to clean up Qi Rong's mess, which annoyed him to death. He often said to Xie Lian, "Qi Rong is sick, sooner or later, he will cause big trouble." Feng Xian said, if it's really him, then it wouldn't be strange for him to act like this. Shi Qingxian asked curiously, "Why, do you guys know Qin Gui himself?" Xie Lian nodded and said, "My cousin." Shi Qingxian was shocked. He crossed his arms and said, "Impressive." Xie Lian said, "He's really quite impressive." Shi Qingxian said, "I'm not saying he's impressive, I'm saying you're impressive. Your Highness the Crown Prince, look, the Southeast Martial God, the Southwest Martial God are your old acquaintances, the East Martial God is your disciple, Green Lantern Wandering in the Night is your cousin, Blood Rain Tanhua is your sworn brother, and I, Master Feng, am your friend. Isn't this impressive?" Xie Lian faintly smiled. He thought to himself, Master Feng is like the wind. Once the wind comes out, the haze will be blown away. When Hua Cheng and Feng Xian heard, "Blood Rain Tanhua is your sworn brother," their expressions didn't seem to approve of it. Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows, while Feng Xian frowned and didn't say anything. After a moment, he said to Xie Lian, "If there's nothing else, you should hurry back to Immortal Capital. After the ruckus just now, the rest of the heavenly officials don't know what happened and are still waiting up there. The Emperor's side should know by now. You have to give an explanation as to what exactly happened." Hearing this, Hua Cheng laughed out loud. Feng Xian said, "What are you laughing at?" Hua Cheng said, "And here I thought your temperament was really straightforward. Turns out you're also someone who likes to beat around the bush. You just want His Highness the Crown Prince to not mingle with demons and ghosts like me. What is it that you don't dare to say directly? Are you afraid you don't have the qualifications to say it?" Xie Lian coughed lightly and said, "San Lang," Feng Xian coldly said, "he shouldn't mingle with demons and ghosts in the first place. It's good that you know." Regarding this sentence, Hua Cheng declined to comment. Xie Lian calmly butted in and said to Feng Xian in a warm voice, "I will give you an explanation. However, right now, there are indeed other things that need to be done." Qi Rong hid over 300 living people in his lair in preparation to eat. Fortunately, with San Lang's help, we were able to rescue all of them. Currently, there's still a batch of little ghosts left. We need to slowly deal with them. Once we're done, I'll head up. Feng Xian said, "It's not good to drag it out for too long. Just leave it to me to deal with." Hua Cheng nodded and said, "Based on the efficiency of the Heavenly Court, we should be able to deal with it by next month." Feng Xian said, "You speak as if you can settle it in an instant." The two of them actually opposed each other with equal harshness. Shi Qingxian asked Xie Lian with his eyes, "Do they have a grudge?" Xie Lian shook his head. Just as he was about to change the topic, Hua Cheng took out an umbrella from who knows where. The surface of this umbrella was scarlet red like a maple, bright like fire. Hua Cheng held the umbrella with one hand, and the surface of the umbrella blocked above him and Xie Lian, causing their cheeks to be dyed crimson. Presumably, this was the umbrella he held during the Forest of Corpses and the rain of blood on Mount Yujun. However, it wasn't raining right now. Xie Lian couldn't help but feel a little strange and said, "San Lang, why are you holding an umbrella?" Hua Qing faced him and moved the umbrella towards Xiao Yan a little. He said with a smile, "Wait. The weather is about to change." Just as he finished speaking, a torrential downpour fell from the sky. The pitter-patter, came so suddenly that Xiao Yan's entire person was stunned. However, he stayed well under Hua Cheng's umbrella and didn't get drenched by a single drop of rain. However, Feng Xian, who was standing opposite Xiao Yan and Hua Cheng, was completely unprepared. He was drenched from head to toe by this rain. What was even more unfortunate was that this rain was the color of blood. Thus, from the looks of it, Feng Xian had already turned into a bloody red person. From head to toe, only the whites of his eyes were white. Because Shi Qingxian happened to be standing in a cave, he didn't suffer. He was dumbfounded and even forgot to swing his horsetail whisk. That blood rain came quickly and left quickly. After a short while, it returned to calm. Feng Xian finally reacted, wiping his face. His face was still a bloody red, and there was no sign of improvement. Xiao Yan said, "This." Hua Cheng closed the umbrella and laughed, in an instant. "How about it?" Between these 5 words, he leisurely walked a few steps, already a long distance away. On Xiao Yan's side, Shi Qingxian was originally rummaging through his sleeves for a cloth towel. He pulled out a few white hairs from the horsetail whisk and offered them to Feng Xian, who had fallen into silence. As soon as Hua Qing left, Xiao Yan immediately noticed that there was one less person behind him. He turned around and ran a few steps before saying, "San Lang, are you going back to the ghost city?" Hua Qing turned around and said, "Aren't you also going back to Immortal Capital?" He said half-jokingly, "However, if you want to go back to the ghost city with me, I welcome you." Xiao Yan smiled and said, "Next time." He sincerely said, "If there's a chance next time, I'll definitely go to the ghost city again. You rebuild the blissful square, I'll carry bricks for you." Hua Qing said, "No need to carry bricks. It's good for you to sit and watch." Xiao Yan slowly restrained his smile and said, "No matter what, I still have to thank you for Qianqiu's matter." After a pause, he said, "I don't know what's right. Maybe this isn't necessarily bad." Hua Qing indifferently said, "You're thinking too much." Xiao Yan was startled and slightly tilted his head. Hua Qing said, "You just need to do it." After saying that, he turned around and waved his hand. Chapter 56. He didn't know why, suddenly, Xiao Yan seemed to have a burst of courage again. After Lang Qianqiu left, his pace was a little slow, and his back was also a little bent. He didn't know where this courage came from, and he didn't know where it was going, but it actually made his entire body unknowingly stand up straight. He stood in place without moving. Shi Qingxian walked up, patted his shoulder and said, "This person is quite interesting. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I don't know how you got to know him but your luck is really good." This was the first time Xiao Yan heard someone say to him, "Your luck is really good." He glanced at Shi Qingxian and smiled slightly and said, "Is that so?" "Probably. I think so too." Behind them, Feng Xian continued to silently wipe his face. When the two of them turned around, they saw his face covered with white hair. It took a lot of effort to hold back his laughter. Xiao Yan said, "I'm sorry." This could be considered an apology on behalf of Hua Qing. Feng Xian finally pulled down the white hair and said, "My skills are inferior. There's nothing to say." The 3 of them searched the lair again. They confirmed that there were no more living people trapped, and no fish that had escaped the net. Only then did they ride a gust of wind and return to Immortal Capital again. After passing through the Ascension Gate, they saw many low-level heavenly officials blocking the streets, coming and going. As if they were facing a great enemy, they were inspecting every palace on both sides of the street. When they arrived at the Divine Martial Palace, the palace was already full of heavenly officials. From afar, they could hear the sounds of argument. The first sentence they heard was, Huaqing actually made a false accusation, saying that our heavenly court had planted spies in the ghost city. This is really ridiculous, our heavenly realm needs to plant spies under him. Hearing this, Xiao Lian and Shi Qingxian coughed lightly. The matter of planting spies in the ghost city was most likely not fake. They hadn't even figured out the matter, yet they were so impatient to shout. If it was true, wouldn't they be shooting themselves in the foot? The three of them entered the palace, with Shi Qingxian walking at the front. When everyone saw him, they greeted, Master Feng is back. You've worked hard, you've worked hard. However, their eyes were all staring at Xiao Lian. Before they could ask again, they saw Feng Xian, who looked like he had just crawled out of a pool of blood, walk in with a sullen face. Everyone froze and averted their gazes. After all, no one wanted to hear the curses resounding through the air in the quiet hall. Only Mu Qing didn't avoid them. Instead, he intentionally looked in their direction. His intentions were clear. Xiao Lian raised his eyes and saw Jun Wu sitting in the seat of honor with one hand supporting his forehead and pressing on his temples. His eyes were closed and he looked slightly tired. Xiao Lian could understand. If it was in the past, they might not even hold a meeting once every month or two, but recently, there were frequent incidents. In a short period of time, the Divine Martial Hall was filled to the brim several times. It was as if something happened every day, and they couldn't wait to hold a meeting twice a day. If it was Xiao Lian, he would also be tired. Moreover, there were many people who wanted to express their opinions. A heavenly official said, he came as he pleased and connected the immortal music palace to another place. This is too terrifying. Today, he could easily capture His Royal Highness the Crown Prince who had offended him. Tomorrow, he might be able to capture other priests from other halls. This matter must not be tolerated. We must stop it in time. If it was the human world, it would be equivalent to a certain rebel digging a tunnel in the palace. He could come and go as he pleased. Of course, it made people restless. It was no wonder that the group of Middle Celestial Court's heavenly official wanted to enforce martial law and investigate everywhere. However, Mu Qing's main point wasn't this. He said indifferently, there are so many believers in Huaqing and he has a ghost city. It's just a paradise square. So what if he burns it? It might not be because His Royal Highness the Crown Prince offended him that he barged into the immortal capital. Shi Qingxian immediately said, General Xian Zhen, what you said isn't right. Everyone heard Huaqing admit it himself. Speaking of which general's turn is to guard the court this month? Someone cast a spell on the gate of the immortal music palace and connected it to other places. Is this considered a dereliction of duty? Pei Ming was originally standing at the side with her arms crossed. She didn't say anything, but when she heard this, she said, me. Shi Qingxian remembered wrongly. He thought it was Mu Qing, but in the end, it was Pei Ming. He couldn't help but feel awkward. Pei Ming didn't shirk her responsibility and said, I'm the one on duty this month. It's indeed my dereliction of duty. The heavenly official who was on good terms with him immediately said, in my opinion, we should take things one by one. Let's get to the bottom of the gilded banquet first. At this moment, Ling Wen, who was standing in front of the hall, suddenly said, there's news from His Royal Highness Tai Hua. Jun Wu finally opened his eyes and said, what did he say? Ling Wen waited for a moment and said, he said that there's an inside story about the country of Yong En's gilded banquet. He will look for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to resolve it himself and doesn't need anyone else to interfere. But please don't let His Royal Highness the Crown Prince succeed in degrading himself. These are two different matters. Mu Qing frowned and said, what inside story? Ling Wen said, he didn't say anything more. There's no more news. They didn't expect that a huge battle would break out at any moment. The heavenly officials couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when the hammer smashed down heavily. Lang Qianxiu was the victim. If the victim didn't find the murderer to collect the debt, then what was there for the others to watch? Furthermore, if Lang Qianqiu didn't say anything, it seemed like Xiao Yan wouldn't say anything either. This matter really didn't have anything to chew on. Next, Jun Wu selected Feng Xian and Mu Qing to assist Pei Ming in strengthening the security. He also made some other arrangements. He waved his hand and dismissed everyone. Xiao Yan stayed behind and faintly heard some people talking. Sure enough, every time he makes a mistake, the emperor says that he wants to interrogate him. In the end, nothing happens. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. So he's a great Buddha. Be careful what you say in the future. When everyone had dispersed, Xiao Yan walked to the front of the hall and bowed. I've caused trouble for you. Jun Wu said, this isn't much trouble. If you keep insisting that you're the one who bathed the gilded banquet in blood, then it'll be more troublesome. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan still told him everything from start to finish. After listening, Jun Wu commented, Xian Lu, what you've done is really strenuous and unrewarding. You're in the wrong. Xiao Yan lowered his head and said, I know. Jun Wu said, forget it. You've always been like this. Right now, Tai Hua's attention has been diverted to chase after Qin Gui. Once he catches up, he'll definitely come looking for you. Have you thought about how to deal with him? Xiao Yan said, I haven't thought about it yet. But right now, I'd better think about something else. Jun Wu smiled and said, what are you thinking about? Is there anything interesting that can make me happy? Xiao Yan said, was it you who sent the Geomaster to the ghost city? Jun Wu calmly said, yes. Xiao Yan asked, why is that? Jun Wu slowly said, because it was Hua Cheng who first placed his spy in the heaven realm. Xiao Yan was startled. Jun Wu stood up and said, for many years, Hua Cheng's news has been too fast. Moreover, there are some things he shouldn't know, but he also knows very clearly. Regarding what can be done, what can't be done, where the bottom line is, and how to push the line, he grasps it too accurately. And this time, he directly opened the passage to your Xian Lu palace. This is already equivalent to indirectly proving that he indeed has a spy in the heavenly court. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do this. In fact, regarding this point, Xiao Yan had more or less become aware. After all, Hua Cheng really did know too much. Therefore, when Jun Wu said it, it wasn't too unbelievable. He said, do you have evidence? Jun Wu slowly shook his head and said, it's precisely because I have no evidence, yet strange things keep appearing. That's why I let Ming Yi sneak into the ghost realm. I didn't expect that before the spy in the heavenly court could be pulled out, Ming Yi would instead fall into his hands. Although she didn't fall into his hands and was saved by you, this time, finding his spy will be even more difficult. Xiao Yan said, is the problem the heavenly court or the central heavenly court? Jun Wu said, it's hard to say. You can assume that aside from you, it could be anyone. Maybe, there's only one, maybe, there's more. No wonder Jun Wu didn't send anyone else to the ghost city to investigate Ming Yi's whereabouts. If it wasn't him, then it could be anyone else. Xiao Yan couldn't help but think, could it be that Feng Shi, Qian Qiu, Feng Xian, and the others are all possible? At this time, Jun Wu said, Xian Lu, I know you must have a good impression of Hua Qing right now. You have your own sense of propriety. When making friends, others shouldn't say too much. But when it's necessary, you have to be careful of Hua Qing. Don't reveal everything to him. Hearing this, Xiao Yan gathered his thoughts. Jun Wu said, those who are able to become extremities have all experienced pain that ordinary people can't imagine. Either they soar to the sky in one go, or they'll be consigned to eternal damnation. The two ghost kings from Bronze Cauldron Mountain, He Shui and Hua Cheng, are far more terrifying than you can imagine. Xiao Yan lowered his head, neither refuting nor echoing. Jun Wu said, I don't know what his goals and movements are, but he's very clear about the heavenly court's goals and movements. This is very disadvantageous. Hearing him say, "This is very disadvantageous," Xiao Yan raised his head and blurted out, "San Lang, he." Seeing Jun Wu's gaze, he paused and changed his words, "Hua Cheng, he, probably won't do anything too excessive. After all, think about it, with his strength, if he wanted to cause trouble, wouldn't he already be able to turn the world upside down? Since he didn't in the past, then as long as nothing major happens, I'm sure he won't in the future." Jun Wu said, "I hope so, but you know, I can't take the risk." After leaving the divine martial palace, Xiao Yan walked slowly on the streets of Xianjing. When he passed by Xianlu Palace, he stopped and looked at it for a while. This was the palace that Jun Wu gave him. It was gorgeous, brand new, and at the same time, very unfamiliar. The rows of nails on the vermilion door were shiny, but it had already been sealed with 2 seals that were full of incantations, forming a huge cross. It was shocking to look at. Before Shi Qingxian left the divine martial palace, he told him that because the door was connected to another place, his palace was temporarily sealed, and he could rest in his palace. However, Xiao Yan stared at this Xianlu Palace for a while, then suddenly turned around. He didn't go to the Wind Master Palace, and he didn't care about what he originally wanted to do. Instead, he walked straight all the way out of the ascension door and jumped down. Passing through the pure white sea of clouds, the place where he landed was Mount Taicang. On this Mount Taicang, there used to be the imperial Taoist temple of Xianlu ancient country, Huangji Temple. Huangji Temple was an extremely large group of Taoist temples. In the temples and temples of the entire Mount Taicang, there were several deities and immortals worshipping each other. The main deity was the divine martial emperor, and the golden palace was at the highest peak. And the crown prince palace, which was located at the second highest peak, was once prosperous. 800 years ago, Mount Taicang was covered with fiery maple forests, and it was a famous scenic spot. In the maple forest path, there was an endless stream of believers. Later, when Xianlu ancient country fell, many believers of the past rushed up the mountain in groups to burn the crown prince palace. However, they caused a mountain fire that burned most of Mount Taicang, turning it into a piece of scorched land. The scorched land, like the land where the dead were buried, seemed to be more fertile. Later, on this piece of scorched land, seeds were planted, and new trees grew. A few hundred years later, the mountains and plains were lush and green again, but there were no red leaves. It was a completely different scenery from 800 years ago. In the past, when going up the mountain, there was a wide and flat bluestone mountain path. From time to time, pilgrims could be seen on the mountain path, or little Taoists carrying water and firewood. But now, this mountain path had long disappeared. Rocks fell from the mountains, withered grass, and broken branches buried it deep under the ground. Xiao Yan relied on his pair of legs all the way up the mountain. When he encountered thorns that blocked his way, he took out the heart sword on his back and cut off the withered vines and weeds. Chapter 57. Xiao Yan dodged it. At first, he thought it was a broken branch on a tree or a bird's nest. When he looked closely, he realized that it was a long piece that was so rotten that it could no longer be seen. It was covered in rust, and both ends were connected to iron chains. If it was another person, it would be difficult to tell what it was, but Xiao Yan could see it. It was a swing. In the past, there were many swings hanging on Mount Taicang. They could play and also practice martial arts. When Xiao Yan first remembered he once followed his parents to the Huangji temple to pray, he saw a group of young Taoist priests rolling and fighting on the swing. It was very exciting and beautiful. The king and empress watched with interest. Xiao Yan even clapped and cheered. He happily asked his parents to reward the group of young Taoist priests. From then on, the impression that cultivators are powerful and fun was buried in his heart. As for later, when he grew up and really entered the temple to cultivate, it was not because it was fun. After resting for a while, Xiao Lian continued to climb. The higher he went, the denser the trees and vines became. From time to time, an animal flashed through the bushes, leaving only the shadow of a fluffy tail, and squirrels huddled in the trees in twos and threes, gnawing on pine cones while peeping at this uninvited guest. Thorns blocked the way, scratching his clothes and hands and feet, but Xiao Lian did not care at all. It was not until 6 hours later that he finally arrived at Crown Prince Peak. Of course, Crown Prince Peak was originally not called Crown Prince Peak. Because the Crown Prince Palace was built here, it was renamed. In the midst of the weeds, there were vaguely remnants of turtle shell brocade paving in the east and west, and there was also a large piece of charred stone foundation. That was the foundation of what used to be the main hall. After passing through, among the broken walls and glazed tiles, there was also a broken ancient well. Looking down from above, this ancient well had long since withered. It was only a few feet away from the bottom of the well, and all he could see was mud. Xiao Lian did not hesitate to lift his foot and jump down. He did not fall into the mud, but he passed through this layer of illusion. After falling a few feet, his feet touched solid ground. He could not see his fingers in all directions. Looking up, there was no sunlight above, as if it was blocked by a layer of curtain. He fumbled at the bottom of the well and found a few stone bricks. He pressed them down in a specific order. With a creaking sound, a small, extremely low door opened at the side. Xiao Lian crouched down and slowly crawled along the passage behind the small door. As soon as he entered, he heard the small door close behind him. After half an incense stick's time, he finally reached the end. Xiao Lian straightened his body and snapped his fingers, summoning a cluster of flames. After this small ball of flame lit up, as if in response, a faint halo also lit up not far away. It was as if a bright pearl had awakened from its slumber and opened its eyes. In the blink of an eye, more and more pearls lit up and connected together. The surroundings became brighter and brighter, and one could clearly see that this was a spacious underground palace hall. The ceiling of the hall was inlaid with thousands of stars. It was hard to imagine that the imperial mausoleum of the Xianlu ancient kingdom was hidden under Mount Taicang, which had been burned to the ground. Those twinkling stars were all the luminous pearls and diamonds embedded in the ceiling. The luminous pearls shone brightly when they came in contact with light, and the diamonds reflected their radiance, making it look like a dream. It was as if the Milky Way had shrunk and was hidden underground. Each of these pearls and diamonds was priceless. As long as one could pry out one could enjoy a lifetime of glory and wealth. However, Xiao Lian didn't even look at them. He directly passed through the underground palace hall and arrived at the last chamber. Compared to the main hall, this chamber could be said to be extremely simple. Because it hadn't been completed yet, there weren't any gorgeous furnishings in the chamber. There were only 2 coffins. In the middle of the coffins, a person stood upright. He was dressed in luxurious clothing and wore a golden mask on his face. His sword was pointed at Xiao Lian. However, this person only maintained this posture and didn't make any further movements. Xiao Lian also walked in on his own, completely ignoring him. However, this was because Xiao Lian knew that there was no face behind the golden mask. Under the luxurious clothing, there was no person. There was only an empty frame made of wood, hay, and rope. For so many years, only this luxurious robe and this mask had replaced him, accompanying these 2 lonely coffins. On each of the 2 coffins was a small golden plate. The things on the golden plates were somewhat out of place. There were fruits that had shrunk to the point that only a seed was left, and moldy and black hard lumps that couldn't be seen what they were. After Xiao Lian came in, he collected the things on the plates and threw them to the corner of the chamber. He searched his chest. He originally had half a bun with him, but that bun was given to Hua Cheng, so there was nothing left. Thus, he said, "Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, I'm sorry. I forgot to bring something to see you." Naturally, no one would answer him. Xiao Yan slowly leaned against one of the coffins and sat in front of it. After a while, he said, "Imperial Mother, I saw Qi Rong. Qi Rong didn't die. He turned into a ghost. I really don't know how he survived these hundreds of years." Xiao Yan shook his head and said, "He killed a lot of people. Now that someone wants to kill him, even the heavenly court probably won't forgive him. Sigh, I really don't know what to do with this person." He was about to say something when suddenly, from a place very close to him, he heard the faint sound of crying. Xiao Yan stiffened, and his expression changed greatly. He listened carefully. It wasn't an illusion. It really was a crying sound. This crying sound was very low and very small. If he didn't hold his breath and concentrate, he wouldn't be able to hear it. Moreover, this voice was very thin. If it wasn't a child, then it was a woman. This crying sound was really too close to him. It was as if there was only a thin wall separating them. It was practically coming from him. Xiao Yan suddenly turned his head. He was finally sure. This sound was coming from the coffin he was leaning against. In his extreme shock, the first sentence that Xiao Yan blurted out was actually one of joy. "Mother, is that you?" However, he immediately sobered up. What he hoped for couldn't possibly happen. His mother had passed away 800 years ago, escaping from the sea of bitterness. She had never turned into a ghost. Moreover, the emotion in this crying sound wasn't sadness, but fear. Then at this very moment, in the end, who was hiding in his mother's coffin and crying? Xiao Yan couldn't wait a moment longer. His left hand fiercely lifted the coffin lid, and his right hand was about to cut off the maiden's heart. Unexpectedly, after he clearly saw what was inside the coffin, his sword abruptly stopped. There wasn't a second person lying inside the coffin. There was only a human figure dressed in pitch-black luxurious clothing, and its face was covered with a veil. This human figure, originally, could only be his mother. However, the person lying right now absolutely couldn't be her. Because this human figure was too short, and the height of its figure was completely wrong. Most importantly, this person was still shivering. It was basically a living person. Xiao Yan lifted the veil. Sure enough, under the veil was the face of a child. In an instant, his heart went cold. He grabbed the child and said in shock and horror, "My Empress Mother. My Empress Mother. Where did you put my Empress Mother's corpse?" At first glance, this black luxurious clothing didn't seem to have anything special about it. However, it was woven from an extremely rare and dense worm's cocoon silk. The cocoon silk was a tribute from a small foreign country. Once it was made into clothing, it had to go through several processes of precision processing. Then, it was matched with herbal sachets and sealed in a coffin. It could ensure that the corpse wouldn't rot for 1,000 years, and the remains would look like a living person. However, at this moment, the person wearing this strange cocoon silk clothing was this child. Then where was his mother's corpse? What had she become? Xiao Yan didn't dare to think about it. He could only grab this child who had appeared out of nowhere and sternly interrogate, "My Empress Mother? Who are you? Why are you here? Where did you put my Empress Mother?" But, how could a child who was crying in fear answer his questions? He was so scared that he couldn't even speak. Xiao Yan dragged him out of the coffin. Suddenly, he discovered that from the strange cocoon silk clothing, some gray powder was shaken off. He looked inside the coffin with a deathly pale face, and found that the bottom of the coffin was also covered with a layer of powder. In a split second, the world spun and Xiao Yan only felt that his heart was about to stop. He loosened his hand, letting go of this child, and knelt beside the coffin in a daze. He didn't dare to use his hands to touch this powder, and also didn't dare to let it scatter like burnt ashes. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew in his heart what this was. A corpse that had been sealed for 800 years, forcibly removed from the strange cocoon silk clothing, what else would it become? For a moment, Xiao Lian's mind was in chaos. His mind couldn't think of anything else. He hugged his head, his ears ringing. Who knew that at this moment, he would suddenly feel a chill down his spine? He instinctively felt danger, and suddenly turned around. His hand moved as fast as lightning, and he grabbed a sword with his bare hand. He saw a person behind him stabbing a sword. And the person who stabbed him with the sword was actually the wooden frame that had been standing motionless since he came in. It turned out that someone had already snuck in before him, put on this luxurious clothing, put on a mask, and pretended to be a lifeless wooden frame, waiting for him to come. With a clang sound, Xiao Lian barehandedly broke the sword in two. His hand was covered in blood, but his expression didn't change. His foot flew out like thunder, kicking that person's abdomen, firmly stepping on him. That person's chest was firmly stepped on by Xiao Lian, and he grabbed onto Xiao Lian's boots, wanting to struggle, but he couldn't move, as if he was nailed to the ground. Xiao Lian bent down, and with one palm, he slapped away the golden mask on his face, revealing the face of a young man. Xiao Lian shouted, "Who are you? A grave robber? How did you get in?" At this time, the child shouted from the side, "Daddy." With this shout, Xiao Lian finally remembered. This adult and child, both of them looked familiar. Weren't they the father and son that were almost cooked by Qi Rong in the Green Demon's lair? Xiao Lian instantly understood what was going on, and with a thunderous punch, he hit the young man's chin, and angrily shouted, "Qi Rong, get out here. I want to kill you." That young man spat out blood as he laughed, "Crown Prince cousin, I'm so happy, we meet again. Ha 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 ha." Although this was a different face, this crazy smile, if it wasn't Qi Rong, who else could it be? He actually transformed into an incorporeal body, possessing the body of this young father. Needless to say, after Qi Rong was thrown into the pot by Lang Qianxiu, in order to avoid being killed, he took advantage of the chaos to escape into the crowd, possessing the body of this young man, and arrived at the Xianlu imperial tomb. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person know the location of the Xianlu imperial tomb? How could he rush over in such a short time? He brought this child, perhaps to be used as food, or perhaps to hide the child in the coffin like before, to divert Xiao Lian's attention, so that he could take the opportunity to attack from behind. Xiao Lian punched him, and Qi Rong felt wronged. Covering his face, he shouted, "Cousin, why are you so angry? If I stab you, you won't die, he 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 he." Peng peng, Xiao Lian punched him again, his eyes red. "How did my Empress Mother treat you? You treat her like this? You treat her corpse like this?" Qi Rong snorted, "Aunt died a long time ago, she is no longer a person. Is there a difference whether her corpse is human or powder? It's just that the corpse has changed its appearance, isn't it still there? You are crying and weeping like this. At that time, you were ruthless towards Enlu. Good cousin, you actually have two faces, he he." Finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. "Why did I treat her like this? Isn't it all because of you? Don't you know how to reflect? It's all your fault. You, this god of plague, also have the face to come to the Xianlu imperial tomb to cry." Xiao Lian suddenly exerted force with his foot, causing Qi Rong to scream loudly. Blood spurted out from his mouth, but he seemed to be even more excited. Both his hands tightly hugged his blood-stained boots, and he loudly said, "Yes, yes. That's how you are, that's how you are. Fight, fight, kill, ruthlessly beat. Ruthlessly kill. Don't act like a Mr. Wen Tun who has to endure humiliation, it's disgusting to look at." That child crawled over, crying loudly, "Wah! Father, father, what happened to you?" He also did not understand what was going on, only knowing that his father was being beaten. From his point of view, the current Xiao Lian was simply a fiendish demon, but he was afraid that his only father would die, so he did not retreat. He tried his best to remove the boots that the demon was stepping on his father's chest. That young man vomited blood incessantly, scaring the child half to death. He used his hand to cover his father's mouth, as if he thought that would stop the bleeding. Seeing this, Xiao Yan slightly calmed down, thinking that the owner of this body was innocent. She retracted her strength a little, pointed her finger downwards, and pointed the tip of her sword at Qi Rong's cheek, and coldly said, "Qi Rong, you, roll out for me. If you don't come out, believe it or not, I will pull out your tongue and pull out your soul." In theory, if a person's tongue was pulled out, it could indeed pull out the ghost that was attached to his body. Qi Rong said, "I won't roll. I won't roll, so what? Come, kill me. I am very weak right now, if you kill this person with me, I will very likely die with him. Don't miss this good opportunity, or else you can forget about finding my ashes for the rest of your life." He even took the initiative to stick out his tongue, as if he couldn't wait for Xiao Yan to put his threat into practice, using this kind of bloody method to drag out his soul from this body. He wailed, "In any case, this person that I am possessing is just trash, you can do it, no one will know, no one will care, your crown prince's holy radiance will not be damaged in the slightest. Look! I have already crushed your mother into ashes, are you not going to kill me? Ha 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 ha." That child could not move Xiao Yan's boots away, so he hugged his leg and cried, "Don't kill my father. Don't kill my father." Xiao Yan's breath became more and more urgent, his head was dizzy, and his whole body was trembling. He wanted to smash Qi Rong's head with his palm, but he could not do it. Qi Rong spread out his hands and said, "Ha ha ha, Crown Prince cousin, what a failure, what a failure." Xiao Yan lifted him up, raised his fist, and fiercely punched him in the face, and with each punch he scolded, "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" However, the angrier he was, the happier Qi Rong was. Even if the price was to be beaten, Qi Rong still felt extremely carefree, and his eyes shot out light. "Look! Show me your true face. Crown Prince cousin, is there anyone in this world who understands you better than me? No. Although you look like a stray dog that can be stepped on by anyone, I know very well that your heart is actually very proud, you never allow others to say you are a failure. If I say you are a failure, you must hate me in your heart, right? Is it so piercing that your heart is bleeding? Come quickly. Or are you going to loudly tell me that this person is innocent, so you won't implicate him in order to kill me? Come. Let me see what you will do." In this seemingly provocative and somewhat proud mad laughter, Xiao Yan could no longer bear it. Zheng, the maiden's heart was unsheathed. Chapter 58. This sword pierced out, piercing the heart of the demon, killing him on the ground. Subduing demons and subduing demons, the heavenly official's blessing. On both sides of the divine Marshall Street, the sound was like the roar of the sea, each wave higher than the last. In front of the vermilion gate of the imperial palace, in the middle of the square, the two Taoists who were playing the roles of a god and a demon bowed to the surroundings, bowed and retreated to the sides. After watching the warm-up martial arts battle, Zhang Zian, the atmosphere of the common people was high. Not only were the two sides of the street packed so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through, even the roofs were covered with courageous people, clapping their hands, shouting, cheering, dancing with joy, tens of thousands of people celebrating. Such a grand occasion, it was truly an empty alley of tens of thousands of people. In the history of Xian Lu country, if one wanted to talk about which Upper Yuan sacrificial heaven tour could be said to be unprecedented, then, it must be today. On the high platform, rows of brocade-clothed nobles with jade faces, not a single one of them didn't have a proper smile on their faces, looking down. Within the imperial palace, a long line of hundreds of people quietly waited here. The bell rang loudly, the imperial tutor stroked his non-existent long beard, saying, opening the way for the warriors. Here. Jade lady. Here. Musician. Here. Horse squad. Here. Demon. Here. Pleasing the gods' martial artist. No one answered. The imperial tutor frowned, feeling that something was wrong. He turned his head and said, pleasing the gods' martial artist? Where is His Highness the Crown Prince? Still no one answered. The fiendish demon, who had just answered, paused and took off the green mask, revealing a fair and delicate face. This youth was about 16 or 17 years old. His skin and lips were very light, clean, a pair of eyes like a pair of obsidian, bright and flickering. His hair was soft, a few extremely thin strands scattered on his forehead and cheeks, looking quiet and obedient, forming a clear contrast with the sinister demon mask in his hand. He said softly, His Highness the Crown Prince has left. The imperial tutor almost fainted. In any case, he remembered that he couldn't faint in the face of an important matter, so he held on and said, This? How could he leave like this? When did His Highness leave? The guards of honor are about to go out of the palace gate. When the stage is pulled out, I can only see demons and not immortals. Everyone spits at me, and I can't even swim out. Mu Qing, why didn't you stop him? Mu Qing lowered his head and said, Before His Royal Highness the Crown Prince left, he wanted me to tell you not to worry, that all procedures can be carried out as usual, and that he will be here soon. Imperial Preceptor was burning with anxiety as he said, How can I not be worried? What do you mean I'll be there soon? What time will it be soon? What if I don't make it? Outside the palace gate, the people who had been waiting for several hours since early in the morning could no longer hold themselves back and were urging them to hurry. A Daoist hurried over and said, Imperial Preceptor, the Empress has sent someone to ask you why the honor guards have not set off yet. The auspicious hour is almost here. If we don't set off now, it will be too late. After listening, the Imperial Preceptor wished that the rebel army would suddenly attack the city and ruin this Upper Yuan sacrificial heaven tour. To actually make a mess at such a crucial moment. If the one who made a mess was another person, he would have flown into a rage long ago. It wouldn't be strange for him to raise his sword and kill someone. But this person was the precious disciple he was most proud of, and also someone else's most respected precious son. He couldn't be beaten, scolded, and even more so killed. Rather than killing him, it was better to commit suicide. At this moment, a person passed through the pitch-black palace gate and ran into the palace. He said in a clear voice, Imperial Preceptor, why haven't you given the order to set off? The hour is almost over, and everyone is waiting anxiously outside. The person who came was also a youth of 16 or 17 years old. He stood ramrod straight and was extremely tall. His skin was wheat-colored, and he carried a black longbow and a snow-white quiver on his back. His lips were tightly pursed, and his brows were tightly knitted. Even though he was young, his gaze was determined. When the Imperial Preceptor saw this youth, he grabbed him and said, Feng Xian. Where is your Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Feng Xian was startled, and then he seemed to understand something. His eyes were filled with rage as he glared at Mu Qing. Mu Qing had already put on the demon mask again without a word, and his spirit could not be seen. Feng Xian said in a low voice, I don't have time to explain to you now. Set off immediately, His Highness the Crown Prince will not disappoint you. There was no other way. If the grand stage was pulled out without a spirit, then the martial artists would die. If they delayed and spoiled the hour, then they would also die. The Imperial Preceptor waved his hand in despair and said, Play the music, set off. Receiving the order, the flutes and pipes sounded, and at the very front of the long line, 100 royal warriors shouted in unison. They strode forward, leading the majestic guard of honor, and set off. The warriors were at the front, symbolizing that they would be able to overcome the obstacles of the world. Following closely behind were all virgin girls, refined and beautiful. They carried baskets with their bare hands, and the heavenly maidens scattered flowers, scattering them into the mud and crushing them into fragrant dust. The fragrance was still the same as before. The musicians sat upright on the golden carriages made of gold. As soon as they left the palace gate, they attracted waves of exclamations, and everyone fought to snatch the flowers. However, no matter how beautiful, extravagant, and grand these were only the foreshadowing of the main event. The grand stage, the final grand stage, was about to appear. The grand stage pulled by 16 golden reins and white horses passed through the deep palace gate, slowly appearing in front of the tens of thousands of people. On the stage, a demon dressed in black, wearing a ferocious mask, held a 9-foot-long horse-slaying sword in front of him, solemnly taking up a stance. The imperial preceptor's heart tightened, hoping for a miracle. However, a miracle did not appear. The crowd was in an uproar. On the tall building, the nobles frowned slightly, looking at each other and asking, "What's going on? Why isn't the spirit warrior on the stage? Is His Highness the Crown Prince not here? Where's Brother Lien?" In the middle of the tall building, sat a handsome man, as well as a beautiful woman with soft skin and gentle eyebrows. These were the king and empress of Xian Lu country. Not seeing the people who should have appeared, the empress looked worriedly at the king beside her. The king grasped her hand, comforting her with his gaze, indicating that she should wait and see, and not worry. However, the crowd on both sides of the street did not calm down, and their cries became even louder, as if the roof was about to collapse. The imperial preceptor hated that he did not have the courage to commit suicide on the spot. However, on the stage, Mu Qin was very calm. Even though his opponent was not there, he was still meticulous, minding his own business. With a dang sound, he heavily stabbed the long sword into the ground, standing upright in front of him. In a burst of killing, this young man in black, with great momentum, completed the opening of the demon. Looking at his face, looking at his figure, Mu Qin was thin and delicate, like a refined scholar. However, such a strangely heavy 9-feet-long saber, in his hands, was swung with incomparable dexterity, as if it had no weight at all. Dozens of Taoists playing the role of demon slayers jumped onto the stage one by one, and were knocked down one by one, driven off the stage. In all fairness, there were many afterimages of the saber, and it was very exciting to watch. Therefore, some people cheered for him. However, more people did not come to see the demon-slaying people scene. They all shouted, "Where is the spirit warrior? Where is His Highness the Crown Prince? We want to see His Highness the Divine Martial Emperor. Demons, retreat!" On the tall building, an angry voice shouted, "Where is my cousin? What the hell is going on? Who wants to see these things? Fuck, where is my cousin?" Needless to say, the one who shouted the loudest must be Little Mirror King Qi Rong. Sure enough, many people looked up and saw a young man in a light blue brocade robe with a necklace rush to the edge of the stage, angrily waving his fist down. This young man was only 15 or 16 years old, with a pink face and black eyebrows. He was bright and dazzling, but his face was full of anger, as if he was about to jump over the railing and beat people up. But this building was too high, and if he jumped down, he would either die or break his leg. So, he grabbed a white jade teacup and threw it down. The teacup quickly flew to the back of the demon's head, and just when it was about to hit the demon, blood gushed out. The demon slightly moved his body, tilted his long sword, and picked up the teacup on the tip of the sword. The trembling teacup steadily stood on the tip of the sword, causing a wave of cheers. Mu Qin lifted the long sword again, and the teacup flew down, but was caught by a Taoist below the stage. He continued to play his demon calmly, waving his sword and slashing people. Qi Rong was furious, and wanted to smash again, but the queen called someone to pull him down. However, the royal family's expressions became more and more serious, and some of them couldn't sit still. It was not interesting for a Yuetian warrior to suddenly disappear before the Upper Yuan sacrifice ceremony. At this time, a storm of cheers broke out in the crowd, louder than any of the previous cheers. A snow-white figure fell from the sky and landed in front of the demon in black. The man landed, and his white clothes spread out on the stage in the shape of a giant flower, and a golden mask covered his face. He held the sword in one hand, and the other gently flicked the edge of the sword. Ding! It was very pleasant to hear. This movement was very calm, as if he didn't care about the demon in black in front of him at all. The demon slowly pointed the edge of the sword at him, and the martial artist in white slowly stood up. Qi Rong's eyes lit up, and his face turned red. He jumped up and shouted, "Cousin Crown Prince! Cousin Crown Prince is here!" Everyone, both upstairs and downstairs, was dumbfounded. This entrance was really like a celestial descending, extremely daring. That city tower was at least 100 feet tall, and this crown prince, who was of high status, actually jumped down from the city tower. Just now, countless people thought that a celestial god had really descended. Now that they reacted, they couldn't help but feel their blood boil, and their scalps go numb. They clapped with all their might. Qi Rong shouted as he led the clapping, shouting himself hoarse, and clapping until his hands were red. The monarch and the queen smiled and looked at each other, and then started clapping. The other royal family members also relaxed their brows, and sighed in relief. They also clapped and praised. Crowds surged on both sides of Shenwu Street. Hundreds and thousands of men were so excited that they wanted to break through the martial artists blocking the street and rush up to the people and cheer. On the platform, two figures, one black and one white, faced each other. The celestial god and the demon both shook their weapons, and finally faced each other. Seeing that he had finally caught up, the imperial tutor's worried heart finally relaxed, and only then did he go up the platform. After nodding to his colleagues around him, he found a seat and sat down to watch. The monarch smiled, "Imperial tutor, how did you think of such a shocking entrance?" "It's really exciting." The imperial tutor wiped his sweat, and smiled, "It's really very exciting. It's just that it's a bit scary, I didn't think of this, it should be the crown prince's idea." The queen, however, patted her chest, and said, "This child is really reckless. He actually jumped down from such a high place without saying a word, I almost stood up just now." The imperial tutor couldn't help but feel a little proud, and said, "Rest assured, Your Highness. His Highness the Crown Prince's martial arts skills are outstanding, not to mention a mere 100 feet tall, even if it's a tower a few times taller, he can still easily climb up and down with his eyes closed." The queen's face lit up, and she warmly said, "The imperial tutor has taught me well." The imperial tutor laughed, "You flatter me, you flatter me. His Highness the Crown Prince is favored by the heavens, his talents are extraordinary, and he's a descendant of the heavens. To be able to teach His Highness, it's the fortune of 3 lifetimes. I have a feeling that with His Highness the Crown Prince holding the fort, today will definitely be the most exciting heaven sacrifice in history." He said the word heaven 4 times in a row, and it was extremely smooth. The monarch smiled, and turned his head to look, and said, "I hope so." In this heaven sacrifice, the heaven sacrifice martial artists and the demon martial artists were the 2 most important characters. Both of them had to be youths skilled in martial arts. Especially the heavens sacrifice martial artists, the style of their clothing was strict, and it was extraordinarily extravagant. After they were fully equipped, their entire body would weigh up to 40 to 50 kilograms. Martial artists had to walk several laps around the city under such a heavy burden in front of the eyes of tens of thousands of people. They had to complete at least 4 hours of martial arts practice, during which no mistakes could be made. Didn't that mean that they had to have outstanding martial arts skills? Luckily, these 2 youths were extremely outstanding. Their swords flashed, and they fought back and forth. It was a beautiful fight, and they had probably practiced it countless times. The monarch said, "Who's the one acting as the demon and fighting the crown prince?" The imperial tutor coughed lightly, and said, "Your Majesty, that is a Taoist from the extreme Emperor Temple, his name is Mu Qing." The queen said gently, "I think this child fights well, just a little weaker than my son, probably about the same level as Feng Xian." Hearing that, the imperial tutor's expression was indifferent. Qi Rong had been lying on the queen's knees eating grapes, and he quickly spat out the grape skin, and said, "Pay pay pay. No way, no way. He's not just a little weak, he's far from it. Not anyone can be compared to cousin Crown Prince." Hearing that, the queen smiled and patted his head a few times, and the nobles were convulsing with laughter, and teased, "Rong really pesters his cousin to death, he'll feel unhappy if he doesn't praise him for a day." In the sea of people below, the shouts broke through the clouds, "Fight! Fight him! Kill him! Kill the demon!" The tide of shouts became more and more turbulent. Qi Rong was also among them, and he cupped his hands around his mouth, making a trumpet shape, and laughed out loud, "Cousin Crown Prince, go! You can beat him down with just one hand, give this kid a taste of your strength." Suddenly, the demon on the stage chopped down, and the martial artist countered with a sword, but only made a sound of "hm." Logically speaking, during the Heaven Sacrifice Tour, battles were only for entertainment and performance, and at most, only 70% of their strength was needed. However, after he blocked this attack, the sword in his hand almost flew out. Clearly, the other party had used 100% of his strength in that attack just now. Xiao Yan slightly raised his head, and clearly said, "Mu Qing." The teenager playing the demon didn't say anything, and once again attacked with his sword. Xiao Yan didn't have time to think too much, and dang dang, dang dang, dang dang, he received a few more attacks, and in his heart, he thought, "This is much more interesting than the fake fight just now." Thus, the shouts were earth-shattering, and sparks flew from weapons. The more intense the fight on the stage, the more thunderous the cheers below the stage became. Suddenly, a sword whistled, and a dazzling white light shone. Everyone cried out, "Ah," and held their breaths. It turned out that the demon's 9-foot-long sword had actually been flicked away by the Yuetian martial artist's slender sword. The sword flew out of his hand, and was nailed into a stone pillar at the side of the stage. Some busybodies tried to pull out the sword, but even after using the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, they still couldn't move it in the slightest. They couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of sword is this? How much strength does it have? Meanwhile, on the stage, the Yuetian martial artist shook his sword, and lightly flicked the edge of the sword. A clear, ding, sound rang out, and a light laugh came from behind the golden mask. Xiao Yan calmly and cheerfully said, "Not bad. However, you still lost." Having lost his weapon, the demon half knelt on the ground. He didn't say a word, but his fists were tightly clenched. Xiao Yan brandished his sword, and under the cheers from all directions, he was about to stab out with his sword one last time to kill the demon. Who knew that at this moment, screams could be heard from above? Xiao Yan was startled, and he put away his sword. When he raised his head, he only had enough time to clearly see a blurry silhouette rapidly falling down from the city wall. In that instant, he didn't have time to think of anything else. In a flash, his feet tapped the ground, and his body leaped up, as light as a feather. His body flew up, and his sleeves spread out like butterfly wings. He gracefully landed on the ground, as light as a white feather. His arms firmly hugged a person, and his feet firmly landed on the ground. Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief, and only then did he look down. Chapter 59. This child was no more than 7 or 8 years old. It was truly a thin and small one. After falling from such a high place, his small body shivered in his arms, like a newborn cub of some animal. However, through the gaps of the messy bandages on his head, an enormous black eye peeked out. Within the eye, a snow-white shadow was reflected. It stared at him without blinking. It was as if nothing else could be seen. He could only hear the sound of cold air being sucked in from all directions. Xiao Yan slightly raised his head, but his heart suddenly sank. Because, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw something. On the ground not far in front of him, a golden object had landed. The golden mask that covered his face. It had fallen. Xiao Yan landed in the middle of Shenwu Street. The honor guard was several feet behind him and had yet to arrive. A shocking change suddenly occurred. The steady footsteps of the warriors were disrupted by this sudden accident, and the beautiful maidens who were scattering flowers also revealed expressions of fear. The golden carriage stopped. A few tall white horses raised their hooves and neighed. A few discordant sounds came from the flute. Some people left. Some people stayed. They were unable to quickly unify their pace. The situation seemed to be getting out of control. The crowd on both sides of the street had yet to react. On the tall building, the Xianlu Emperor suddenly stood up. He looked at his son's figure with a grave and concerned expression. With him standing up, how could the other nobles dare to sit down? One by one, they stood up in panic. The imperial advisors had just warmed up from sitting on the stool, but now it was cold again. Just as he was rapidly considering whether or not he should immediately kneel down and blame himself, Qi Rong had already jumped onto the railing. Rolling up his sleeves, he angrily said, "What now? What's going on? Why is the procession in disorder? What is this group of trash doing? Are you all eating plain rice? You can't even pull a horse." The Empress's face was pale. Her eyebrows slightly wrinkled as she hurriedly ordered people to pull him down. Seeing that the crowd had begun to faintly stir, a big mess was about to break out. At this moment, Xiao Yan suddenly stood up. Normally, the noble crown prince would hide deep within the imperial palace or seclude himself in the imperial training grounds. He almost never had the opportunity to show his face in front of the common people. This was the first time. As a result, everyone couldn't help but be attracted to him and look over. With this glance, they couldn't help but hold their breaths. The young man had long eyebrows and beautiful eyes, and was extremely handsome. His entire body was dazzling, and no one dared to look at him directly. He held the child in one hand and slowly raised the sword in the other, pointing it at the platform. The fiendish demon was originally observing the situation from the platform. Seeing this, he paused for a moment, then suddenly tapped his foot. The crowd cried out in alarm. The demon's figure was like a black cloud, sweeping across the sky, flying to the pillar where the saber had been nailed. Grabbing the saber hilt, he pulled it out of the pillar along with the cracks. With a flip of his body, he landed in the middle of the street, in front of the warriors. Seeing that he instantly understood his intentions and came over to cooperate, Xiao Yan quietly praised, "Good Mu Qing." This time, the spirit-pleasing martial artist and demon both got off the stage. One black and one white, one saber and one sword, finally clashed once again. Everyone's blood surged, and they were boiling once again. On the tall building, the expressions of the nobles also relaxed. They finally looked better. The fiendish demon acted like he was going to slash the young child in the warrior's arms. Holding the saber with both hands, he swung it horizontally towards Xiao Yan. The two of them pretended to tear each other apart a few times. As they fought, they once again flew back to the platform. Feng Xian took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was diverted to roll across the street. Grabbing his mask, he once again rushed into the ceremonial array and shouted in a low voice, "Don't panic. Don't panic. Just act as if nothing happened and continue walking. Finish this circle before returning to the palace." The people in the ceremonial array hurriedly gathered their thoughts and returned to their respective positions, reinvigorating themselves. On the other side, as soon as they returned to the platform, Mu Qing's attacks became even more ferocious. Xiao Yan received several saber strikes, but at this time, he heard the child in his arms cry out. It seemed that he had been caught up in the saber light and sword energy, and was extremely frightened. Xiao Yan's left hand hugged him tightly, and he said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid." Hearing this, the young child tightened his grip on the clothes on his chest. Xiao Yan held the child in one hand, and wielded his sword with the other, skillfully and easily. After a while, he felt the child in his arms raise his trembling hand again, tightly hugging his shoulder, as if hugging a life-saving straw. He said again, "Don't worry, nothing will be able to hurt you." After saying this, he shouted in a low voice, "Mu Qing." The demon opposite him nodded imperceptibly, and Xiao Yan thrust out his sword. Thus, in front of everyone's eyes, the Yuetian martial artist finally pierced the demon's heart, killing him on the spot. Wearing the demon mask, Mu Qing clutched his wound and staggered a few steps back. After struggling for a while, he finally fell to the ground with a thump, motionless. Upstairs, Qi Rong laughed loudly, clapping his hands and saying, "Dead. Dead. Cousin Crown Prince has killed the demon." At the same time, the majestic procession of the heaven-worshipping procession continued to advance, heading towards the palace. They had already finished up and were preparing to enter the palace gate. Because of the timely remedy in the exciting plot, not only did the common people not complain about the unexpected interlude just now, they were even more enthusiastic. Countless people shouted, "Your Highness" and "God" as they followed behind the platform. Tens of thousands of people surged towards the palace. Several generals had no choice but to send out several times the number of warriors and soldiers to stop these overly excited common people. However, in the end, they were unable to stop them. The tide of people broke through the defensive line and swarmed forward. On the tall building, the Xianlu Emperor shouted, "Guards! Warriors!" Coincidentally, at this time, the entire honor guard of several hundred people had entered the palace gate. The vermilion gate closed behind the platform, and the fluttering flags no longer fluttered in the wind. The common people pounced on empty air, pouncing on the gate. The sounds of knocking and cheering shook the heavens. Inside the tightly closed palace gate, on the platform, two clangs could be heard. The white-clothed Yuetian martial artist and the black-clothed demon both threw away the weapons in their hands and heavily fell to the ground. Xiao Yan's entire body was drenched in sweat. Tearing off the layers of gorgeous divine clothing, he let out a long breath and said, "So dangerous, so dangerous. I'm so tired." Mu Qing also took off the heavy demon mask and silently let out a breath. However, he did not complain about being tired. When he turned his head, he saw that Xiao Yan was still carrying the small child in his arms. He frowned and did not say anything. Feng Xian, on the other hand, was chasing after the platform. As he ran, he asked, "Your Highness, why did you also bring this child in?" The small child was lying on Xiao Yan's chest. His small body was stiff and motionless. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. Xiao Yan sat up and said, "If I didn't bring him in, did I just leave him outside? The streets are so messy. Such a small child would be trampled to death in a short while." Finished speaking, he picked up the small child and caressed his small head twice. He casually asked, "Little friend, how old are you?" The child's eyes did not blink and his mouth did not make a sound. Xiao Yan continued to ask him, coaxing, "Why did you fall down just now?" Mu Qing replied, "Your Highness, this child probably did not dare to speak. He was scared silly." Xiao Yan caressed the small child's head twice more. He felt that this child was dull and did not find it interesting. He stopped caressing and commented, "Silly." Feng Xian, later find someone to bring him out from the side door. See if he is injured. His face is wrapped in bandages. Feng Xian stretched out his hand and said, "All right. Pass him over." Xiao Yan carried the small child and passed him over. Who knew that he did not pass him over? Feng Xian asked, "Your Highness, why are you not letting go?" Xiao Yan asked curiously, "Should I let go?" When he looked down again, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that the small child's hands were tightly grabbing onto the hem of his clothes and had not let go. The few of them were startled and immediately burst into laughter. Xiao Yan cultivated in the Huangji temple. Many good men and women, either because they wanted to see a rare sight, or because of their faith, racked their brains to see the crown prince. After seeing him once, they wanted to see him a second time, wishing that they could become Taoists together with him. They did not expect this child to have such a style at such a young age. At the side of the platform, there were many young Taoists cultivating in Huangji Monastery. They all laughed and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this child does not want to leave." Xiao Yan laughed and said, "Is that so? That won't do. I still have to do my own things. Little child, go home." Hearing this, the child finally let go of his hands slowly and did not hold on to his clothes anymore. Feng Xian then grabbed him. That small child was held in Feng Xian's hands, but his big black eyes were still staring straight at Xiao Yan. This expression was as if he was possessed by a ghost. Seeing this, many Taoists started to have doubts in their hearts. Xiao Yan did not even look at the child. He only said to Feng Xian, "Don't carry him like he is a piece of trash. You are scaring the child." Feng Xian then placed the small child on the ground and said, "Stop laughing. The state preceptor is going crazy. Your Highness, you better think about how you are going to explain this later." Hearing this, everyone stopped laughing. An hour later. Huangji Monastery, Shenwu Peak, Shenwu Hall. Fragrant clouds lingered and the sound of chanting could be heard. The state preceptor and the 3 deputy state preceptors sat at one side of the hall. Their faces were full of worry. Mu Qing was in front of them. Xiao Yan was also kneeling. However, there was no one in front of him. It was only the golden statue of the Shenwu Heavenly Emperor. Feng Xian followed him and knelt behind him. The state preceptor picked up the meticulously carved golden mask. After a while, he sighed and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Even if he was kneeling, Xiao Yan still knelt straight. He raised his head and said, "I am here." The state preceptor lamented and said, "Do you know that in the history of Xianlu country, there have been so many upper yuan sacrificed to the heavens, but there has never been one where the ceremonial staff platform only went around the city 3 times. 3 times. Every ceremony and every arrangement of the upper yuan sacrificial heaven roaming ceremony had a hidden meaning behind it. The ceremonial staff platform going around the city symbolized a year of praying for peace and prosperity for the country. Therefore, the number of times the upper yuan sacrifice to the heavens had gone around meant that there was no need to hold such a grand event for many years. Not only was it a good omen, it also saved money. 3 laps, didn't that mean it could only be guaranteed for 3 years? Moreover, what was even worse was that the golden mask on the Yuetian martial artist's face had fallen during the ceremony. The people of Xianlu country had believed since ancient times that the spiritual energy of the human body was gathered in the 5 senses. The head was where a person's soul was located, and they must offer the best to the heavens. Therefore, during the ceremony, the martial artists had to wear a golden mask to cover their faces. This was because their faces could only be admired by the gods, and mortals were not qualified to see them. The state preceptor was exasperated and said, "In the past, the Yuetian martial artists were guaranteed at least 5 laps, and at most 15 or 16 laps. What about you? Even with your eyes closed, you could walk 50 laps. 100 laps. In the end, you strangled yourself to death on the 3rd lap. Why didn't you choke me to death first? This is great, Your Highness the Crown Prince, your name will go down in history, and I will also go down in history with you." In the main hall, no one dared to speak. Xiao Yan's expression was calm, and he said calmly, "State preceptor, why don't you look at it this way? If that child fell to his death and no one caught him, wouldn't that be an ominous sign? Wouldn't the ceremony be interrupted as well? Now, at least it ended in a decent manner, and this is already the best result. For something like this to happen, it can only be said to be an accident." The state preceptor was speechless for a moment, and then said, "This child. There are so many royal warriors here, can't any one of them go and catch him? Even if you don't catch him, you might break an arm or a leg, but you won't die from the fall. Take a few more steps forward, and fight beautifully. In a while, no one will care about what just fell. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows, and said, State Preceptor, you know. In that kind of situation, other than me, there wouldn't be a second person who could react in time, and there wouldn't be a second person who could catch him unscathed. If he didn't catch him, one would die. If he caught him, two would die. His tone was as it should be, and very certain. The state preceptors also knew that what he said was the truth, so they couldn't refute him. Seeing him kneeling in front of the statue of God, yet not taking it seriously, they were curious, amused, and proud. This precious disciple of his, Jean Geyer, couldn't get angry with him no matter what. He could only pull out a few handfuls of hair, and use the sharp pain on his scalp to cover up the sadness in his heart. Pausing, the state preceptor then said, There's more. Xiao Yan slightly lowered his head, and said, This disciple is listening. The state preceptor said, You went on stage today, and you did well. But no matter how well you did, you can't suddenly change it without even giving us a heads up. Today, His Majesty and the Empress were both scared to death by you. Do you know what would have happened if you didn't make it in time? Xiao Yan's long eyebrows rose, and he curiously asked, State Preceptor, about this matter, didn't I ask you before today? The state preceptor was also startled, and said, You asked me before? Before today? When? Chapter 60. At this time Feng Xian, who was kneeling behind Xiao Yan, said in a low voice, Your Highness indeed said it the day before yesterday. Everyone looked at him. Feng Xian said, Recently, His Highness has been thinking hard about the heaven-traversing ceremony. Yesterday, he suddenly thought of jumping down from the city tower and descending with the posture of a celestial being. There is no need to change the other arrangements. But at that time, His Highness was still reviewing the process of the ceremony. He couldn't get away. Thus, he asked Mu Qing to pass the message to the imperial tutor. Ask if this is feasible. He raised his head and his eyes were filled with anger. Mu Qing returned and told Your Highness that he had already informed the state preceptor. Therefore, Her Highness thought that the imperial tutor had given his permission and did so today. Who would have thought that the imperial tutor would not know anything about it? You almost ruined it. The Taoists looked at each other. Imperial advisor asked, Has anyone heard of this? The other three deputy state preceptors shook their heads. They all said no. The imperial advisor turned to him and his worried expression turned into sullen anger. Mu Qing, are you deliberately not reporting what you know? His words and expression. It was obvious that he was certain that Mu Qing was behind this. Xiao Yan glanced at the thin youth kneeling beside him without saying a word. He pondered for a moment. He said, State Preceptor. I think there must be some misunderstanding. Hearing this, Mu Qing slowly looked at him. His eyes were dark. Xiao Yan said, If someone deliberately concealed the truth and didn't report it, the moment they confronted each other afterwards, the ruse would be exposed. At that time, no one would be able to escape responsibility. Mu Qing was not a short-sighted fool and would not resort to such a method. Furthermore, with the absence of the soul-pleasing martial artist, what good would it do to the fiendish demon martial artists on the same stage? I hope that the imperial tutor will listen to his explanation before making a conclusion. After that, he tilted his head and said, Mu Qing, tell me, what's going on? Mu Qing lowered his eyelids and said softly, I did say what Your Highness told me yesterday. The imperial preceptor frowned and said, How can we not know if you have said it or not? When did you say that? Mu Qing said, Yesterday, an hour after the evening lesson, when the 4 imperial advisors were resting in 4 Titans' palace, this disciple reported outside the window. The national master turned around and asked the other 3 colleagues, after the evening class yesterday. What were we doing then? As soon as he asked the question, he remembered, and his face involuntarily turned green with embarrassment. The 3 deputy state preceptors also coughed a few times and said vaguely, nothing much. It's just rest. Seeing how the state advisors were hesitating, everyone immediately understood. In the Emperor Polarity Temple, everyone cultivated in silence. Basically, they were not allowed to play any games. There were only a few small things that they could do to entertain themselves. Among them, the most popular was the famous play. In other words, playing cards. Moreover, he could only do it in secret. He couldn't let others see him. The few state preceptors had been cooped up in the Emperor Polarity Temple for many years and were deeply poisoned. As long as they played cards, they would be completely oblivious, intoxicated, and hysterical. They wouldn't be able to hear any sounds from the outside world. If Mu Qing had coincidentally gone outside the window to report, how many words would he have heard? A deputy state preceptor said, "Oh, then, maybe there were too many people and the voice was too soft, so I didn't hear it clearly." "Oh, I didn't hear you clearly." The imperial tutor asked doubtfully, "Did you really go to 4 Titans Palace yesterday?" Mu Qing said, "It's true." To prove it, he described the clothes, appearance, and accent of the Taoist guard outside the door. The state preceptor had no choice but to believe him. Then, he frowned and said, "Since you went to 4 Titans Palace, you could have asked the Taoist child outside to report or go in to explain in detail. Why did you have to shout outside the window? Why didn't you ask if we heard you?" Mu Qing said softly, "It's not that I didn't try. I asked the senior brother outside the door nicely, but I don't know why, but that senior brother insisted on making things difficult for me. He didn't let me enter the palace to report, nor was he willing to help me send a message. He even mocked me and chased me away." After a pause, he continued, "I had no other choice but to go to the other side of 4 Titans Palace and report to the various state preceptors outside the window. After I said that, I vaguely heard one of the state preceptors shout, 'I got it, leave, leave.' I thought that he agreed with His Highness's idea, so I left." The state preceptors kept quiet. When they were playing mahjong in full swing, why would they listen to what others were saying outside? They would casually shout, "I got it," when they heard something. In reality, they probably didn't even know where the sound came from. Xiao Yan frowned and said, "There's actually such a thing. Which Taoist child is so rampant? To be so rude to the people I sent, they sure have guts." Although Xiao Yan usually got along well with the Taoist children of the extreme emperor and almost never put on airs, he was still the descendant of the Son of Heaven and a respected prince. Although he was kneeling in front of the statue, he didn't have the slightest bit of humility. In that instant, he was serious and dignified. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Meanwhile, the expressions of the state preceptors changed slightly. Xiao Yan said, "Why didn't you tell me about this when you came back yesterday?" Mu Qing turned around and bowed to him. In a calm voice, he said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please don't pursue this matter with that senior brother. When I came back yesterday, I didn't mention this matter to you because I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Originally, it wasn't a big deal. If you were to stand up for me, it would instead hurt the harmony between fellow disciples." Xiao Yan didn't agree and blushed with shame. "What kind of harmony is this? Bullying fellow disciples and using it to vent your anger?" Hearing this, the expressions of the state preceptors at the side became even more subtle. In the end, this kind of thing happened because the state preceptors didn't like Mu Qing. They didn't like it, and the Taoist children serving beside them naturally understood their intentions. In addition, Mu Qing himself wasn't very likable. Thus, it was normal for his fellow disciples to not give him any convenience and make things difficult for him. Of course, this precious disciple wasn't deliberately mocking them, but he really did stab them. Mu Qing kept retreating as he spoke, but Feng Xian couldn't bear to listen anymore. He suddenly said, "Originally, it really wasn't a big deal, but you made it so complicated. If you had directly told the Taoist child that you were here to pass on a message from His Highness the Crown Prince, would he have the guts to not report it? Also, before we set off today, the state preceptor asked you where His Highness the Crown Prince went. Why did you deliberately answer ambiguously? Couldn't you have directly said that His Highness was waiting on the city gate tower for the troops to set off?" Mu Qing immediately and calmly retorted, "I originally thought that the state preceptor already knew about this matter. I didn't expect that the state preceptor would suddenly ask about it, so I was momentarily stunned. But afterwards, I clearly explained to the state preceptor that His Highness the Crown Prince had already told me not to worry and that everything could be carried out as per normal. His Highness would immediately arrive. His Highness wasn't present at that time, but many people heard it. How was it intentional? How could it be so ambiguous?" Feng Xian glared at him. But thinking about it carefully, at that time, Mu Qing really did say that. It was just that the state preceptor was burning with impatience and didn't dare to rashly set off. If he really had to pick, he couldn't pick out a big mistake that could prove he had ulterior motives. At this time, Xiao Lian said, all right. A freak accident, a misunderstanding. Just consider it bad luck. Let's all stop arguing." Feng Xian's expression was extremely unhappy, but due to his status, he didn't dare to make a ruckus in Divine Martial Palace and didn't say anything else. The state preceptor also didn't want to be entangled on this issue anymore. After all, if they really thought about it, wouldn't their playing cards also cause problems? Thus, he waved his hand and said, let's talk about it later. Let's talk about it and later think of a way to remedy this. The three of you can leave. Take off your clothes and do whatever you need to do." Xiao Lian slightly bowed and immediately stood up. Feng Xian and Mu Qing, on the other hand, respectfully kowtowed once more. Only then did they stand up and follow behind Xiao Lian, preparing to leave. Xiao Lian stepped out of the doorway and heard the state preceptor call out from behind him, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Xiao Lian turned around. The state preceptor said, "Today, His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Empress asked you many questions. If you have time these next few days, go back and take a look." Xiao Lian smiled and said, "This disciple understands." After exiting Divine Martial Palace, the three of them passed through a large expanse of mountain peaks and returned to Xian Lo Palace, a Taoist room specially built for His Highness the Crown Prince. Only then did Xiao Lian begin to remove his ceremonial clothes. As mentioned earlier, during the Upper Yuan sacrifice to the heavens, the martial artists who performed the pleasing spirit ceremony had a strict style of clothing. Almost everything they wore on their body had a symbolic meaning, and not a single one of them could be messed up. For example, the outer clothing was white, symbolizing pure holiness, the inner clothing was red, symbolizing orthodox, the golden crown tied up the hair, symbolizing royal authority, and wealth, the white feather hidden in one's chest, symbolizing wings reaching the heavens, the streamers at the sleeves, symbolizing carrying all living beings. All sorts of things. It could be imagined that this outfit, whether it was wearing it or taking it off, would definitely be incomparably complicated. However, Xiao Lian was the noble crown prince, so naturally, he didn't need to do everything himself. He only needed to open his arms amidst the refreshing fragrance of the room and talk to Feng Xian while waiting for Mu Qing, who was his personal attendant, to help him take off the layers and layers of pleasing spirit dress. The white clothing of the pleasing spirit dress was of excellent quality. The grain was exquisite, and the edges were embroidered with extremely exquisite dark golden patterns. It was gorgeous, but not extravagant. Compared to the black martial arts clothing worn by the Yaoma, it could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Mu Qing's own black martial arts clothing had yet to be removed. His hand held on to the pleasing spirit dress that Xiao Lian had taken off. His fingers twitched as he stroked the white clothing a few times. To the side, Xiao Yen took off the golden crown that tied up his hair and let his long hair loose. Sitting on the sandalwood bed, he kicked his feet a few times and threw off his snow-white boots, waiting for someone to put new clothes on him. After waiting for a while, he saw that Mu Qing didn't move. He tilted his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Mu Qing quickly regained his senses and said, "Your Highness, this pleasing spirit dress seems to be dirty in some places." Xiao Yen made an sound and said, "Bring it over for me to see." Sure enough, on the snow-white martial arts clothing, there were impressively 2 small black handprints. Xiao Yen glanced at them and said, "Was it done by that child who fell from the sky? I remember that he was grabbing onto my clothes, not willing to let go. That child's face was still wrapped in bandages. I don't know if he fell or something. Feng Xian, did you help him take a look?" Feng Xian was currently wrapping up the treasured sword and horse-slaying knife used during the pleasing spirit dress. He gloomily said, "I didn't. I brought him out of the palace to help him take a look at his face like you said. In the end, he kicked my knee. Damn, it really hurt." Xiao Yen laughed as he collapsed onto the bed. Pointing at him, he said, "It must be because you were fierce to him. Otherwise, why did he kick you instead of me?" Feng Xian said, "No. That little rotten child seemed to have been possessed by a ghost. In a short while, he ran away. Otherwise, I would have carried him upside down and swung him around, scaring him into crying." Mu Qing flipped the pleasing spirit dress and said, "That child better not be a beggar. His body is too dirty. Just a scratch and he's already so black. Your Highness, the pleasing spirit dress can't be dirted. I heard that the omen isn't good either." Xiao Yen lied down on the sandalwood bed. He casually took a book from the bedside table and covered the lower half of his face with it. He said, "Circling the city 3 times and going down in history, the omen is already very good. If it's dirty, then it's dirty. I'll just wash it." Pausing for a moment, Mu Qing indifferently said, "And, when I wash it, I'll try my best to be a bit more careful." Xiao Yen flipped through the book and coincidentally flipped to a page with a knife technique. Recalling the intense exchange of moves on the Hua Tai today, he smiled and said, "Mu Qing, today on the stage, you fought pretty well." Mu Qing's shoulders slightly stiffened. Xiao Yen then said, "Only today did I discover that when you use this knife, it's much better than when you use a sword." Only then did Mu Qing's expression relax. Turning around, his face unexpectedly revealed a bit of a smile as he said, "Really?" Xiao Yen said, "N. However, I'm afraid you're a bit anxious. Using a knife and using a sword are 2 completely different things. You see." When it came to martial arts, Xiao Yen's interest soared. He was even more oblivious than the state masters when they were playing cards. Without even putting on his shoes, he jumped off the bed and used his hand as a knife to demonstrate on the spot. At first, Mu Qing's expression was a bit complicated. After Xiao Yen demonstrated for a while, he began to seriously watch. On the other hand, Feng Xian brandished the wrapped Zamadeo and chased Xiao Yen onto the bed. He shouted, "If you want to fight, then wear your shoes and fight properly. You're the crown prince, your hair is disheveled and your feet are bare. What kind of appearance is that?" Xiao Yen was just about to excitedly demonstrate when he was chased back onto the bed like a duck on a perch. Resentfully, he said, "I know." As he spoke, he gathered his long hair with both hands, preparing to tie it up before explaining in detail to Mu Qing. Suddenly, he frowned and said, "Strange." Chapter 61. Xiao Yen pinched his earlobe and said, "One of the earrings is missing." The people of Xianlu believed the ultimate perfection of Taoist cultivation was yin and yang harmony, male and female body. Gods were ever-changing and naturally weren't restricted by gender. They could be male or female. Thus, this concept was also reflected in the design of the pleasing God clothing. Throughout history, every generation of pleasing God martial artists' clothing and attire had the form and details of both men's and women's clothing like earrings and so on. When Xiao Yan played the role of a pleasing God martial artist, he pierced his ears and wore a pair of earrings. It was a pair of extremely magnificent deep red coral beads, bright and lustrous, extremely rare. However, just now, when Xiao Yan was combing his hair, he discovered that the pair of red coral beads only had one left. As soon as he said it was lost, Mu Qing's originally relaxed expression suddenly stiffened. The other two people didn't notice at all. Feng Xian first searched inside and outside the room before coming in empty-handed. You're always this forgetful. You can't even find the things you wear on your ears. I didn't see the Xian Le Palace piece, so I'll go out and look for it. I can't lose it during the heaven sacrifice. Xiao Yan also felt it was strange. However, he didn't care and said, it's possible. If we can't find it like that, then it's fine if it's lost. Mu Qing took the broom he usually used to sweep the floor and quietly said, that bead is very precious. If we can find it, then we should look for it. See if it fell under the bed or under the cabinet. As he said this, he started sweeping. Xiao Yan said, how about we call a few more people to come in and help look? Feng Xian casually said, there are too many people. If we can't find it, someone might steal it and hide it. Mu Qing was originally silently checking under the bed. When he heard this, his face suddenly turned deathly pale. He abruptly stood up, the broom in his hand snapping in two. Xiao Yan was immediately startled. After coming out of the divine martial palace, Feng Xian had been quite critical of Mu Qing, but he didn't flare up. Now that he saw Mu Qing flare up, he angrily said, why did you suddenly snap something? Who provoked you? Mu Qing coldly said, if you want to say something, just say it. What are you hinting for? It's none of my business that the pearl is missing. Feng Xian had always been straightforward with his words, and this was the first time someone had accused him of making insinuations. He was so angry that he laughed and said, why don't you say that to yourself? What did I say? I didn't say that you stole it. Do you have a guilty conscience? Xiao Yan snapped out of his daze and cursed in his heart. He sat up on the bed and said, Feng Xian, don't say any more. 3 or 4 veins popped out on Mu Qing's forehead. Feng Xian, on the other hand, did not think too much about it. He asked in confusion, what's wrong? Xiao Yan didn't know how to explain it to him, so he could only first say to Mu Qing, don't misunderstand, Feng Xian said it casually, it wasn't directed at you. Mu Qing clenched and unclenched his fists, but in the end, he did not continue to act up. Only, the rims of his eyes gradually reddened as he turned towards Xiao Yan. Staring at him, he said word by word, you, go back on your word. Xiao Yan replied, no, I didn't. Mu Qing shut his mouth and took a few deep breaths. He glared resentfully at Feng Xian, and without another word, rushed out the door. Xiao Yan jumped off the bed, wanting to chase after him. However, after a few steps, he was pulled back. Feng Xian said, Your Highness, you're not even wearing shoes. What would you look like if you went out with your hair disheveled? Xiao Yan said, help me stop him. Feng Xian said, put on your clothes and shoes first, then tie up your hair. Why bother with him? Normally, this person is full of yin energy. Who knows which of his strings were touched, causing him to act up inexplicably. Mu Qing had long since disappeared without a trace. Seeing that he wouldn't be able to chase after him, Xiao Yan could only grab a hair tie and hastily tie up his hair. As he did so, he sighed and said, he didn't act up, it was just that you accidentally said the wrong thing. Feng Xian took out the white robe that Xiao Yan usually wore from his wardrobe and threw it at him. He asked, what did I say wrong? As Xiao Yan put on his boots, he said, I can't tell you. In short, come with me to find him. Tell him clearly that it was all a misunderstanding and that I wasn't targeting him." Feng Xian frowned and said, "What can't you tell me?" Xiao Yan shut his mouth and didn't say anything. Feng Xian became more and more suspicious. Thinking about Mu Qing's resentful expression, he suddenly said, "Did he really steal something from you?" Xiao Yan hurriedly made a "keep quiet" gesture and said, "No. No." Seeing him like this, Feng Xian became even more certain. He said, "So that's how it is." No wonder his expression suddenly changed so much. So it was because his heart was stabbed. When did he do this kind of thing? Xiao Yan said, "Don't be so loud." Feng Xian then lowered his voice and said, "You actually didn't tell me about this kind of thing. Quickly say it." Seeing that he was already suspicious, even if he continued to hide it, he would be found out sooner or later. Xiao Yan helplessly said, "It can't be considered stealing, but, let me start from the beginning. Do you still remember that 2 years ago, not long after I entered Huangji Temple, I once lost a piece of gold leaf?" Hearing this, Feng Xian's eyes widened. He slapped his thigh and said, "That time. 3 years ago, Xiao Yan finally begged his parents to allow him to enter Huangji Temple to cultivate before he turned 20. After a year, after Xianlu Palace was built, he finally came up the mountain in high spirits. When Xiao Yan came up the mountain, he didn't bring much luggage. 2 carts of books and 200 famous swords. However, Empress Min loved her son dearly. She was afraid that he would live a lonely and poor life on the mountain. Later, she ordered people to send 20 servants up Mount Taizong, as well as 4 carts of toys that the crown prince usually loved. They majestically brought them up Mount Taizong. Among them was a set of 108 pieces of gold leaf palace. Making a palace with gold leaf was a popular game among the nobles of Xianlu. At that time, when this wave of luxurious goods came up the mountain, it caused a small discussion. The people in Huangji Temple were all Taoists who cultivated properly. They weren't familiar with His Highness the Crown Prince's temperament. Although they didn't dare say much on the surface, they were muttering behind their backs. Did His Highness the Crown Prince come here to cultivate or to fool around? Why did the son of the royal family come here to join in the fun? What kind of plaything could he cultivate? When Feng Xian heard these discussions, he wanted to refute them. However, Xiao Yan told him not to bother about it. He smiled and said, "This is human nature. In the future, they will naturally know if I am just fooling around and who is the #1 disciple in this generation of Huangji Temple." However, not long after, something happened. Xiao Yan sent the servants and the 4 carts that the empress arranged for him back. When he was checking his luggage, he realized that one of the 108 pieces of gold leaf was missing. Ever since that piece of gold leaf was brought up Mount Taizong, it had never left Xianlu Palace. It was either lost on the road or stolen. Since he couldn't find it on the road, Xiao Yan casually mentioned it to the imperial advisor. When the imperial advisor thought that it might have been stolen, and that someone in Huangji Temple might have made a mistake due to the temptation of the gold leaf, he was furious. He was determined to find out where the gold leaf was even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground. If he found it in someone's place, he would be severely punished. Hence, the entire 3,000 people in Huangji Temple did not do anything else. They were caught unprepared and were suddenly chased out. They formed a team and checked the rooms one by one. After much fanfare and tiring himself to death, who would have thought that when they were halfway through the search, Xiao Yan would suddenly change his words and say that he was sorry for causing trouble for his fellow disciples. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have lost a piece of this set of gold leaf palaces when he was in the imperial palace. In other words, there were originally only 107 pieces of gold leaf. In order to find out where the missing piece of gold leaf was, Huangji Temple could be said to have gone through a lot of trouble that night. In the end, when they were sweating profusely, His Highness the Crown Prince suddenly said that all their previous efforts had gone to waste. Inevitably, many of the fellow disciples started to complain. Hence, they secretly said that he was the Crown Prince and that whatever he said was true. They only hoped that their memory would be better next time and they would be able to remember such an important matter before the search. Feng Xian was very angry as he squatted and listened. However, Xiao Lian told him not to worry about it and to calmly wait for the future. In the future, Xiao Lian indeed crushed all 3,000 disciples and became the fully deserving number 1 disciple of Huangji Temple. Because he was indeed rather amiable and didn't rely on his power to manipulate others, gradually, his reputation among his fellow disciples improved. Feng Xian didn't remember things, so he had forgotten about this part. Who knew that when it was brought up again today, he would suddenly realize. He was both shocked and angry. That piece of gold leaf was taken by Mu Qing. Xiao Lian said, "Shu." After confirming that there was no one around, he then said, that piece of gold leaf was accidentally knocked off on the mountain road. When Mu Qing passed by while carrying water, he picked it up from the underbrush. He kept it under his bed and didn't know what to do with it. In the end, at night, the state preceptor suddenly attacked and chased everyone out to search the rooms. At that time, I didn't know him. I only saw an odd job worker with a bad expression. Later, when I was sitting outside, he privately admitted it to me in a low voice when he served me tea. Only then did I know what happened. Feng Xian said, taking it and not reporting it, isn't that stealing? So in order to help him hide this matter, you told others that the gold leaf was lost in the imperial palace? While they were talking, Xiao Lian finished preparing his clothes and walked out. He said, that's it. Feng Xian was so angry that he almost died. He followed behind Xiao Lian and said, Your Highness, do you know how many people were gossiping behind your back when you just arrived at Huangji Temple? Xiao Lian said, lower your voice. At that time, his complexion was really bad. It was deathly pale. The other people in Huangji Temple didn't like him in the first place. If I told others, wouldn't his life be over? My identity is different from his, so my situation in this matter is also different. The consequences can't be compared at all. At this time, a few small Taoists walked over and respectfully saluted him. However, their faces were full of smiles as they greeted, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Xiao Lian also smiled as he returned the greeting. The two groups of people brushed past each other. Then, he said to Feng Xian, You see, I said I would wait for the future. Right now, aren't I getting along well with everyone from the same sect? Who else dares to talk behind my back? The two of them went to Mu Qing's Taoist room. However, they didn't see him, so they came out to look for him. Feng Xian said, At that time, I thought it was strange. Why didn't I know that you lost a piece in the palace? You actually didn't tell me about this for 2 years. You even told me that you met him when he was sweeping the floor. Xiao Lian said, later on, he begged me not to tell anyone else. Since I agreed, of course I couldn't tell anyone, not even you. Now that you know, it can be considered that I broke my promise. However, you definitely can't tell anyone else. Feng Xian said, How is this breaking my promise? It's not like you told me. He was the one who had a guilty conscience and let the cat out of the bag, so I caught him. Xiao Lian threatened, No way, no way. Hurry up and swear that you won't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, I will sever all ties with you. Furthermore, you won't be able to find a wife. Feng Xian snorted and said, You sever all ties with me. The next day, everyone in Xianlu will know one thing, His Highness the Crown Prince fainted from his own garter while putting on his clothes. Fine. I won't tell anyone. Who the fuck is interested in gossiping? Pausing for a moment, he then continued, He probably thinks that I'm always targeting him because I know he took that piece of gold leaf. In fact, I just don't like people like him. A grown man who thinks about this and that all day long, he definitely suspected that you told me. The concubines in the palace don't have as many twists and turns as he does. Just looking at them makes me annoyed. Xiao Yan said, it's not as bad as you say. Huang Jiguan has never heard of anyone losing something before, which means that this is his first time. In the end, it's still because of his mother. In any case, he repeatedly promised me that he would never do this kind of thing again. Giving him a chance isn't too much. He also did it. Moreover, today, if Mu Qing didn't cooperate with me when that little friend fell, the ending of the Heaven Worship Tour wouldn't have been so good. Feng Xian sneered, in any case, you've already finished the 3 rounds and your name will go down in history. He naturally doesn't need to continue giving you trouble. Your Highness, let me tell you, I don't believe a single word he said at the Divine Martial Palace today. In the entire Huang Jiguan, who doesn't know that when the state preceptor plays cards, he doesn't even recognize his own family? Yet, at that time, he just had to go and say it, yet he refused to clearly state whose orders he was under. It was as if he would do whatever he couldn't do. Xiao Yan, however, slightly shook his head and solemnly said, actually, speaking of this matter, I probably didn't think it through thoroughly. I knew that Mu Qing wasn't well received, so I originally wanted him to help me out more. Now that people knew he was my attendant, they would naturally be more polite to him. However, I didn't think that other people would already be this impolite to him. Not only did I not complete the task well, I even made the people under him suffer. If you look at him from another side, you'll find that his strange temper is understandable. Feng Xian disagreed and said, that's his strange temper. Why are you taking it upon yourself? You're the crown prince. Who do you want to promote? Do you want to owe someone? Your Highness, I really don't understand why you value him so much. Xiao Yan smiled and said, Feng Xian, you should know that in my eyes, there are many people in this world who are stubborn rocks. Feng Xian didn't understand. Xiao Yan walked with his hands behind his back and said, stubborn rocks are easy to obtain, but fine jade is hard to find. In all these years, on the path of martial arts, I've only seen 2 people who could be considered fine jade. One is you. The other is him. He suddenly stopped walking and turned around. His eyes were extremely bright as he said, I truly feel that Mu Qing is an extremely talented person. For such a fine jade, could it be that because of his background and temperament, the unpolished jade needs to be covered in dust, unable to fully display its beauty? Xiao Yan resolutely said, no. I believe that this isn't right. You ask me why I value him so much. It's the same reason why I value you. When it's time to shine, I must make him shine. Moreover, I don't believe that good intentions will be exchanged for bad results. Feng Xian also stopped walking. After listening, he scratched his head and said, in any case, it's fine as long as you know what you want. How you want to do it is your business. Xiao Yan said, N. So, where did Mu Qing run off to? At this time, a few people walked over from the opposite direction. They held baskets in their hands and played around the whole way. When they saw Xiao Yan, they were all overjoyed and called out in unison, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Xiao Yan also smiled in response. Those people came over and presented the baskets in front of him. They cheerfully said, Does Your Highness want to eat cherries? They've already been washed in the mountain spring water, so they're very clean and very sweet. The baskets were filled with bright red cherries, looking extremely cute. Xiao Yan and Feng Xian picked a few and ate them. They were incomparably sweet. That Taoist asked, Just now when we were walking over, I faintly heard Your Highness ask Mu Qing. Were you looking for him? When we came over from the cherry forest, it seemed like we saw him there. Xiao Yan said, Is that so? Many thanks for telling me. Chapter 63. Curious, Xiao Yan asked, What can't I drink? The Empress pinched the small jade cup. He poured out a little and pressed it on the handkerchief. Wiping his face a few times, he said, "A few days ago, Mount Taitsang presented a batch of fresh fruits. I don't like to eat cherries, but there was a recipe that said it could be mashed into pulp to apply to my face, so I squeezed some for fun. It was useless." Just as he was about to order someone to fall down, "How can it be drunk by humans?" Xiao Lian smiled when he heard this, but he suddenly remembered what happened yesterday. Mu Qing's mother only ate cherries a few times a year. Even when Mu Qing was picking cherries on Mount Taitsang, he still had to be poked and pointed at. He could not help but feel a little emotional, afraid that Mu Qing would not feel good after hearing it. He smiled and changed the topic. "Is there anything you can give me to eat?" The Empress laughed and said, "What you said, if outsiders heard it, they would think that I starved you. Actually, you've been a picky eater since you were young, so I couldn't feed you well." He had been on the mountain for so long that he had become so skinny. "Today, just eat whatever mother tells you to eat. Don't be picky." The mother and son talked for a while. The Empress asked about the accident on the heaven-worshipping swim. He was rather worried. "From what the imperial tutor has said, this matter seems to be quite serious. What should we do? Will you be punished?" Before Xiao Lian could answer, Qi Rong interrupted, "Humph, this matter isn't cousin Crown Prince's fault. The one who fell from the city walls wasn't him. Even if someone has to be punished, it should be that little bastard." Xiao Lian thought to himself, "What is a little undead?" Before he could correct Qi Rong, the Empress had already laughed. Coincidentally, she noticed the two people outside the hall and asked, "Who's that kid beside Feng Xian? This is the first time I've seen another person by your side." Thus, Xiao Lian cheerfully said, "This is Mu Qing. Yesterday, he was the one who acted as the demon on stage." Qi Rong raised his eyebrows slightly. The Empress said, "Eh? Let him come up and take a look. Feng Xian, come in as well." Thus, Feng Xian and Mu Qing entered the palace and half-knelt in front of the Empress. The Empress scrutinized Mu Qing for a while before saying to Xiao Lian, "Yesterday, I saw him fight pretty well. He's actually a respectable child. Looking at his face, he looks just like a refined prime minister. I didn't expect that when he used a knife, his momentum would be so fierce." Xiao Lian smiled. "Right? I also think he's not bad." At this time, Qi Rong said coldly, "Oh. Was he the demon from yesterday?" As soon as Xiao Lian heard this, he knew the situation was far from good. Sure enough, in the next moment, Qi Rong suddenly exploded. Snatching the jade cup from the small table, he splashed it on Mu Qing's head and said, "This is your reward." Xiao Lian's eyes were sharp and his hands quick as he slapped away Qi Rong's hand, preventing the water from splashing onto Mu Qing's face. Xiao Lian picked him up and said, "Qi Rong, what are you doing?" Qi Rong was lifted up by him and was still making threatening gestures. He said, "Cousin, I'm helping you teach this restless servant a lesson. Yesterday, when you weren't here, he was having a great time acting all by himself, and trying to make a name for himself. What the hell was this? Did he think he was the main character of the heaven sacrifice? You want to overturn the heavens?" The Empress was dumbfounded. "Rong, what are you doing?" Mu Qing didn't get splashed on his head, but his clothes. But because the Empress didn't call him up, he still knelt on the ground, his face pale and dark. Xiao Lian handed Qi Rong over to Feng Xian and said, "Don't let him hit people." Feng Xian single-handedly restrained Qi Rong, but Qi Rong continued to kick and hit him. He spat, "Who the hell are you? You have so much dog guts that you dare to use your hands to touch me." Xiao Lian felt a headache coming on. He said, "Qi Rong, you've been making more and more trouble lately." He then said to the Empress, "Imperial Mother, I forgot to tell you something. You should take back his golden carriage." Qi Rong was startled and shouted, "No, no." "Why?" That was a birthday gift my aunt gave me. Xiao Yan said, you have to take it back no matter what. Just now, you almost caused an accident on the street. Before you can drive properly, it's best if you don't touch it. The Empress let out an ah and said, almost caused an accident. What accident? Xiao Yan then told her about Qi Rong's crazy driving behavior. Qi Rong was so angry that his eyes turned red. He said, Cousin Crown Prince is wrongly accusing me. I clearly didn't hit a single person. Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, that's because someone was holding you back. Qi Rong suddenly broke free from Xiao Yan's hand and angrily ran out of Phoenix Perching Palace. The Empress shouted for him a few times, but he didn't come back. She could only helplessly say, I'll go talk to him about taking back the carriage tomorrow. This child has wanted a carriage for a long time. A few days ago, it was his birthday. I saw that he really wanted one, so I gave it to him. Who knew it would turn out like this? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have given it to him. Xiao Yan asked, why does he insist on a carriage? The Empress replied, he said that this way, he can go to Mount Taicang at any time and bring you back to the palace. Xiao Yan was silent as he thought about how the Empress had good intentions towards him. After a moment, he said, you should find a teacher for him and properly teach him to control his temper. If he continues like this, he absolutely cannot continue. The Empress sighed and said, what kind of teacher would be able to teach him? He has always listened to you. Don't tell me you want him to go up the mountain with you to cultivate his character. The state preceptor wouldn't accept him as a disciple no matter what. Xiao Yan thought about it and felt it was both funny and scary. He shook his head and said, with Qi Rong's temper, if he entered the Huangji temple, I'm afraid the entire Mount Taicang would be in chaos. Both mother and son had a headache over this problem. They couldn't think of a solution, so they temporarily put it aside. In the evening, Xiao Yan met with his parents. After a short chat, he was about to leave the imperial palace. Everyone knew that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was obsessed with cultivation. Ever since he entered Mount Taicang and entered the Huangji temple, he spent more time away from his parents. Regarding this, the king didn't say much, but the Empress was always reluctant to leave. After leaving the imperial palace, Xiao Yan casually walked around the imperial city. In passing, according to what he said yesterday, he accompanied Mu Qing back to his home. There was often only a small alley between a wealthy family and a slum inhabited by the poor. Mu Qing's original home was in a dark alley in the most prosperous part of the imperial city. Just as the three of them arrived at the entrance of the alley, 5 or 6 shabbily dressed children surrounded them and said, Gidge. Gidge is back. At first, Xiao Yan felt it was strange. Why did they call him Gidge whenever they saw a stranger? However, he soon discovered that the Gidge these children were calling wasn't him, but Mu Qing. The children sweetly called out to him, but Mu Qing ignored them and said, not this time. Don't randomly call me. Although his face was wooden, his tone wasn't really cold. After he finished speaking, he turned to Xiao Yan and said, Your Highness, please don't mind them. They are children from nearby. However, that group of children were obviously familiar with him. They were used to playing around and not afraid of him at all. They surrounded them with smiles and giggles, stretching out their dirty little hands to beg for food from Mu Qing. In the end, Mu Qing still took out a bunch of ruby-like cherries from the bag and gave them to them. Seeing this, Feng Xian was quite surprised. He seemed to think that Mu Qing doing this kind of thing was very strange. After all, Mu Qing had a pretty face that looked extremely cold. Even if passers-by were to starve to death in front of him, they would still hold on to their rations tightly. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, wasn't surprised. Originally, he also wanted to find something to give to this group of children. However, he didn't carry candy on him all year round. If he told Feng Xian to directly give him some money, it would seem like he was dismissing a beggar. In the end, he felt that it was inappropriate. Unexpectedly, right at this moment, they suddenly heard a loud da-da sound. A long string of hoarse neighs could be heard, followed by a scream coming from the main street. Everyone's expressions turned cold. Xiao Yan rushed out of the alley. Both sides of the main street were swaying left and right as people and horses were thrown into a complete mess. Pedestrians fled one after another, and red apples and yellow pears rolled all over the ground. Before they could clearly see what was going on, they heard a youngster laugh wildly and say, "Get out of the way, get out of the way, all of you get out of the way. Whoever doesn't have eyes to look, I won't care even if you trample them to death." Feng Xian cursed and said, "It's Qi Rong again." Sure enough, Qi Rong was standing on his gorgeous golden carriage. His face was filled with anger as he raised his horsewhip and randomly lashed it, causing the white horse to neigh. Xiao Yan said, "Stop him." That golden carriage whistled past in front of them. Feng Xian said, "Yes," and rushed forward. Xiao Yan was just about to check on the pedestrians and stalls that had been knocked over by Qi Rong's carriage. He wanted to check if anyone was injured, but he suddenly felt that something wasn't right. He abruptly turned his head to look and saw that behind that tall golden carriage, there was a long and thick hemp rope being dragged. At the end of the rope, there was a sack tied to it. There seemed to be something inside that sack that was still struggling endlessly. It seemed like there was a person inside. In a split second, Xiao Yan felt his blood run cold. In the next moment, he rushed forward. That white horse was madly galloping after being whipped by Qi Rong, and even the carriage's wheels were spinning. Feng Xian went to the front to stop the horse, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do so for a while. Xiao Yan caught up to the carriage in 3 steps. Unsheathing his long sword, he swung it down. That hemp rope was cut off, and that sack also fell to the ground. After rolling a few times, it stopped moving. Xiao Yan bent down to examine it. He didn't know how long this sack had been dragged on the ground, but it had been badly worn out. It was extremely dirty and blood-stained, as if it was a corpse bag. With another swing of his sword, he cut off the rope that was tied to the sack's mouth. Opening it, he took a look inside. Sure enough, there was a person inside. Moreover, it was a young child. Xiao Yan tore open the entire sack. That young child was curled up into a ball inside, tightly hugging his head. His dirty clothes were covered with footprints that were too big for him, and his hair was also bloody and tangled. It was a complete mess. It was obvious that he had been beaten up by someone, to the point that he couldn't even be recognized as human. Looking at his figure, he was only 7 or 8 years old, an extremely small child. He was shaking so violently that it was as if a layer of his skin had been peeled off. It was hard to imagine how he was able to survive after being beaten up and dragged on the ground. Xiao Yan immediately used his hand to check the child's neck. Feeling that the pulse wasn't weak, he let out a sigh of relief and immediately picked up the little body. Turning his head, he angrily shouted, "Feng Xian! Stop Qi Rong for me!" He had never imagined that such a thing could happen in Xianlu country. In broad daylight, on the streets, a nobleman carried a living person in a sack and dragged it behind a carriage. If he hadn't seen and stopped him, wouldn't this little child have been dragged to death today? In the distance ahead, the sound of neighing and Qi Rong's angry roars could be heard. In a flash, Feng Xian loudly shouted, "I've stopped him." Xiao Yan took a few steps forward, just in time to hear Qi Rong's blood-curdling screech. Angrily, Xiao Yan said, "You daring servant, you actually dared to injure me. Who gave you the courage?" It turned out that Feng Xian couldn't stop him, so he went to grab the reins of the horse. Of course, Qi Rong wouldn't give it to him. After snatching it back and forth, he was accidentally pushed off the carriage by Feng Xian. He fell to the ground and rolled a few times, scraping his knee. Seeing that there were onlookers all around him, he only felt angry and embarrassed. However, Xiao Yan said, I gave it to him. Qi Rong opened his mouth and said, "Cousin Crown Prince." Xiao Yan angrily said, "Look at what you've done." Qi Rong, I really. At this moment, he suddenly felt the child in his arms shrink back a bit. It seemed that the child had slowly let go of his head and was peeking at him through his elbows. Xiao Yan immediately restrained his anger. Lowering his head, he softly asked, "How do you feel? Does it hurt particularly?" Chapter 64. Xiao Yan coaxed, "Don't be afraid. It's fine. I just want to see your injury." That young child covered it more and more tightly, revealing only a large pitch-black eye that revealed a terrified expression. However, this fear didn't seem to be fear of being hit by him, but rather fear of being discovered by him. Looking at this small half of the face and one eye, Xiao Yan suddenly felt that he had seen this child somewhere before. He slightly narrowed his eyes. Seeing his extremely unsightly expression, Qi Rong said, "Cousin Crown Prince. This little bastard ruined your ceremony yesterday. I'll help you vent your anger. Don't worry. I'll act appropriately. He won't die." Sure enough, the child he was holding in his arms was the one on the way to the Upper Yuan Heaven ceremony yesterday. The young child who fell from the city tower. No wonder Xiao Yan found him familiar the more he looked. This child hadn't even changed his clothes. He was still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, but because he had been punched, kicked, and dragged along the ground, he was even dirtier than yesterday. It was impossible to tell that they were the same clothes. It was even more impossible to tell that they were the same person. Xiao Yan couldn't bear it anymore and said, "Who told you that I wanted to vent my anger? What does it have to do with this child? It's not like it's his fault." Qi Rong, on the other hand, spoke with justice. "Of course it's his fault. If it weren't for him, how could you have been scolded by the state preceptor?" This wave of commotion caused more and more pedestrians to gather around to watch. Whispering. Coincidentally, at this time, Mu Qin also walked over. Qi Rong raised his whip and pointed it at him. His expression contained a trace of hostility as he said, "There's also you, this servant. With one look, you can tell that this person isn't content with his lot. If you don't properly treat him now, sooner or later, he'll overturn the heavens and step on your head. I helped you teach him a lesson, but you actually protected him and complained about me. Now, my aunt and uncle caught me and scolded me. They even confiscated my golden carriage. Cousin, that's my birthday gift. I've been looking forward to it for more than 2 years." Mu Qin glanced at Qi Rong with a neutral expression. Xiao Yan was so angry that he laughed. "I don't need you to do this for me. In the end, are you venting anger for me or for yourself?" Qi Rong said, "Cousin, why are you saying this to me? What did I do wrong by being on your side?" Xiao Yan couldn't get through to him, so he said, "Qi Rong, listen carefully. From now on, you are not allowed to touch this child. Not even one finger, do you hear me?" At this moment, Xiao Yan's neck suddenly tightened. He was in a fit of anger and was slightly startled. He looked down and saw that the young child had buried his face in his chest and his 2 hands were tightly wrapped around his neck. Xiao Yan felt him tremble violently and thought that he was in pain somewhere. He hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" The young child's body was mixed with mud, dust, and fresh blood, and it was extremely dirty. All of it stained Xiao Yan's white clothes, but Xiao Yan didn't care in the slightest. He lightly patted the young child's back to comfort him and said in a low voice, "It's fine. I'll take you to see a doctor now." The child didn't reply, but hugged him even tighter. He refused to let go, as if he was holding on to a life-saving straw. Qi Rong saw that Xiao Yan didn't appreciate his kindness at all and wholeheartedly cared for an outsider. He also saw that the young child had rubbed his bloody and muddy thing on Xiao Yan's body. His heart burned with rage, and he raised his horsewhip, about to strike the back of the young child's head. Feng Xian had been standing to the side the whole time. At this moment, a leg suddenly flew out and kicked Qi Rong's arm. With a "kacha" sound, Qi Rong cried out loudly and the horsewhip fell to the ground. His right arm was bent at an unnatural angle and hung limply. His face was still full of disbelief. After a long time, he slowly raised his head and stared at Feng Xian. He said word by word, "You, actually, dared to break my arm." This sentence was cold to the bone. Feng Xian only realized what he had done after he finished kicking, and his expression changed slightly. Mu Qing's face became much more fierce than his. Normally, no matter how much they hated Qi Rong, that was one thing. But as an imperial bodyguard, for a moment of carelessness and breaking the arm of a member of the imperial family, that was a completely different matter. Although both of Xia Lian's hands were holding the young child and behind him were the onlookers, making it difficult for him to dodge, if he wanted to dodge, it would have been an easy matter. It was just that Qi Rong had come in a threatening manner and often suddenly attacked. Feng Xian's actions were too fast and he didn't have enough time to think carefully. Now that the situation was even more chaotic, he didn't have time to stop Qi Rong. Thus, he couldn't care too much. The clothes in front of his chest were already soaked in blood. He was afraid that if he delayed any longer, this child would die. Xia Lian made a prompt decision and took a deep breath. In a clear voice, he said, "Everyone, if anyone present today is involved and suffers any losses, I will take note of it for now. Afterwards, I will take responsibility for everything. I will absolutely not shirk responsibility." Immediately after, he said to Feng Xian and Mu Qing, "Save the child first. Take Qi Rong away, don't let him continue to cause trouble outside." After he finished speaking, he carried the young child and turned around, rushing in the direction of the imperial palace. Feng Xian received the order and his expression returned to normal. Picking up the furious Qi Rong, he followed behind him and rushed towards the imperial palace. When the soldiers in front of the imperial palace saw that His Highness the Crown Prince had only left for 2 hours, yet he was rushing back like wind and fire, they naturally didn't dare to stop him. Thus, Xia Lian rushed all the way to the imperial physician's office. He had Feng Xian and Mu Qing guard Qi Rong outside while he himself entered. It was rare for His Highness the Crown Prince to return to the imperial palace, and it was rare for him to issue an order. Naturally, the imperial physicians had to rush over at top speed. Xia Lian placed the young child on a chair and said, "I'll have to trouble everyone." Just now, this child was beaten up by quite a few adults. Then, he was stuffed into a sack and dragged on the ground. "I'll have to trouble you to first help me see if his head is injured. This is the most important thing." Although the imperial physicians had never seen that noble of the imperial family rush in while carrying a filthy wild child for them to treat, they knew that whatever they were told to do, they would do as they were told. One of them said, "Little friend, put your hand down first." However, that young child had been carried in by Xia Lian and had been very obedient the entire way. At this moment, however, he stubbornly held on to the right side of his face, refusing to let go no matter what was said. No matter how capable this imperial physician was, if the patient didn't cooperate, they still wouldn't be able to treat him. All the imperial physicians looked at Xia Lian. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this." Xia Lian slightly raised his hand and said, "Maybe he's afraid of strangers." "It's fine, I'll do it." That young child sat on the chair. Xia Lian was unable to look at him at eye level, so he slightly leaned over and bent his waist. Tilting his head, he asked, "What's your name?" That child's large eyes stared straight at him. Within those pitch-black pupils, a snow-white reflection was reflected. This kind of gaze, if one had to describe it, was truly as Feng Xian had said, as if he was possessed by a demon or a ghost. It shouldn't appear on a child's face. After a long time, he finally lowered his head and said, "Red." His voice was low and small, a little vague. It was as if he didn't want to say it, but also as if he was a little embarrassed. Xiao Yan could only vaguely hear the word red. He then asked, "How old are you?" That child replied, 10 years old. Xiao Yan had only casually asked in order to dispel his vigilance. When he heard the child shyly answer, 10 years old, he was startled. He thought to himself, I thought he was only 7 or 8 years old, but he's actually 10 years old. Then this child really is very thin and weak. Pausing for a moment, Xiao Yan faintly smiled and said, "Right now, all the doctors are helping you look at your injuries. Don't be afraid. Can you put down your hand?" When that child heard this, he hesitantly shook his head. Xiao Yan asked, "Why not?" After remaining silent for a long time, he finally said, "Ugly." He only answered with this one word. No matter how they coaxed him, he still wouldn't cooperate. Xiao Yan swore that he wasn't ugly, so he wouldn't look. Even if he turned around, it wouldn't work. At such a young age, he was extremely stubborn. Helpless, the imperial doctors could only ask him a few questions and let him identify a few numbers. After confirming that he wasn't dizzy, nor did he have a headache, and that he could see and think clearly, they first treated the injuries on his body. As they treated him, the imperial doctors all seemed to be extremely puzzled, clicking their tongues in wonder. Xiao Yan had been standing by the side the entire time. When he heard this, he asked, "Everyone, how is it?" One of the imperial doctors couldn't help but ask, "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, did this little child really get beaten up, then stuffed into a sack and dragged all the way here?" Xiao Yan was speechless for a moment. Then, he said, "How could it be fake?" The imperial doctor said, "Then it's very amazing. I have never seen such a tenacious person. 5 broken ribs, 1 leg, and all kinds of injuries, all added up together, yet he was still able to remain clear-headed as usual, sitting upright and talking to others. Even an adult would find it hard to do this, let alone a 10-year-old child." Chapter 65. Seeing this, Xiao Yan inexplicably felt that he was funny and pitiful. Can this child recover from his injuries? An imperial physician wrapped layers of bandages around the young child's head and said, "He will definitely be fine." Only then did Xiao Yan relax. He nodded and said, "Thank you." At this moment, a palace servant came to report. His Majesty and the Empress had arrived. All the imperial physicians stood up in unison. He went out to greet them. Xiao Yan carried the child to the bed. He said, "Lie down and rest first." The child was afraid of strangers. If there were too many people around, it might scare him, so she put down the bedside curtain. Only then did he get up. A group of attendants and palace maids escorted the monarch and the empress into the hall. The empress turned pale. He said, "Why did my son leave the palace and return in a hurry? Did you get injured outside?" Xiao Yan said, "Mother, please be at ease. I'm not injured. It was someone else who got hurt." At this time, Qi Rong shouted from the corner, "Aunt, save me." Only then did the empress realize. Qi Rong was actually being held tightly by Feng Xian, and was being held at one side. He couldn't help but be taken aback. She was worried about the safety of her son. He didn't pay attention to anything else. When he saw her, he asked, "Rong, what's going on?" The monarch furrowed his brows and said, "Feng Xian. Why are you holding little Mirror King like a criminal?" With the arrival of His Majesty, Feng Xian should have immediately saluted like Mu Qing and the others, but because he was holding on to Qi Rong, he was unable to free himself and was in an awkward situation. Xiao Yan replied, "I told him to take it." Qi Rong held his right hand and said, "Aunt, my arm is broken." Before the empress could feel her heart ache, Xiao Yan sternly said, "You may have lost an arm, but what about the child inside?" The king asked, "What child?" Xiao Yan replied, a 10-year-old child. He did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. His physique was weak to begin with, so Qi Rong sent his men to beat him up. If it weren't for that child's luck, he would have been beaten to death on the spot. As if he had heard a joke, Qi Rong opened his eyes and said, a 10-year-old child who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Weak physique. Cousin, you don't know how fierce, how savage, and how powerful this little bastard is. He's just pretending to be pitiful in front of you. I called 5 or 6 people, but we couldn't catch the little rascal. He punched and kicked us, bit us, and made us bleed. If he didn't piss me off, why would I drag him behind the carriage? Hearing this, the king and the queen's expressions changed. Xiao Yan took a deep breath and said, shut up. Are you proud of what you've done? It wasn't as if Qi Rong didn't like to show his face in public. How could the common people in the imperial city not see his arrogant behavior? After seeing it, how could he not use it as a topic of idle conversation? The monarch glanced at the empress and said with a pale face, take little mirror prince away. Imperial physician, treat his arm. Take back the golden chariot and be grounded to reflect on your mistakes. You are not to be released for a month. The attendants behind him immediately acknowledged and went forward to lead him away. Only then did Feng Xian let go. Qi Rong didn't care anymore. He snorted and said, take it then. I knew that today would be my last run. Hearing that he didn't have any remorse, the empress sighed. Xiao Yan said, it seems that he will only be grounded for a month. I'm afraid he will do it again. He needs to be strictly disciplined. Qi Rong was startled. He angrily said, Crown Prince cousin, you. Then he rolled his eyes and said, fine. Then I will admit that I was in the wrong in this matter. No matter what your majesty punishes me, Qi Rong will not refuse. In the next sentence, he changed the topic and said, however, shouldn't Crown Prince cousin's subordinates be punished as well? Uncle, aunt, my arm was broken by this Feng Xian. Hearing this, the monarch immediately looked at Feng Xian. His face showed shock and anger. Feng Xian slightly lowered his head while Mu Qing unnoticeably moved 2 steps to the side. The monarch coldly said, Feng Xian, you are His Highness the Crown Prince's personal attendant. The Crown Prince has indeed treated you well. Did you forget your identity and become arrogant because of this? Your duty is to serve His Highness. Is this how you serve him? You even dared to attack His Highness' cousin, Little Mirror Prince. Hearing this, Feng Xian prepared to kneel. However, Xiao Yan said, no need to kneel. Feng Xian's first priority was to listen to Xiao Yan. Even if His Majesty spoke, he would only listen to His Highness's orders. Thus, he immediately stopped his kneeling posture. Seeing this, the monarch's expression became even more unhappy. Xiao Yan said, it's true that Feng Xian broke Qi Rong's arm, but the reason was to protect his master. Moreover, Qi Rong committed the crime first. He didn't do anything wrong, so why should he kneel? The monarch said, no matter what he did it for, he still offended the Little Mirror Prince. There is a difference between master and servant, and there is a difference in seniority. Don't say that I want him to kneel, even if I beat him 100 times right now, it wouldn't be inappropriate. Although the monarch wasn't as close to Qi Rong as the empress, Qi Rong was still a member of the royal family. Qi Rong was very clear on this point. He cast a sidelong glance and said, there's no need to beat him. After all, he is Crown Prince cousin's subordinate. I don't want to make things too difficult for him. I just want him to break his arm and kowtow to me 3 times. Then, I won't pursue this matter. The monarch slowly nodded as if he felt this was feasible. However, Xiao Yan said, if you want to punish Feng Xian, then punish me first. He is my attendant. Firstly, he didn't do anything wrong. Secondly, even if he did, he listened to my orders. I will accept it on his behalf. Hearing him say this, the monarch's face flashed with anger. Most fathers and sons under the heavens would experience this kind of change. When the son was young, he would treat his father as the greatest hero in the world. He would be his role model and worship him. When the son grew up to a certain age, he would begin to gradually doubt everything about his father. He would even gradually resent his father until both sides refused to acknowledge each other. Xia Lian's main purpose for going to Mount Taicang to cultivate was undoubtedly because practicing martial arts was his goal. However, in reality, he wasn't obsessed with where he sought it or with what identity he sought it. The so-called Tao, when seen through the words, was a person walking on the road. As long as a person wholeheartedly pursued the Tao, he could cultivate anywhere. He didn't have to go through all the formalities and rigidly adhere to going up the mountain. There was another reason why Xia Lian insisted on going up the mountain. It was because he felt he couldn't get along well with his father. As the crown prince of Xianlu, the moment Xia Lian was born, the monarch of Xianlu had neatly planned out his life's path. When he was young, it was fine. He was a small child and didn't have many worries. Xia Lian only needed his parents to accompany him to pile up gold and play. However, as he grew older, Xia Lian began to realize that his father wasn't just a father, he was also a monarch. Many of their thoughts and practices were unable to be adjusted to each other. For example, the so-called majesty of the imperial family was one of the things Xia Lian disliked the most. Since he couldn't adjust to it, then it was better to stay far away. Every time he returned to the palace, he would chat happily with his mother and never confide in his father. Both sides rarely took the initiative to talk to each other. Every time, it was the empress who mediated. The father and son pair had been in a deadlock for several months. Now that Xia Lian repeatedly insisted and refused to back down, the monarch said, "Fine, then you can accept it in his place. Let's see if you can do it or not." Xia Lian replied, "Of course." The empress saw the father and son pair at each other's throats again and anxiously asked, "Why bother?" At this time, Feng Xian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised his left hand and chopped down on his right arm. Gotcha! Everyone was startled and looked towards the source of the sound. They saw that his right arm was the same as Qi Rong's, limply hanging down. Xia Lian was both shocked and angry. Feng Xian's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Without another word, he knelt down in front of Qi Rong and kowtowed 3 times. Qi Rong didn't even try to stop him. Qi Rong was quite proud of himself and laughed out loud. "Fine, this prince will reluctantly forgive you. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier?" Although his arm was also broken, when he left, he felt refreshed, as if he had just won a battle. Feng Xian was still kneeling on the ground. Mu Qing watched this scene from the side, his expression faintly turning gray. It was unknown what he was thinking. Xia Lian suddenly turned towards his father and angrily said, "You." Feng Xian's left hand grabbed him and said, "Your Highness." The empress also grabbed his hand. Xia Lian knew that Feng Xian had followed him since he was 14 and received preferential treatment from the empress. He couldn't bear to see the father and son quarrel and make the empress sad, so he did this. If he flared up now, it would be a waste of Feng Xian's good intentions. He could only forcefully endure it, but his heart was already burning with anger. Only then did the king's expression soften slightly. With a calm expression, he left. The empress had always liked Feng Xian. She sighed and said, "Good child, I've wronged you." Feng Xian said, "Empress, please don't say that. I'm just doing my duty." Hearing this, Mu Qing's gaze flickered and he seemed to silently sneer. Xia Lian closed his eyes and said, "Mother, if you really can't control Qi Rong, then just lock him up." The empress sighed and nodded. Then, she shook her head and left. Xia Lian invited an imperial doctor and had him treat Feng Xian's right hand. He said, Feng Xian, I'm sorry. Once the other people left, Feng Xian immediately changed his expression and sneered, what's wrong with that? I dared to hit him, so why would I be afraid of his revenge? After a pause, he advised, Your Highness, you're naturally right to teach Qi Rong a lesson. However, it's better not to be angry with His Majesty. His Majesty is the king and also a person of the older generation. His way of thinking is different from us. You father and son quarrel and the Empress is unhappy. She also has her own difficulties. How could Xiao Yan not know that his mother had her difficulties? Qi Rong's mother was the Empress' younger sister and they had a deep sisterly relationship. When she was young, she was immature and had first awakened her love. She wholeheartedly pursued freedom and listened to sweet words. She ruined her arranged marriage and eloped with an imperial guard in the residence. Who knew that she would marry the wrong person? She was cooped up in a house that looked like a dog kennel. After half a year, that imperial guard revealed his true nature and indulged in debauchery. After Qi Rong was born, he even beat and kicked his wife. In the end, both mother and son could not endure it anymore. When Qi Rong reached 5 years old, she dejectedly brought her child home. Because she had long become a noble scandal, she shut herself in the house and was unhappy for the rest of her life. She only doted on her only son. During one of the riots, Qi Rong's mother was unfortunately hit by a stray arrow in order to save the Empress. Before she died, she entrusted Qi Rong to Xiao Yan's mother. The Empress naturally did her best. However, other people's sons always made things difficult for others. It was hard to control them. If she controlled them too much, it would seem like she was treating them harshly. Considering their friendship, she couldn't bear to do so. But it was also hard to ignore them. If she controlled them too little, they would become like this. If she didn't restrain them, they would only become worse in the future. The Empress often didn't understand. She clearly used the same methods to take care of Xiao Yan and Qi Rong, but why did the children she raised have such different temperaments? At this time, Xiao Yan suddenly remembered that there was still a child lying on the bed in the room. He lifted the curtain and looked. He didn't know when the child had sat up again, but he seemed to be peeking out from the crack. Xiao Yan lifted the curtain and the child obediently lay down again. Xiao Yan said, Did the quarrel outside scare you? Don't mind it, it's none of your business. An imperial doctor said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, this child's injury has already been treated. He only needs to rest. Xiao Yan nodded and said, Thank you for your trouble. He then bent down and asked the child, Where is your home? Do you want me to send you back? The child shook his head and said, I don't have a home. Feng Xian looked at his suspended arm and said, You don't have a home? Could it be that he really is a little beggar? Looking at the child's thin and small appearance and dirty clothes, it wasn't impossible. If he didn't have a home to return to, he couldn't just leave him in the imperial palace or on the streets. Xiao Yan pondered for a moment and said, Since that's the case, then bring him back to Mount Taicang with me. Chapter 66. Xiao Yan turned his head. He asked, What do you mean? Mu Qing said, The homeless street children in the imperial city are all in the same group. I know all the people who come to my house to beg for food, but I've never seen this child before. The child looked at Mu Qing without saying a word. Feng Xian asked suspiciously, Who do they always ask for food from? You know what? Will you give it to me? Mu Qing glared at him and said, You're so annoying, what can I do if I don't give it to you? Feng Xian still found it inconceivable. He stopped talking. Oh. Xiao Yan watched them talk. He felt like laughing. Mu Qing continued, Moreover, there are several patches on his clothes. Judging from the stitches, Darren must have patched them up recently. There was at least one older person in his family. Perhaps his family was not very well off. But he is definitely not a beggar. Xiao Yan naturally didn't pay attention to the stitches on the patches, and he didn't know if it was done by an adult. However, Mu Qing used to be a servant of the Huangji monastery. He also did a lot of odd jobs at home. He took a closer look. Sure enough, he asked, "Are there any adults in your family?" The child shook his head. Mu Qing said, "There must be. If he doesn't go back, his family must be looking for him in a hurry." The child said, "No, no. No one." It was as if he was afraid of being sent back. After saying that, he opened his arms. It seemed like it wanted to hug Xiao Yan. His body was still covered in mud and blood. Feng Xian couldn't bear to watch any longer and said, "What are you doing, kid?" It was fine if he was anxious just now. Were they still not sensible enough? This is the Crown Prince. Crown Prince, do you understand? That child immediately withdrew his hand, but he still looked at Xiao Yan and said, "My family quarreled and I was chased out. I've been walking for a long time, and there's nowhere to go." The three of them looked at each other. After a long while, Feng Xian asked, "What should we do?" One of the imperial physicians suggested, "If your highness finds it difficult, you can leave him here and have a few palace maids take care of him." After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yan shook his head. In the end, he was still afraid that Qi Rong would not give up and would sneak out to look for trouble, so he said, "I think it's better for me to look after him until he recovers." It seemed that his family would not be able to take good care of him. When Feng Xian goes back to deal with the stalls that Qi Rong knocked over, send a few people to find out where the child's parents are. It's good to inform them so that they don't have to worry. Feng Xian nodded. All right. With one arm still in a sling, he reached out to grab the child with the other. Xiao Yan smiled and said, "You're an injured person. You should just forget about it." Feng Xian, however, was unconcerned and said, "Even if one is broken, there's no harm in the other. Even if both my hands are broken, I can still grab his collar with my teeth and bring him up the mountain." Mu Qing secretly rolled his eyes and said, "Forget it, let me do it." However, he had only taken one step when the young child jumped down from the bed and said, "I can walk by myself." Mu Qing's second step became extremely awkward, and he didn't know whether he should continue or not. Seeing this little friend with 5 broken ribs and 1 leg, yet still so lively, Xiao Yan really didn't know whether to laugh or feel heartache. He said, "Don't run around." After saying that, he bent down and picked him up. The three of them brought the child out of the palace gates. Because Qi Rong had just caused a ruckus on the main street, disturbing pedestrians and knocking over quite a few stalls, Xiao Yan felt a deep sense of guilt. He didn't have the face to see the citizens of the imperial city. Their group of people were all crestfallen, not daring to show their faces in public. Along the way, the young child nestled in the crook of Xiao Yan's arm obediently. When he told him not to make a sound, he didn't make a single sound. Feng Xian glared at him and said, "This brat kicked me yesterday, yet today he's acting like this. He really does look down on people." Mu Qing then said, "His Highness the Crown Prince is naturally much more likable than the average person." He didn't know why, but even if he said something nice, his words and sentences would always make people feel uncomfortable. Feng Xian didn't want to pay attention to him anymore. After walking for a while, Feng Xian said, "That won't do. I still feel that Your Highness, you can't just carry a child of unknown origin for people to see." Xiao Yan said, "What's the big deal?" Feng Xian said, "You're the Crown Prince." As he said this, he caught a glimpse of a dilapidated handcart resting at the entrance of the alley in front of them. He said, "Put the child over there and drag him." Mu Qing immediately said, "I'll say this first, I won't drag this thing up the mountain." Feng Xian said, "No one expects you to drag him." After he said this, he reached out and pulled the young child out of Xiao Yan's arms. Once in his hands, the young child began to struggle again. Xiao Yan said, forget it, forget it. There might be people who want this cart. Meanwhile, Feng Xian had already put the child on the cart. At this moment, a person not far away suddenly said, are you, the crown prince? Someone immediately shouted, yes, yes, yes. That's the crown prince. Yesterday, his mask fell off, and I saw his face with my own eyes. It's him. Catch him. The three people's hearts all thumped. Although Xiao Yan didn't think that he did anything wrong during the heaven worship ceremony yesterday, he also knew that the others didn't have the same thoughts as him. The interruption of the Yu Shenwu ceremony was an extremely ominous sign. It was a taboo for the royal family and nobles. After the commoners had experienced yesterday's excitement, they would go around asking what this accident represented. They probably wouldn't be very lenient. In addition, Qi Rong had caused trouble on the streets today, provoking complaints everywhere. If they were surrounded right now, it wouldn't be good. Before he could think carefully, Mu Qing fiercely pulled him and said, Your Highness, run. Feng Xian also dragged the handcart and urged him, Your Highness, I've lost an arm. I can't stop these rioters. Let's go. However, outside the alley, the commoners on the main street had already rushed over with excited expressions, blocking all the paths. The four of them had nowhere to retreat. Seeing the countless pairs of eyes staring at them, Xiao Yan braced himself and thought, at worst, I'll just get beaten up. I won't fight back. Unexpectedly, although the crowd had rushed over, they didn't surround and beat him up as he had expected. Instead, 17 or 18 pairs of hands stretched out and tossed him up. In unison, they cheered, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Xiao Yan had been tossed up and down several times, but he still maintained a very calm appearance. Everyone was talking at once, Your Highness the Crown Prince, your jump on Shenwu Street yesterday was really wonderful. Someone exclaimed, that jump was also amazing. Really, at that time, I thought it was the Shenwu Heavenly Emperor himself, I had goosebumps. Someone affirmed, Your Highness is right to save the child. Other people's lives are lives, but our poor family's child is not a life. If it was me, I would have done the same. Someone was indignant, yes. Today, I heard someone say that Your Highness is messing things up, I can't stand it anymore. If the person who fell was a relative of the emperor, I'm afraid those people wouldn't say that. Your Highness, please don't pay attention to these people. Your Highness is the one who really thinks for us, from the initial guilty conscience, to the confusion along the way, and finally, he was infected by these enthusiastic faces. The crowd clustered around Xiao Yan, and when he reached the main street, more and more people gathered. Feng Xian, Mu Qing, and the child were separated by the outer layer and could not squeeze in at all, so they could only swim behind the long line. This sea of people was actually not smaller than the scale of yesterday's worship to the heaven. Every time Xiao Yan wanted to leave, he would be forced back and once again crowded to the highest point, not letting him down. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel amused and relieved, the opinions of the people and the state advisors are completely opposite. It seems that I am right. When they returned to Mount Taicang, the sunset was burning hot as usual. Passing through the tall mountain gate, the long bluestone mountain path was filled with Taoists carrying buckets of water and firewood, running up and down the path. One by one, they greeted Xiao Yan and his group, and many of them looked at the strange carriage of four people in amazement. Feng Xian pulled the carriage with one hand, like a diligent young black bull. Xiao Yan and Mu Qing were still laughing at first, but later they couldn't resist. The wheels of the carriage turned slowly in the maple forest. When climbing the mountain, Xiao Yan pushed the carriage behind. Because he was in a good mood, he casually asked the child, Little friend, what is your name? What's Hong? The child stared at him and whispered, I don't have a name. Xiao Yan was startled and asked, Your mother didn't give you a name? The child shook his head and said, My mother passed away. Xiao Yan felt pity in his heart and asked, then what did your mother call you in the past? The child hesitated for a moment and said, Hong Hong, Xiao Yan smiled and said, your nickname is quite cute. Then I'll call you that. Hong Hong, seemed to be shy when talking to him and lowered her head. At this time, dusk had already fallen. On the various mountain peaks in the distance, clusters of lights from various temples lit up. Among them, the brightest was the highest peak of Mount Taicang, Shenwu Peak. The Shenwu Peak's Shenwu Palace Hall was as bright as day. Specks of light gathered at the peak. Xiao Yan let out a sigh as he looked on. He sighed not because he was sad, but because this scene was too beautiful and spectacular. Every speck of light was a bright lamp enshrined in the Shenwu Palace Hall. Every lamp was a believer's most sincere wish. The more eternal lamps in the Shenwu Palace Hall, the stronger the spiritual power of the priest. If one wanted to enshrine a lamp in the Huangji Temple's Shenwu Palace Hall, it was hard to obtain even with 1,000 gold. Money, power, ability, affection, and fate. Only one of the 5 could enter the temple and enshrine a lamp. However, there were many people in the world who didn't have any of the 5. The 4 of them stopped and looked at the Shenwu Palace Hall that was as bright as the sun with different expressions. At this time, they suddenly heard a familiar voice shout, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Xiao Yan turned around and saw a white-faced youth rushing towards him. It was the Taoist guarding the gate of 4 Titans' palace. He sternly asked, Senior Brother Zhu, why are you in such a hurry? Senior Brother Zhu saw Mu Qin behind him and his expression became slightly awkward. He pretended not to see him and said, The state preceptor has asked for you. He has been looking for you for a long time and is now waiting for you at the Shenwu Palace Hall. Xiao Yan was stunned when he heard this. He knew that it was most likely because of the accident during yesterday's worship. He said, All right, thank you, Senior Brother. He ordered Feng Xian and Mu Qin to bring Hong Hong back to Xianlu Palace first while Xiao Yan went to Shenwu Peak alone. Outside the main hall, the smoke coming from the incense tripod made the entire Shenwu Palace seem like an illusion. On both sides of the incense tripod, rows of eternal lamps floated in the air, neatly stacked together to form a wall of lamps. Every eternal lamp had the name and wish of the person who enshrined the lamp engraved on it in a dignified official script. After entering the hall, both sides of the main hall also had rows of eternal lamps suspended in the air. The eternal lamps enshrined inside the Shenwu Palace were even more precious than the ones enshrined outside. In front of the huge Shenwu Palace, the main state preceptor was currently offering incense in front of the statue of the Shenwu Heavenly Emperor. The 3 deputy state preceptors were behind him, worshipping the statue together. After Xiao Yan entered, he slightly bowed and said, State preceptor. After the state preceptors finished paying their respects, they turned their heads and motioned for him to come forward. Thus, Xiao Yan also walked over, took the incense, and devoutly offered it. After a long while, the state preceptor finally said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, we have discussed this matter. There are only 2 solutions to the matter regarding the worship to the heaven. Xiao Yan said, State Preceptor, please speak. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.